Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Keith Salis. Old Times in the Colonies. Preface. To the boys and girls of America. The settlement of our country was the beginning of a new era in human affairs. The people of England, ever since the days of King John, when the barons compelled him to sign the Magna Carta in the meadow of Runnymede, had struggled against tyranny, and when the emigrants sailed across the Atlantic to rear their homes in Virginia and New England, it was the transplanting of liberty to a continent where everything was new, and where the conditions that surrounded them were wholly unlike those of the Old World. This volume is an outline of some of the principal events that transpired during the colonial period of our country, and portrays the hardships and sufferings of those who laid the foundations of a new empire. It will show how the Old World laws, habits, and customs were gradually changed, how the grand ideas of freedom and the rights of man took root and flourished. It covers the period from the discovery and settlement of America to the Revolutionary War. In 1876 I wrote a volume entitled The Boys of '76, a narrative of the battles of the Revolution and of the trials and devotion of our fathers in establishing the independence of the United States. While preparing that work, I discovered that there was no volume in existence that would give the young people of our country an idea of the struggles of men in England and Europe against the tyranny of emperors, kings, popes, archbishops, bishops, and inquisitors. To supply that want, I wrote a second volume entitled The Story of Liberty, which traced the chain of events through a period of 500 years from the signing of the Magna Carta to the settlement of Jamestown and Plymouth. This volume, therefore, fills the gap between the others in time, and together they make a series not of general history, but an outline history of the progress of ideas. I desire to call your attention to a few things which will be made plain in this volume. You will notice that the beginning of the history of our country is clear and distinct, while the beginnings of the histories of other countries are obscured by tradition or made doubtful by fable. Our early history is definite, the early history of other lands uncertain. The history of a nation is like the flowing of a river. There are many rivulets starting wide apart which unite to swell the ever-deepening stream. Many of the fountainheads of American history are in England and Europe, and in order to obtain a correct view of what transpired in the colonies, we must cross the Atlantic and follow the rivulets to their sources. The tracing of the relationship of one event to another, and showing their effect upon the human race, is the philosophy of history, and by studying the philosophy we are able to arrive at some conclusion as to its meaning. You will notice how, through priority of discovery, Spain, France, and England claim various sections of this continent, and how conflicting claims led to a great struggle between England and France for supremacy. That it was a conflict between two races, two languages, two religions, two systems of laws, two distinct civilizations. That great ideas were behind the struggle. In the opening chapter you will read how John and Sebastian Cabot sailed along the northern coast, how Jacques Cartier sailed up the St. Lawrence. The closing pages will picture a battle on the Plains of Abraham. It was an engagement which lasted only a few minutes. Yet it was one of the great decisive battles of the world, momentous in its results. John and Sebastian Cabot, Cartier, Champlain, the kings of France and England, the Pope, Ignatius Loyola, the Jesuits, Oliver Cromwell, the Pilgrims of the Mayflower, the Puritans, are as inseparably connected with that battle as William Pitt, James Wolfe, and the Marquis de Montcalm. The history of the entire colonial period leads up to it. You will notice that the forces of nature, the turning of the earth upon its axis, the flowing of the Gulf Stream, the contour of mountain ranges, the courses of the rivers, have had a far-reaching influence upon the history of our country. The rivers were the highways along which the Indians paddled their canoes to fall upon the settlers, along which the armies of England and France marched to engage in battle. Mountains were barriers, stopping a while the progress of civilization, and also shielding the colonies from attack. Not only these, but the order of the Pope forbidding people to eat meat on Fridays, saints' days, and during Lent, but granting permission to eat fish, the desire of the people of Europe to wear hats made from the glossy fur of the beaver, the love for tobacco, their ideas of holding men in slavery, are forces that have had much to do in shaping the history of our country. The longing for adventure, the hunger for gold, led to the settlement of Virginia. Through convictions of duty and obligations to God, the Pilgrims were driven from England to Holland and across the Atlantic to begin self-government and to give the world the ideal of a written constitution. The hatred of the Puritans to the ritual of the Church of England, the determination of the bishops and archbishops to compel them to conform to it, are great fountainheads of history. The inner light which illuminated the soul of George Fox, the stern convictions of Roger Williams, of his obligation to conscience, are forces which give direction to the course of events. All the motives by which men are actuated, their passions, affections, religious convictions, and selfish ends, are part and parcel of the grand drama of time. I have spoken of the meaning of history. Surely it has a meaning, else what are we living for? Whichever way we turn in the material world, we find things needful for our use, and we think of them as God's forethoughts, and as designated for our welfare. If there is design in the material world, there must be some meaning to history, some ultimate end to be accomplished. In the story of liberty, and in this volume, you will see how tyranny and wrong have fought against liberty and justice, how that banner which the barons flung into the breeze at Runnymede, inscribed with the rights of man, which Cromwell bore amidst the carnage of Marston Moor, which waved from the masthead of the Mayflower when that lone vessel crossed the Atlantic, has never been trailed in the dust in this western world. But tyranny and wrong have gone down before it. Through the colonial period there was an advance of principles which are eternal in their nature. All through those years conditions and influences were preparing men for self-government. Men die, generations come and go, but ideas live on. When the world was ready for it, and not before, the American Revolution came, with the announcement that all men are created free and equal, and endowed with inalienable rights. Through all the narratives of wars, massacres, and bloodshed, you will see right, justice, and liberty ever advancing. Old Times in the Colonies, therefore, is not an unmeaning record of events, but the story of the rise of a great nation, the growth of individual liberty, the coming in of constitutional government in this Western world, the history of the first period in the new era in human affairs. As you peruse these pages, the conviction, I trust, will come that, under the power of great ideas, our country is leading the human race in its march toward a state of society inexpressibly grand and glorious. Charles Carleton Coffin. End of Preface. Chapter 1 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1 Discovery of San Salvador. There it was, a green and sunny island. Christopher Columbus beheld it in the dawning light of October 12th, 1492, an earthly paradise with stately trees, fragrant flowers, groves of oranges and bananas, hanging vines, birds of bright plumage, and groups of dusky men, women, and children. It was San Salvador, one of the Bahama Islands. A few days later, Columbus discovered Cuba and Hispaniola, now known as Santo Domingo, and returned to Spain with the wonderful news. Who owned the islands? They were occupied by Indians, but the Pope, Alexander VI, Roderick Borgia, wicked and cruel, a murderer, claiming to be God's agent on earth and endowed with all power, gave all lands that might be discovered west of an imaginary line drawn north and south 100 leagues west of the Azores to Ferdinand and Isabella, King and Queen of Spain. So, by priority of discovery, and by the decree of the Pope, Spain entered upon the possession of what Columbus had discovered. The news reached England. The merchants of Bristol, who were sending their ships to France, the Mediterranean, and the North Sea, applied to the King Henry VII for leave to send out an expedition for the discovery of new lands. "If you discover any countries, they shall be mine," he said, asserting his right to hold or give away lands against that claim by the Pope. "If you make any money by the expedition, 1/5 of it shall be mine," he added. The merchants accepted the conditions, fitted out 2 vessels commanded by John and Sebastian Cabot, father and son, 2 Venetians in their employ as sea captains. In May 1497 the ships sailed down the river Severn and steered west for a voyage over unknown seas, where vessels had not sailed since the days of the old Northmen. In June they found themselves on soundings, and the sea around swarming with codfish. The water was warm, and dense fogs arose. A little farther on the water was colder and filled with icebergs. They had reached a place where 2 great currents of the ocean meet. They did not know, nor was it till many years later that anybody knew, what caused the flowing of those currents. That the earth was whirling around the sun and also turning on its own axis, that the speed at the equator was 18 miles a minute. We now know that the revolution of the earth upon its axis sets the water between Africa and South America to flowing westward, and that when the current strikes the coast of South America it is divided, a part flowing south and a part north. The northern section, carrying with it the fresh water brought down the Amazon and Orinoco from the Andes and the plains of South America, sweeps into the Caribbean Sea, and whirls to the Gulf of Mexico, being heated by the sun to a temperature of 86 degrees. The Mississippi pours in its mighty flood, bringing minute particles of soil from the far distant prairies and mountains. Having no other outlet, the waters rush through the passage between Florida and Cuba, tearing great masses of seaweed from the beds of white coral, which the coralline insects are building beneath the waves. This river of hot water, 1,000 feet deep and 50 miles wide, sweeps on at the rate of 5 miles an hour, bearing the soil of 2 continents, the seaweed, and myriads of marine insects, polyps, star and jellyfish, in infinite variety. East of Newfoundland it meets a current of cold water flowing south from the frozen region of the north, bringing great icebergs. But the warm current whirls them northeast, speedily melting them, dropping the stones and gravel torn from the shore of Greenland beneath the sea. The fine particles of sand brought down from the Andes by the Amazon and from the prairies of the west by the Mississippi also settle to the bottom of the sea, thus making that portion of the sea a great dumping place building up the bank of Newfoundland. The hot river supplies the codfish with food, gives a mild climate to England, and makes it possible for men to live in Iceland and northern Norway. John and Sebastian Cabot caught all the fish they needed, and, sailing still west on June 24th, beheld the waves breaking against the rocky shores of Labrador. Since the days of the old Northmen, no European eye had seen the mainland of the western world. The Cabots sailed northward along the bleak and forbidding coast, with dense forests beyond the white granite ledges. They saw white bears floating on cakes of ice, plunge into the sea and catch fish in their paws. Walruses and seals frequented the shores, and myriads of birds reared their young upon the rocky cliffs, but their provisions failing, they returned to England. What a year for discovery was 1498! Stimulated by what he had seen, Sebastian Cabot, young, sagacious, bold, sailed once more westward. He coasted along the southern shore of Newfoundland, entered the Bay of Fundy, gazed upon the cliffs of Mount Desert, the majestic pines of Maine, the sandy beaches of Cape Cod, sailing southward to Virginia, thus by priority of discovery enabling England to claim the continent from Labrador to Cape Hatteras. Christopher Columbus at the same time was making his third voyage, discovering the island of Trinidad, the coast of South America, and Orinoco. He landed and drank from a spring that still bears his name. There was another brave sailor on the seas, Vasco da Gama of Portugal, who was sailing south along the west coast of Africa, doubling the Cape of Good Hope, sailing on till, through the ocean haze, he beheld the mountains of Hindostan, thus opening a long-sought-for route to India. There was still another voyager on the seas, Amerigo Vespucci, a merchant of Florence, engaged in trade at Seville in Spain, who, animated by a spirit of adventure, sailed to the West Indies with Captain Ojeda, and from thence to the coast of South and Central America. He wrote interesting accounts of what he saw, which were published in 1507, probably the first printed narrative given to the public of the discoveries in the West. The pamphlet fell into the hands of Martin Waldseemüller of Freiburg in Germany, who translated it into German. People spoke of the New World as Amerigo's country, and thus the name became attached to the western continent, though the honor of discovery belongs to John and Sebastian Cabot. The King of Portugal, desiring a share in the New World, sent Gaspar Corte-Real upon a voyage of discovery, who sailed along the coast of North America from Virginia northward to Newfoundland. He enticed a number of Indians on board his ships and treacherously carried them to Portugal and sold them into slavery. Men do not like to grow old. How gladly would they ever retain the freshness of youth! The longing to be young again became a passion with Ponce de Leon, governor of Puerto Rico. The gray hairs had come, and there were furrows in his cheeks. Poets had written of a fountain of perpetual youth, a stream so clear and pure and life-giving that those who drank of it would be forever young and fair. De Leon resolved to go in quest for it, that, tasting its refreshing waters, he might ever be young. He sailed from Puerto Rico with 3 vessels in 1513. On Easter Sunday, which the Spaniards called Pascua de Flores, he sighted land a few miles north of St. Augustine, and took possession of the country for the King of Spain, naming it Florida. He was charmed by its scenery, the wide-spreading live oaks, the fan-leaved palmettos, the tangle of jasmine and honeysuckle filling the air with fragrance. But vain his search for the fabled fountain of eternal youth, and after coasting along the shores, landing here and there and exploring the country, he returned to Puerto Rico. The Spaniards in the West Indies heard of the wonderful land of Mexico, inhabited by millions of people, a land of cities and villages, cultivated fields and gardens, abounding in silver and gold, advanced in arts and architecture, with schools, courts of justice, and great stone temples. On the 15th of February, 1519, an expedition commanded by Hernando Cortez sailed from Ravenna to conquer the empire of the West, landing first in Yucatan, again at the mouth of the river Tabasco, in the Bay of Campeche, fighting a battle on the banks of that stream, sweeping the Indians down like grain before the reaper by his cannon and volleys of musketry, beginning a series of conquests that made him master of the empire of the Montezumas, and extending the authority and dominion of Spain westward to the Pacific, and northward to the Colorado and Rio Grande, establishing the religion of the Roman Catholic Church and the language and civilization of Spain over that vast section of North America. The Spaniards were in need of more slaves to work in their mines and cane fields, and to obtain them, Vasquez de Aliu visited the coast of South Carolina in 1520. He called the country Chicora, and entered the Combahee River, which he named the Jordan, and gave the name of St. Helen to the cape which bound St. Helens Sound on the south. The Indians received him kindly, accepted his trinkets, flocked in great numbers on board the ships, when he treacherously seized them, hoisted his sails, and carried them away. But it was to little profit, for, knowing nothing of the Gulf Stream, one of his vessels was borne upon the rocks by the current and wrecked, while upon the other the captive sickened and died. De Allione made his second appearance in St. Helens Sound in 1525, where one of his vessels was wrecked. The Indians attacked him and drove him on board his ships, mortally wounding him. Instead of conquering them and establishing the Spanish language and the Catholic religion in Carolina, as Cortez was doing in Mexico, he returned to Cuba to die. Francis I was King of France. He desired to be Emperor of Germany, but his rival, Charles V of Spain, had been elected instead. Besides this, the Pope had given the whole western continent to Spain. I should like to be shown the clause in the will of Adam which disinherits me in the New World, he bitterly exclaimed. Francis dispatched John Verrazano on a voyage of discovery in the ship Dolphin from Dieppe, January 24, 1524. He reached South Carolina in March and sailed northward along the coast, entering Narragansett Bay in the harbor of Newport, Rhode Island, passing around Cape Cod to the coast of Maine. He landed in many places and had interviews with the Indians. In January 1525, Stephen Gomez sailed from Corona in Spain, entered the Hudson River on St. Anthony's Day, June 13th, named it St. Anthony. He seized some of the Indians, taking them to Spain and selling them. The country was cold, and he reported that Spaniards could not live there. Hunger for gold, desire for conquest, zeal for the establishment of religion, thirst for adventure. Are there any stronger motives than these to lead men to brave danger or endure hardships? Moved by such motives, Pamphilio Narvaez, Cabeza de Vaca, and several hundred young men from the rich and noble families of Spain sailed from the Guadalquivir for America, landing in Tampa Bay on the west coast of Florida April 14, 1528, taking possession of the country for the King of Spain. The Indians that flocked around them were in possession of gold ornaments. When asked where they obtained them, they pointed to the north. Narvaez marched in that direction. There were 300 in the party, with horses and small cannon. Never before had the eyes of the adventurers beheld such gloomy solitudes. Dense forests of pine, dark rows of cypress, wide-spreading oaks with long trails of gray moss drooping from the branches, magnolias filling the air with their overpowering fragrance. They toiled through swamps. Bays, inlets, and rivers impeded their progress, and their way was blocked by decaying trees torn up by whirlwinds and blasted by lightning. They saw strange animals, the opossum that carried its young in a pocket. Panthers prowled around them, and bears. At every stream they were compelled to construct rafts. They had little to eat. They expected to find rich and populous Indian towns, but only beheld clusters of wigwams. In August they were at St. Mark's on Apollodory Bay, but their ships had not arrived, nor did they ever see them again. They began the construction of boats, making their swords into saws and axes, their stirrups and the bits of their bridles into nails. They plundered the Indian cornfields to obtain food and ate their horses. They twisted the film of the palmetto and the hair of their horses' manes and tails into ropes, caulked the seams of their boats with grass, and smeared them with pitch, sewed their shirts together for sails, made water bottles of skins of their horses, and on the 2nd of September embarked 250 in number in 5 frail vessels, so deeply loaded that the gum whales were hardly 6 inches above the water. They seized some Indian canoes, split them in pieces, and built up the sides of their boats. Slowly they crept along the shore westward. On the 30th of October they reached the Mississippi and tried to enter it, but the current swept them back. On the 5th of November 2 of their boats were wrecked not far from Galveston, and the others were driven out to sea. Of the company all but 4, De Vasca, Dorantes, Castillo, and Estevarico, perished. They made themselves at home among the Indians, learned their language, passed from tribe to tribe, traveled northward through Texas to the Canadian River and westward to the Rio Grande, and from thence to San Miguel in Sonora, which they reached in 1536, where they found some of the soldiers of Cortes, who conducted them to the city of Mexico. Jacques Cartier, a Frenchman, entered the Gulf of St. Lawrence in 1534, and set up a cross at Gaspe, claiming the country for France. The next year he made a second voyage up the St. Lawrence, beheld the gloomy gorges of the Saguenay, and dropped anchor in the Bay of Orleans. Upon the northern shore, under a rocky cliff, was a cluster of wigwams. The Indians called the place Stadacone. Little did Cartier think that on the plateau behind the town the last decisive battle between France and England for supremacy in America would be fought, that upon the site of the wigwams would rise the city of Quebec. Cartier sailed up the river in a boat to a town the Indians call Hochelaga, a hill which overlooked the town and all the surrounding country he named Montreal, which time is changed to Montreal. The ice closed around Cartier's ship before he could get away, and he spent the long winter at Stadacone, returning to France in the spring. Cabeza de Vaca, who had experienced such hardships in his journey from Florida through Texas to Mexico, reached Cuba. His accounts of what he had seen fired the ardor of Ferdinand de Soto, governor of the island, who had been with Pizarro in Peru. He resolved to conquer Florida, and landed on its western coast near Hillsborough River, with 600 men, marched north through Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, crossing the Mississippi near the boundary of Tennessee, exploring the country north to New Madrid in Missouri, and west to the western boundary of Arkansas. At the mouth of the Red River, De Soto died and was buried beneath the waters of the Mississippi. The survivors of the party wandered in Louisiana till July 1543, when they constructed boats, descended the Mississippi, reached the Gulf, and made their way west to the Spanish settlements in Mexico. Cabeza de Vaca and his companions, while in Texas and Mexico, heard of a country still farther north, which the Indians called Cibola. The governor of western Mexico, Coronado, resolved to conquer it. He dispatched 2 vessels up the Gulf of California, which ascended the Colorado River, about 85 miles beyond the present boundary between Mexico and the United States. Coronado himself with an army marched to central Arizona and eastward to Santa Fe on the Rio Grande, claiming the country for the King of Spain. While Coronado was marching through Arizona, Francis de la Roque and Cartier were planning the colonization of Canada. They made a settlement at Quebec, but the winter was cold and the emigrants pined for home, and they went back to France. The Dominican priests in Cuba and Spain had set their hearts on converting the Indians of Florida, and in 1549 Luis Cancella and several other priests endeavored to establish a mission. The Indians had not forgotten the cruelties of De Leon, Narvaez, and De Soto, and in revenge killed several of the priests and compelled the others to leave the country. The Huguenots of France were heretics, and the Catholics were hunting them down. John Ribault of Dieppe turned his eyes to America as a place of refuge for himself and friends. He sailed to Carolina and left 26 men to begin a settlement at Port Royal. When he returned to France, civil war was raging, and he could send no supplies. The men at Port Royal were homesick. Their provisions failed. They built a small vessel and set sail. Some died, but the others were picked up by an English vessel and saved. 2 years passed. There was a lull in the strife between Catholics and Protestants in France, and Ribault began another settlement on the St. Johns River in Florida. Several hundred Huguenots, with their families weary of the strife in France, emigrated to Florida. The news reached Spain. French heretics on Spanish soil. What an outrage! They were Frenchmen and must be driven out. Heretics and must be exterminated. A heretic, one who did not recognize the Pope as the head of the Church, must be put to the sword as an enemy of God and man. Philip Melendez, fired with zeal for the church, stimulated by the preaching of the Jesuit priests and bishops, quickly gathered an army. The high-born sons of Spain enlisted under his banner to wipe out the insult to Spain and to the Holy Catholic Church. A great company of priests joined the enterprise. With 2,500 men he made his appearance on the coast of Florida. It was St. Augustine's Day, and he discovered a beautiful harbor to which he gave the name of the saint. He approached Fort Carolina. Ribault's vessels went out to meet him. A storm came on, and the French vessels were wrecked, but Melendez reached the harbor at St. Augustine. Fort Carolina was defenseless, and he marched overland, entered it without opposition, and massacred men, women, and children, old and young, sick and helpless alike. A few men only escaped on 2 little vessels. Upon the smoldering ruins of the fort, amidst the ghastly forms of mangled corpses, Melendez reared a cross with this inscription, "Not as to Frenchmen, but as to Lutherans." The Jesuit priests chanted a Te Deum, and, laden with the spoil, the army returned to St. Augustine. The shipwrecked sailors of the French fleet, living on roots, frogs, and alligators, gave themselves up as prisoners. Their hands were tied behind them, and then the work of death began. Those who were Catholics were spared to become slaves. The others were inhumanely butchered. Beneath the palmettos, on the banks where the alligators lay basking in the sun of the St. John's, and on the beach of the St. Augustine, lay the mangled bodies of 900 men, women, and children murdered through bigotry and hate, while over the gloomy scene priestly hands held the cross, emblem of love and peace, amidst the chantings of a Gloria to Almighty God. The work of death done, the work of colonization began. Forts were built at St. Augustine, a town laid out, a chapel and houses erected. It was the first permanent settlement within the present boundaries of the United States, begun in 1565. Intelligence of the horrible massacre reached the ears of Dominic de Gourgues in France. He was a Huguenot and wealthy, but of what value was wealth with so terrible a crime unavenged? He sold his estates, purchased ships, enlisted 150 men, sailed secretly, captured the garrison in a fort on the St. John's, hung the captives upon the wide-spreading branches of the surrounding trees, with this inscription above them, "Not as unto Spaniards, but as unto murderers." He was too weak to attack St. Augustine and sailed for France, having only in part accomplished his purpose. Sir Francis Drake with 3 ships had passed through the Straits of Magellan to wage war upon the Spaniards in Peru. One of his ships had been wrecked, the others had sailed he knew not where, but in the Pelican he carried havoc to the Spanish towns. In June 1579 he was so far north of the coast of Oregon that his crew complained of the cold. In a spacious harbor, possibly the Bay of San Francisco, he refitted his ships, made a map of the coast, and gave the name of New Albion to the country. From thence he sailed west across the Pacific, returning to England by the Cape of Good Hope. Sir Humphrey Gilbert sailed from England in 1583 with 5 small vessels, on a voyage of discovery. On the 3rd of August he dropped anchor at the harbor of St. John's, Newfoundland, where he found 36 vessels. The crews were catching fish and drying them on the rocks. Sir Humphrey informed the fishermen that the island belonged to Queen Elizabeth, and that they must obey the laws of England. If anyone said anything against it, he was to have his ears cropped off and lose his goods. The fishermen for many years had been drying their fish on the rocks, but now they were informed that they must pay for the privilege. It was the beginning of the controversy about fish which has lasted 300 years and which is not yet settled. Having set up the authority of Elizabeth, Sir Humphrey sailed for England, but his vessel went down in a storm with all on board. The other vessel reached England in safety. Sir Walter Raleigh had large ideas in regard to America, and had greatly desired to have England obtain a foothold in the New World. He sent 2 vessels, commanded by Philip Amadas and Arthur Barlow, to explore the coast. They sailed southwest, and on the 3rd of July, 1584, found themselves off the coast of North Carolina. They were kindly received by the Indians, and upon their return to England gave such a satisfactory account of the country that Sir Walter Raleigh sent a few men to establish a colony. Sir Francis Drake was ranging the seas, destroying the ships and plundering towns in the West Indies, which he called singeing the beard of the King of Spain. He plundered Puerto Rico and St. Augustine and sailed along the coast and discovered Sir Walter's colony. The settlers longed to see England once more and sailed with him for their old home. They had but just gone, however, when Sir Richard Grenville arrived at the abandoned settlement with supplies, which Sir Walter had sent. The houses were there, and the fields of wheat ready for the sickle. Sir Richard, not willing to give up the enterprise, landed men on Roanoke Island with 2 years' provisions to hold the country against Spain, but the men quarreled with the Indians and were destroyed. Sir Walter Raleigh, instead of being disheartened, sent out 150 colonists to found the city of Raleigh. John White was governor. He laid out a new town on Roanoke Island. On the 18th of August, 1587, Mrs. Dare gave birth to a daughter who was named Virginia, the first child of English parents born in America. The ships departed for England, and when they again returned to America, the colonists had disappeared. The houses were there, but weeds were growing in the yards. What became of the settlers, no one ever knew. From these voyages and discoveries, covering a period of 100 years, it came about that Spain, England, and France, by priority of discovery, could lay claim to various sections of the New World. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Forces of Civilization. Fish! Fish! The sea swarming with fish! That was the news carried to England in 1497 by John and Sebastian Cabot. The people across the Channel in Brittany and Normandy heard of the discovery. They were accustomed to brave the dangers of the sea, to make hazardous voyages in their little fishing boats, and it was not long before the sailors of St. Malo, Honfleur, Morlaix, and other quaint old towns along the coast were bidding good-bye to their friends, leaving their humble homes, and spreading their sails for a trip to the region all unknown till traversed by the Cabots. The fishermen of Honfleur steered west past the Jersey Islands till they came to the wonderful fishing ground where they soon filled their boats and returned to spread the welcome news. No one knows exactly how it came about, but many years before the discovery of the New World, the Pope decreed that it was wicked to eat meat on Fridays, saints' days, or during Lent, but that it was not wrong to eat fish. There were so many saints to be honored that on more than 100 days during the year no meat could be eaten, and in consequence there was a great demand for fish. The people of Brittany were all good Catholics, and, for that matter, there were no Protestants anywhere. Everybody accepted the Pope as the head of the Church. People in the old towns counted their beads, said their prayers devoutly, and sailed boldly out on the stormy ocean enduring great hardships. They reached the banks of Newfoundland, moored their frail vessels in the harbor of St. John's, dried their fish upon the rocks, and then, with full cargoes, sailed away to find a market in the seaports of Portugal, Spain, France, England, and Holland. In 1527, the captain of an English vessel wrote to the King of England that the French were occupying the fishing ground that belonged to the English, that he found 12 vessels from Brittany in one of the harbors of Newfoundland, that the Bretons were dressing and drying their fish upon the rocks and taking possession of the country, that one of the islands was named Cape Breton. After a while the question arose as to who owned the fishing ground. England claimed it because John and Sebastian Cabot had discovered it. France claimed that the ocean was free and that England could not set up any boundaries on the water. that fishermen of France had just as much right as Englishmen to catch codfish in the banks of Newfoundland. The question involved the dominion of the seas. We shall see, as this narrative goes on, that the controversy in connection with the establishment of fish houses on shore led to the settlement of Canada, Nova Scotia, Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts in part, and the planting of 2 races, 2 languages, 2 religions in the northern section of this western world. When the Crusaders marched to the Holy Land to rescue Jerusalem and the Holy Sepulchres from the Saracens, they wore caps made from cat skins. The French word for cat is chat, and for skins peau, and so they called a cap a chapeau. Somewhere in the East they learned the art of making felt. When the fishermen of Brittany built their huts upon the shores of Newfoundland and Cape Breton, they saw the beavers constructing their dams along the streams, felling trees, gnawing them into logs, floating the timber in the current, placing the logs in proper position, piling stones upon them, interweaving them with sticks, stopping the crevices with grass, plastering the structure with mud, curving the dam against the current to give it strength, and building their mud houses in the ponds of still water thus created. Quite likely the hatters of France had already discovered that furs could be felted, but when the fishermen of Brittany carried home some skins of the beaver, they saw that the hats manufactured from its fur would be far more beautiful than those felted from wool. There was soon a great demand for them, and not only the beaver, but other furs. The sable, fox, and marten were wanted. To supply the ever-increasing demand, companies were organized in France, England, and Holland with charters to carry on the fur trade, with power to hold lands, make settlements, and establish governments. This desire to obtain furs became a mighty force. Emigrants bade farewell to friends, home, and the dear old things of the past, crossed the ocean, and reared their log huts in the forest. The demand for furs gave a new stimulus to the Indian tribes on the northern half of the continent. The knives, tinkling bells, and shining bits of tin, the glass beads, gunpowder, and rum, which the white men gave in exchange for furs, awakened desires all unknown before. Canada was settled by emigrants from France, though this demand for furs, planting on the St. Lawrence the religion of Rome and the ideas of the feudal age, that allowed the people no rights nor any voice in government. The same desire to obtain furs led the Dutch to New York and lay the foundation of a state and of a city which time has made the metropolis of the Western world. Among the plants which Christopher Columbus beheld on the morning of October 12, 1492, was one with broad, green lanceolate leaves and rose-colored flowers, native not only to San Salvador and the West Indies, but growing in luxuriance in the soil of Virginia. Columbus saw the Indians roll up a dry leaf of the plant, light one end, and inhale the smoke at the other. They called it tobacco, and used it not only for pleasure, but believed that the odor was a fragrance that gave delight to the Great Spirit. Whenever they made a treaty or transacted important business affecting them as a tribe, they smoked a pipe, making the act an oath of confirmation. The Spaniards learned to smoke, and the French who visited the North American shores acquired the habit. Jules Nicot carried some of the dried leaves to France, and the plant became known to botanists as Nicot's plant, or Nicotina tabacum. Its introduction to France was about the year 1560, and it was soon in great demand. People not only smoked it, but chewed it, and ground it into dust and snuffed it. Ralph Lane carried some tobacco to London in 1586, where it was used first as a medicine, but soon became a luxury, and was made fashionable by Sir Walter Raleigh. He and his friends often met at the Pied Bull Tavern to smoke their pipes. King James I hated tobacco, and wrote a book against its use. Pope Urban VIII and Innocent XI issued bulls against smoking. The priests of the Mohammedan religion cried out against it, and the Sultan, Amurath IV, cut off the noses of those who used it. Vain the prohibition. The love for tobacco increased. All nations acquired the habit of smoking. The first settlers of Virginia grew rich through the cultivation of the plant. It became their exclusive occupation. The colony was founded upon it. Laws, customs, habits, social relations, and progress of the state all were affected by it. Tobacco became the currency of the colony. All values were reckoned by it. Far-reaching has been its influence. Through all past ages the strong have enslaved the weak. Prisoners taken in war were held as slaves. Barbaric people were reduced to bondage by those more civilized. When Christopher Columbus landed on San Salvador and Cuba, he was kindly treated by the Indians, but the men of Spain were cruel and enslaved them, compelling them to work in mines and in the cultivation of the sugar cane. They gave them hard tasks with little to eat, cut off their ears, noses, hands, and feet upon the slightest provocation. Under such cruel treatment the Indians died in great numbers, and to supply their places, expeditions were made to Mexico and South America. Vasquez de Ayllon visited South Carolina in 1520 to obtain slaves, enticing the confiding Indians on board his ship and carrying them to Cuba. The Indians were feeble, but the Negroes of Africa were strong, and Bishop Las Casas of Chiopia in Mexico, who was a friend of the Indians, petitioned the Emperor Charles V to permit the enslavement of Negroes in Africa instead of allowing the slavers to rob him of his flock. The Emperor gave his consent, and the enslavement of Negroes began. Captain John Hawkins of England visited the West Indies, and the thought came to him that he might make it profitable to bring slaves from Africa. He returned to England, laid his plan before Sir Lionel Duchet, Sir Thomas Dodge, Mr. Gunnison, Mr. Winter, Mr. Beamfield, and other gentlemen who joined in fitting out the ships of Solomon, Swallow, and Jonas. Sir John sailed in December 1562 to Tenerife, and from there to Sierra Leone in Africa, where 300 Negroes were captured or purchased from the chiefs, taken to Cuba and sold. Captain Hawkins returned to England with a great quantity of gold, besides a cargo of hides, sugar, and ginger. It was so profitable a trade that the following year he sailed with 4 ships and captured 500 Negroes. It is not probable that Captain Hawkins or anyone else connected with the enterprise thought for a moment that it was wrong. They believed that they were God's elect servants. The ships were becalmed in mid-ocean, and their water was running low. But Hawkins trusted God to bring him and his cargo safe to Cuba. He wrote this in his journal: "For the space of 18 days we were becalmed, which put us in such fear that many of our men despaired of reaching the Indies. But the Almighty God, who never suffers his elect to perish, sent us on the 16th of February the ordinary breeze, which never left us till we came to the islands of cannibals, called Dominica. In 1619 a Dutch vessel sailed up the James River with Negroes stolen from Africa. They were sold to the settlers of Virginia, who were gathering rich harvests of tobacco. Little did the captain of that ship think what would be the outcome of that cargo of slaves. The misery, suffering, anguish, woe, and horrors. The death of myriads of human beings in the terrible passage across the sea, crowded into hot and stifling holds, panting for breath, dying of fever, thirst, hunger, confinement, homesickness. And when the terrific typhoons came on to lighten the ship, the living and dead were cast overboard to a multitude of ravenous sharks, ever following in the wake of the vessel, looking upward with hungry eyes for their expected prey." The great artist Turner has pictured the horrible scene. "Aloft, all hands! Stride the topmasts and belay! Yon angry setting sun and fierce-edged clouds declare the typhoon's coming. Before it sweeps your decks, throw overboard the dead and dying. Ne'er heed their chains. Hope, hope, fallacious hope! Where is thy market now?" Little did Sir John Hawkins or anybody else have any conception of what would one day be written upon the historic page of our country: the desolation of a great civil war, death upon the battlefield and in prison of 500,000 of men. We even do not comprehend what is to be the ultimate result of that sale of 16 slaves. What part are the 4 millions of the African race to take in the future of our country? What will they yet do for Africa? Who knows but they will be the means of carrying a Christian civilization and republican institutions to the continent where they had their origin? In the Story of Liberty is an account of Ignatius Loyola, who founded the Society of the Jesuits. He inspired others with his own lofty zeal. The members of the society went forth to convert the world, to thread the jungles of India, traverse the deserts of Africa and the steppes of Asia, uphold the cross on the banks of the Amazon and plant it on the peaks of the Andes, to rear churches amidst the fertile vales of Mexico, make their home in a palace or the hut of a savage, brave every danger, suffer every hardship, endure every privation, to die of hunger, thirst, cold, or heat, disease, or violence, to labor without reward except that which the Virgin Mary would extend to them through their sacrifices to save the souls from the clutches of the devil. They were to persuade men where persuasion was available, employ force where force was possible. It was their province to spy out the actions of men, meddle in all their affairs, fathom the secrets of human hearts, interfere in households and cabinets and halls of justice and legislation, set father against son and son against father, stir up strife between husband and wife, mother and daughter. All earthly relations, all human considerations, all the ties which men deem sacred, were subordinated to the idea that baptism into the church was of more value than anything else, that they were commanded by the Virgin to rescue men from perdition. To bring about that end, any means were justifiable. Each member was to watch every other member, report their faithfulness or unfaithfulness. They had one watchword: obedience. With a zeal such as the world had never before witnessed, the Jesuits went forth upon their missions. Their history is interwoven with that of every nation, a record of self-denial, hardship, suffering, martyrdom, of burning zeal, fiery energy, tireless activity, unquenchable ardor, of religious devotions, worldly wisdom, benevolence, and charity, deceit, falsehood, hypocrisy, cruelty, and despotism. If they have been charitable and kind, they have also blackened history by the darkest of crimes. If they have lifted men to higher and nobler lives, they have also sent myriads to prison and burned hundreds of thousands at the stake. Time has not quenched their zeal, and though 350 years have passed since their organization, they are still making their power felt in every country, controlling the consciences and actions of men. The tomahawk and scalping knife at the bidding of the Jesuits will do bloody work from the Penobscot to the Ohio, and the lurid light of burning dwellings will illuminate the midnight sky. Men, women, and children will pass through the gloomy wilderness from their ruined homes on the banks of the Merrimack and Connecticut to Quebec and Montreal, to be sold into slavery. The old and young, the strong and weak, will redden the snows of winter with their blood. It was the disappointment of Ignatius Loyola in love and the firing of a cannon at Pampeluna that started this crimson stream. In the Story of Liberty is a chapter about the man who split the church in twain, Henry VIII, who, through his love for Anne Boleyn, defied the Pope and set up a church of his own, himself the head. It was in 1539. His daughter, Mary Tudor, did what she could to restore things as they had been before Henry established the Church of England. She burnt so many men and women who refused to accept the Pope as head of the Church that she was called Bloody Mary. Her half-sister Elizabeth, when she came to the throne, re-established the Church which her father had founded, making herself the head. James I, who succeeded Elizabeth, endeavored to make everybody conform to the ritual which the bishop had written out. Those who refused to do this were called nonconformists. In the Story of Liberty is an account of the persecutions endured by the people of Scrooby and Austerfield, because they held meetings of their own on Sunday in an old manor house, listening to the preaching of John Robinson, how they fled to Holland and finally sailed to America in the Mayflower. Some of the ministers of the Church of England did not like to make the sign of the cross when they baptized a child, and there were other things distasteful to them in the ritual which the bishop had established. They desired a purer form of worship, and so were called Puritans by those who ridiculed them. They were not separatists like those plain farmers of Scrooby and Austerfield, but remained in the church. When James came to the throne, several hundred Puritans requested a change in the ritual. He answered them rudely. "I will have," he said, "one doctrine, one discipline, one religion. I alone will decide. I will make you conform, or I will harry you out of the land, or else do worse, hang you." Convictions of what is right and true are forces for good which oppression and tyranny can never suppress. Obedience to such convictions led the men and women of Scrooby to flee from their pleasant homes to Holland, and from there to America, to find peace and quiet in the solitude of the wilderness. Conviction of what was right and true also led the Puritans, some of whom lived in fine houses with spacious halls where they entertained their friends in princely style, to turn their backs on all the comforts and refinements of life to which they had been accustomed, and make their humble homes in the wilderness, laying the foundations of a state which, though small in area, has wielded a wonderful influence on the history of our country. In obedience to this conviction, George Fox preached in the fields, the streets, entered churches unbidden, wearing his hat and dressed in sheepskin clothes. He preached that men should always be guided by the inner light, which God would reveal to every honest heart. The justices sent him to prison as a fanatic and disturber of the peace, but as soon as he was out he resumed his preaching, making many converts to his ideas. On other pages of this volume we shall read of the persecutions, sufferings, and obloquy endured by the Quakers, of their fanaticism and mistakes, and also the founding of the state of Pennsylvania by the follower of George Fox. How strange that the firing of a gun on the shore of Lake Champlain should set in motion a chain of events which have had a mighty influence upon the destiny of our country. In another chapter we shall accompany a hardy pioneer from France, Samuel Champlain, along the shores of the lake that bears his name. He will fire a gun whose echoes have not yet ceased to reverberate through the wilderness. Insignificant the event, but it will set the Mohawks, Onondagas, Senecas, Canandaigua, and Cayugas, the 5 tribes composing the Iroquois nation, forever against the French. They will make their power felt in the great struggle between France and England for supremacy in America. Such are some of the forces that gave direction to the early history of our country. It is a history not designed by man, for the men of one generation cannot lay a plan for the generation that succeeds it. Every person exercises his own individual will, and it is only a divine hand that out of the greed, selfishness, avarice, ambition, and passions of the multitude, out of their blunders, mistakes, and crimes, out of all the turmoils and conflicts of centuries, can mold a great republic in which law, order, liberty, and an exalted sense of justice and right shall be supreme. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. First Settlements. The century of discovery closed and the period of settlement began. Elizabeth was Queen of England, Henry IV King of France, and Philip II of Spain. A great fleet of vessels crossed the ocean every year from England and Brittany to the banks of Newfoundland to obtain fish. The hardy sailors moored their little craft upon the banks, rode out fearful gales, or, when the storms came on, hoisted sail, and ran to the harbor of Newfoundland for shelter. Some of the fishermen passed through the Straits of Canso into the Gulf of St. Lawrence. Others coasted along Nova Scotia, and dropped anchor in the harbor of Maine. the sailors opening trade with the Indians, purchasing a large pile of beaver-skins with a few knives, fish-hooks, or bits of tin, carrying the furs to France and selling them to the hatters, making quite as much money on their furs as on their fish. The gentleman of Brittany, the Marquis de la Roche, resolved to capture and keep to himself a goose that would lay no end of golden eggs by obtaining from the king the exclusive privilege of trading with the Indians. The King of France had no claim to America, except through the discoveries made by John Verrazani and Jacques Cartier, but he granted de la Roche's request and made him governor of Canada, Newfoundland, and Labrador, a vast undefined territory, with power to raise troops, declare war, build cities and forts, to give away the land to whomsoever he pleased. The Marquis tried to induce the people of Brittany to emigrate to Canada, but they preferred to remain at home and enjoy the comforts of life in their native villages. Not being able to get any settlers, de la Roche obtained leave to ship criminals from the prisons and set sail with 40 thieves and murderers. It was not a promising beginning, for the villains pummeled and pounded one another fearfully on the voyage. One morning they beheld the long yellow beaches of Sable Island off the shore of Maine. As de la Roche had not decided where to make a settlement, he landed the criminals and sailed away to explore the coast. But a storm came on, and the northwest winds blew so furiously that he was swept nearly across the Atlantic, and found himself so near home that he returned to St. Malo. 40 thieves with no one to govern them, no law, no authority. What will they do? What will become of them? A vessel had been wrecked on the island years before, and the hulk lay half buried on the beach. From its planks they built some huts. Herds of wild horses cropped the stunted grass in the meadows, and the sea was alive with fish, so that they would not lack food. There were troublesome times in France, and de la Roche could not visit them. 5 years went by when a vessel approached the island and set a boat on shore. 12 men wearing clothes made from the skins of foxes were all that remained. The others had been killed or had died from exposure or homesickness. The weak had gone down before the strong. Might had made right. So ended the first attempt of the French to make a settlement in America. The merchants of Bristol, England, began to turn their eyes to the New World, and sent Bartholomew Gosnold on a voyage of discovery. He sailed in 1602 in the ship Concord, descrying first the white granite ledges of Cape Ann. Turning southward, he covered a sandy promontory, which he named Cape Cod. He dropped anchor in the harbor of Provincetown, caught many fish, sailed south once more around the Cape to the islands of Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, entered Buzzard's Bay, and landed on an island which the Indians called Cuttyhunk. He was charmed with the country, the tall forest trees, the grapevines which grew along the shore, built a fort, intending to leave 6 men, but was so short of provisions that he was obliged to abandon the project. He loaded his ship with sassafras, which was greatly esteemed in London, the doctors using it as a medicine, and hastened away, having only a single biscuit left when he reached England. The next year the Bristol merchants sent Martin Pring to see what he could discover. He sailed along the coast of Maine, entered Casco Bay, Kennebunk Harbor, the Saco, and Piscataqua. It was midsummer, and the fields on the west shore of the Piscataqua were so red with strawberries that he named it Strawberry Bank. The quaint old town of Portsmouth now covers the ground where the sailors feasted themselves upon ripe red berries. Captain Pring was so enthusiastic over what he had seen upon his return to England that Richard Hakluyt, one of the ministers of Bristol, became greatly interested and wrote letters to influential friends, Sir George Somers, Edward Wingfield, and others in London, telling them that it was the duty of Englishmen to do something to checkmate Spain, who had already obtained possession of Mexico, South America, and Florida, and who was in a fair way to control the whole western world. While Richard Hakluyt was thus endeavoring to awaken an interest among his friends, there was a gentleman in France, Pierre de Gaust, who saw that it was time for France to be getting a foothold in America. Henry IV bestowed the title of Sieur de Monts upon Dagoust, and gave him the territory now comprised in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, to which was given the name of Acadia. He gave to de Monts Baron Pontrincourt and Samuel Champlain, as he had once given to De la Roche the sole privilege of trading with the Indians. They were to build up the empire of New France in the New World. It was a strange company that sailed from Havre de Grace, April 7th, 1604. There were de Monts, Pontrincourt, Pontgrave, Champlain, several Jesuit priests and Huguenot ministers, and a crowd of thieves and vagabonds which de Monts had taken from the prisons. The Jesuits and the Huguenots were almost at swords' points, and when they could not convince one another by argument, fell to with their fists, while the thieves blackened each other's eyes in their frequent quarrels. They sailed into the Bay of Fundy, laid out a town on the sandy island of St. Croix, built a house for the noblemen and smaller houses for the others, and then the vessels returned to France, leaving de Monts, Champlain, and 70 men. What a dreary winter it was! The snows whirled around the houses, and the nights were so cold that the wine which de Monts had brought from France was frozen in its casks. Disease thinned their ranks. Before spring, one half died. In the spring, a vessel came from France with 40 men whom de Monts had hired. He saw that the soil of the island was poor and sailed in search of a better place, visiting the Kennebec, Saco, and Piscataqua rivers and the Isle of Shoals, discovering the Merrimack River, which he named for himself La Rivière des Gauches. He called Cape Anne Cape St. Louis, and Cape Cod Cape Blanco. He landed at Nauset, and while the others were obtaining fresh water, an Indian darted from behind a tree and seized a kettle. A crowd of Indians were upon them, letting fly their arrows, but Champlain fired a gun, which so frightened them that they fled. De Monts returned to his settlement, sailed eastward, and selected a beautiful site on the eastern shore of the Bay of Fundy, and laid out a town which he named Port Royal, putting up a spacious house, containing a great hall with a wide-mouthed fireplace, a row of smaller buildings, and a church. So France obtained her first foothold in the Western world. Gold! Gold! The ships of Spain were bringing it by the cartload from Mexico and South America. For more than a century, rich cargoes have been gathered in by the rapacious gold hunters of Castile, Aragon, and Andalusia. The people of England began to have the gold hunger, and fondly imagined that gold could be found almost anywhere in America. Poets pictured the attractions of the New World in glowing language. In one of the plays, Captain Seagull narrated to a fellow named Spendthrift wonderful accounts of the country beyond the sea. Spendthrift: Is there such treasure there as I have heard? Seagull: I tell thee, gold is more plentiful there than copper is with us. For as much copper as I can carry, I have 3 weight in gold. Why, man, all their pots and pans are of purest gold. All their prisoners are fettered in gold, and as for rubies and diamonds, they go forth and gather them by the seashore to hang on their children's coats and stick in their children's caps. Spendthrift: Is it a pleasant country? Seagull: As ever the sun shone on, temperate and full of all sorts of excellent viands. Wild boar is as common there as bacon is here, and venison as mutton. You may be an alderman there, and not a laborer, an officer, and not a slave. Night after night crowds flock to the theaters to see the play, and have their imaginations fired by the exhibition of pieces of gold supposed to have been brought from America. Queen Elizabeth was dead, and James was on the throne, and the merchants of London and Plymouth petitioned him for a grant of land in America. He complied with their request and gave the London merchants the country between Long Island and Cape Fear, and to the Plymouth merchants the country between Long Island and Nova Scotia. The Plymouth men sent out Captain Weymouth to explore the coast. He reached Cape Cod on May 13, 1605, then sailed north and landed on the island of Monaghan. He entered a harbor on the coast of Maine on Pentecost Sunday and named it Pentecost. He landed the next day, and the sailors dug up a patch of ground and sowed some garden seeds, the first sown by the hands of Englishmen in the western world. Captain Weymouth sailed up the Kennebec River, entered Booth Bay, and landed at Pemaquid. The Indians flocked around his ship in their bark canoes. He enticed them on board, treacherously seized 5, and sailed away to England. What an excitement there was in the old town of Plymouth when the ship Archangel, with 5 Indians on board, dropped anchor in the harbor. All the town came to see Squanto and his red-skinned fellow savages. Sir Fernando Gorges, the governor, became greatly interested in them. Wherever they went, great crowds flocked to see them, which sent everybody to talking and thinking about America. Sieur de Monts, the while, was spending his money freely in buying provisions and supplies for his colony on the Bay of Fundy, treating the Indians kindly, feasting their old chief Membertou at his own table, and tossing strips of bear meat to the dusky warriors who squatted on the floor of the great hall. The savages grunted their satisfaction, and looked up with longing eyes for more. It was better than tramping through the forest all day in pursuit of game. They would always be friends of the French. A vessel sailed into the harbor, bringing a letter for Sieur de Monts. "Your enemies have persuaded the king to deprive you of the sole privilege of trading with the Indians," was the message. Everything was abandoned, houses, furniture, all, and with a sad heart Sieur de Monts sailed away. So the second attempt of France to get a foothold in Canada ended in failure. The vessel which carried the disappointed Frenchmen back to France almost came in contact in mid-ocean with 3 ships from London, which were bearing to Virginia the men who were to make the first permanent English settlement in America at Jamestown. In April 1607, Captain Newport, Bartholomew Gosnold, Captain John Smith, and a party of colonists sailed into the peaceful waters of Chesapeake Bay, dropping anchor off a point of land where everything around was so pleasant. After tossing so many weeks on shipboard, they named it Point Comfort. The vessel sailed up a noble river, which Captain Newport named the James, in honor of the king. He made a settlement on the island, to which he gave the name Jamestown. The expedition had been fitted out by the London Company of Merchants. The colonists consisted of 4 carpenters, a few laborers, and 48 gentlemen, sons of noblemen who had wasted their fortunes and who expected to find gold lying in heaps. They had vague ideas of a life of exciting adventure in the wilderness. How different the reality! They found no gold, the sun blazed in the heavens like a fiery ball, and they wilted beneath the heat. Fever set in, death began to pick them off, provisions failed, and had not Captain Smith obtained corn from the Indians, all would have perished. Instead of gold and adventures, sickness, death, and disappointment. While this was transpiring in Virginia, William Brewster, William Bradford, and the farmers of Scrooby and Austerfield, in obedience to their convictions of duty and obligation, were fleeing from England to Holland, the country which the sturdy, patient, plodding Dutchmen had banked in from the sea, pumped dry with their windmills, and converted it into farms and gardens, the only country on the face of the earth where they could be wholly free to think for themselves. What land is this that seems to be a mingling of the land and sea? This land of sluices, dikes, and dunes, this water net that tessellates the landscape, this unending maze of gardens through whose lattice gates the imprisoned pinks and tulips gaze, where in long summer afternoons the sunshine softened by the haze comes streaming down as through a screen, where over fields and pastures green the painted ships float high in air, and over all and everywhere the sails of windmills sink and soar like wings of seagulls on the shore. Sir Fernando Gorges, governor of Plymouth, who took so much interest in the Indians which Captain Weymouth carried to England, enlisted his friend, Chief Justice Lord John Popham, in American affairs. Lord John had been wild in his youth, but having an ambition to get on in the world, became sober-minded and worked his way into Parliament, and had been appointed Chief Justice of the realm. He was harsh and cruel, and set so many men to the gallows that people called him Hangman Popham. He joined Sir Fernando Gorges in fitting out an expedition to make a settlement in Maine, but made a fatal mistake. Thinking that anybody would count one, he emptied the jails and sent a pack of criminals to establish a colony. To build a state we must have men, not the riffraff of society. The spot selected for the settlement was at the mouth of the Sagadahoc, or Kennebec River in Maine. Trees were cut down, and houses, church, and a log fort erected. Though the Indians had not forgotten the treachery of Captain Weymouth, they had friendly intercourse with the newcomers, who in return loaded a cannon to the muzzle with bullets, and induced the Indians to take hold of the drag ropes and help them draw it. When all were in a line, one of Sir John's villains touched a live coal to the priming. There was a flash, a cloud, a roar, and the ground was strewn with corpses. The Indians, indignant at such treachery, fell upon the villains with their tomahawks. The cowards fled to their ships, and the Indians rushed into the fort. Suddenly there was an explosion, and the fort and the Indians went up into the air. The savages had touched off the magazine and blown up the fort and themselves. Those who had been sent out by Sir John to manage affairs saw that after such an affair it would be impossible to establish a colony. They returned to England, and Sir John, who had hoped to add to his wealth, found himself out of pocket. Although the King of France had taken the monopoly of the fur trade away from Sieur de Monts, that gentleman was ready for new enterprises and fitted out 2 vessels, appointing Samuel Champlain and a merchant of St. Malo, Pontgravé, commanders. The cargoes were trinkets, knives, blankets, and other knickknacks for the Indians. On the 5th of April, 1608, Pontgravé, Champlain, and the sailors attended Mass at the old church of St. Malo, bade good-bye to their friends, and sailed out upon the ocean. Pontgravé entered the Gulf of St. Lawrence, reached Tadoussac on the northern shore, where he found a party of Spaniards trading with the Indians. "This is French territory. You have no right here," said Pontgravé, running out his cannon and opening fire upon the Spanish vessel. But the Spaniards were strongest, and the French were getting the worst of it when Champlain fortunately arrived and conquered the Spaniards, allowing them to go home to Spain, but holding on to their furs. Up the river St. Lawrence sailed Champlain to the spot where in 1535 stood the Indian town of Stadacone. But the wigwams were no longer there. All had disappeared. "It is a good place for a town," said Champlain, and set the men to work erecting houses, surrounding them with a palisade, planting his cannon, clearing a bit of ground for a garden, and giving the name of Quebec to the settlement. It was the first permanent planting of the civilization, language, and literature of France and America. The English were in Virginia, the French in Canada. Feeble both the plantings. Which will have the most vigorous growth? What are the forces lying behind to give him strength? One is the Magna Carta, the right of many. The other of the feudal ages, the privilege of the few, and the right of none. In England, the people are questioning the privileges of the king. In France, the king is absolute, and no one asks any questions. England rejects the supreme authority of the Pope. France accepts it. In the great struggle between these 2 diverse civilizations, which will most likely go down? Which, for the well-being, happiness, and advancement of the human race, ought to go down? Samuel Champlain of Brittany is ever looking into the future of his western world. He is dreaming of the time when there shall be a new empire, under the dominion of France and the sway of the Pope. He will make the Indians his allies, will conquer them by kindly acts, attach them forever to France by making them his friends, and use them to obtain territory and power. With the aid of the Jesuits, he will convert them to Christianity, and so extend the dominion of the Church. During the winter he feeds them, and the simple-hearted red men are ready to lay down their lives for such a benefactor. Spring opens, the Indians of Canada are at war with the Iroquois, and Champlain resolves to take part in the struggle. They ascend the St. Lawrence, enter the Richelieu, carry their canoes past the falls, launch them once more, and glide along the peaceful waters of Lake Champlain. On the western shore, as the sun is setting, July 29th, 1609, the Algonquins discover a war party of their enemies. Morning comes. Champlain loads his gun, puts on his breastplate of glittering steel, and in his cap a plume. The Iroquois have won many victories over the Algonquins, and expect an easy triumph. The war whoop resounds through the forest, the arrows fly, the Iroquois behold what they never before have seen, a strange being with the sunlight glistening on his breast. They see a lightning flash and hear a roar. A chief and a warrior are weltering in their blood. Another flash, more warriors going down. The war whoop changes to a despairing cry on the one side and victory on the other. In an instant the Iroquois are gone, and the victory is with the Algonquins. Champlain is their great chief. They rend the air with shouts. Now they will ever be victorious. Champlain rejoices with them. He has bound them to himself forever. Ah, if he could but lift the veil that hides the future, he would see that the flash of his gun there was more than the securing of the friendship of the Algonquins. That there was, in addition, the undying hatred of the Iroquois toward the French. That for a century and a half the Iroquois would never forget that defeat. How strangely things come about. Champlain was laying foundation of empire in Canada, but if he had gone southward from that battlefield 2 days' journey, he would have beheld a vessel from Holland, the Half Moon, commanded by Henry Hudson, through whom the Dutch were to gain a foothold in America. He would have seen the Indians flocking around the Half Moon in their canoes, the chiefs feasting Hudson on baked dog, pigeons, pumpkins, and grapes, filling the vessel with fur in exchange for trinkets. The opening of trade on a river along whose peaceful waters the commerce of an empire is now borne to the sea. It was the beginning of Dutch influence in America, hostile to France and the Pope, antagonistic to the designs of Champlain and the Jesuits. The subsequent enlisting of the Iroquois as their allies, reinforced by the power of undying hatred of the French. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The Wise Fool of England and His Times. How quickly we can learn to hate. If anybody wrongs us, we do not soon forget it. How little do we understand that what we sow, that we shall also reap. We know that if we sow thistles, we shall have a crop of thistles. But it has taken the human race many 100 years to comprehend that if they sow bigotry, they will reap a harvest of the same. When Bloody Mary, as she was called, burnt hundreds of men and women at the stake because they were Protestants, she did not stop to think of what might come of it, that it would set in motion a train of events that would sweep the Roman Catholic Church out of England, that the people would come to regard the Pope as the embodiment of all wickedness. Queen Mary was the daughter of the King of Spain, and that country was the great champion of the Church of Rome. The Spaniards were hard-hearted, treacherous, vindictive. The Jesuits had the consciences of the Spaniards in keeping, teaching them to do any evil that good might come. When Elizabeth was queen, they planned to have her assassinated, and the assassin, Somerville, who was to commit the bloody deed, received the host at their hands before starting for London. They bargained with one of Elizabeth's servants to poison her. When the plots were discovered, the people were so enraged that the Jesuits were banished from England. They conspired with Anthony Babington and other Catholics who were in Elizabeth's household to kill her. When she was out of the way, they hoped to put Mary of Scotland on the throne. The people shuddered with horror when the plot was discovered, and London blazed with bonfires when the conspirators were condemned to death. Spain and the Jesuits were hated more than ever. When Spain fitted out the Great Armada to invade England, the spirit of all the people was aroused. Spain conquer England? Never! Catholics were as loyal as the Protestants. They were all Englishmen. They were so loyal that Elizabeth appointed Lord Howard, a Catholic, as one of her admirals. The Armada sailed up the Channel, 130 vessels, carrying 2,500 cannon, 8,000 sailors, and 20,000 soldiers. The English had only 80 ships, but Sir Francis Drake, Sir John Hawkins, and Martin Frobisher, who had sailed amidst the icebergs of the northern seas, were commanders of Elizabeth's squadrons. They sailed boldly out, cutting off ship after ship from the Armada. "We picked their feathers one by one," said the seamen. Then came a great battle. Lord Howard sent ships adrift piled with hemp, smeared with tar, and all ablaze to burn the ships of the Armada at anchor in the coast of France. A fair wind wafted them upon the Spaniards. What a panic in the Armada! The galleons cutting their cables, hoisting sails, steering anywhere to get away. Drake, Hawkins, Frobisher close in upon them, with the wind in their favor, running out their cannon, pouring in broadsides. Masts and spars go down with a crash. The vessels of the Spaniards are slaughter-pens. 3 great galleons with gaping holes in their sides where the shot had ripped out the timbers go to the bottom. Others are driven ashore, and the waves complete the work of destruction. "We are lost!" cries the faint-hearted, incapable Medina Sidonia, commander of the Armada. He calls his officers together. "What shall we do?" "The wind is in the south, but we can sail around England and Scotland and get back to Spain," said the Spaniard. Only 50 vessels ever reached Spain. One by one they went to the bottom or were dashed upon the ledges of the Orkneys, or lay their bones upon the rocky cliffs of Ireland. 8,000 Spaniards perished between the Giant's Causeway and the south of Ireland. More than 20,000 perished in battle and by shipwreck. In every town and city in England bonfires blazed. The bell-ringers rung out their most joyful peals. Again the Spaniards and Jesuits had been foiled in their plans. On March 24th, 1603, Elizabeth died, and James, son of Mary of Scotland, whom Elizabeth had beheaded, came to the throne. England, Scotland, and Sweden were the only Protestant countries of Europe. All others were Catholic. For Spain had Holland by the throat, and Henry IV of France had abjured the Protestant faith. The Jesuits had not given up the hope of bringing England once more under the authority of the Pope. James was a bigot. He would have no religion except that of the Church of England, and was so hard upon the Catholics that he drove 6,000 out of the country. The Jesuits resolved to strike back and laid a plan which they fondly believed would make England a Roman Catholic nation once more. Parliament was to meet November 5th, 1605. If James, the bishops, lords, and commons could all be got rid of at a stroke, it would be easy for Spain to take possession of the realm, and then Protestantism would be crushed forever. Robert Catesby conceived the plan. The Jesuits fomented it. Priests in disguise visited the Catholic lords, let them into the secret, and obtained their promises to aid. They were to be ready to strike. Arms were sent over from the Netherlands. The Roman Catholic gentlemen were to meet the first week in November. Word was to be given out that they were going to have a grand deer hunt. When Parliament assembled, Guy Fawkes and 4 other villains were to touch off barrels of powder, which they would secrete in the cellar of the building, and there would be an explosion that would shake every house in London. King, ministers, lords, and commons would go sky-high. Before the people could inquire what had happened, the conspirators would seize the king's 2 sons and hurry them across the Channel. A Spanish army would land, and the Protestants would be under the heels of the Pope and Jesuits. Conscience is ever a good angel, warning us whenever we set ourselves to do wrong. The conscience of one of the conspirators troubled him, for one of the members of Parliament, Lord Monteagle, was his friend. It is only the vilest wretch that can deliberately murder a friend. The thought of what he was about to do so troubled the conspirator's conscience that he wrote a letter to Lord Monteagle, warning him not to attend Parliament at its opening. It was afternoon, November 4th, that Lord Monteagle received the letter. It contained a sentence that puzzled him. "Though there be no appearance of any stir, yet I say this Parliament shall receive a terrible blow, and yet they shall not see who hurts them." What was the meaning of it? Lord Monteagle hastened to the king's ministers. "Let us search the cellar of the Parliament House," they said, and the sheriff and his men with drawn swords went down into the cellar, groped through dark passages with lanterns, and discovered Guy Fawkes and 4 other villains placing the barrels of powder and laying the train. The sheriff's men ran their swords through 2 of the conspirators and seized the others. All England held its breath over the astounding revelation. Is it a wonder that the people hated the Pope, the Jesuits, and Spaniards more than ever? "Down with the Jesuits! Hang them! No popery in England!" they cried. Some of the leaders were hung. Some fled to other countries. Many were imprisoned. So intense was the hatred that a Roman Catholic was not safe on the streets. If one appeared, the mob pelted him with stones. They could hold no worship. They could only cherish their belief in silence. The bishops of the Church of England, the ministers of all the parishes, preached bitter sermons against the papists and Jesuits. The ballad writers wrote songs against them, which were sung by the minstrels at all the county fairs, arousing the hatred of the people. Ever as November 5th came round, the boys in London, and in every town and village, made a mock pope, stuffing old clothes with straw, putting a mitre on the head of the image, dragging it through the streets, and pelting it with stones. He who could hit it in the eye was the best fellow. When evening came, they tied it to a stake, piled faggots around it, and danced a savage glee while it was burning. Pope's Day was the jolliest of the year. It was a day on which all England drank the health of the king and shouted, "No popery!" The Jesuits had sowed bigotry, and they were reaping the legitimate fruit. If they were having a hard time in England, the Protestants were having a harder time in France, Holland, and Germany. Bigotry and intolerance alike were regarded as virtues by the Church of Rome and the Church of England. The world was very far from understanding the meaning of Christian charity. We need not wonder if, farther along, we see intolerance taking root in the New World. James was so wise in some things and foolish in others that he was called a wise fool. He believed that men and women, by making a league with the devil, could bewitch people, and wrote a book about witchcraft. Also a book against the smoking of tobacco. He tried to suppress the habit, but smoking increased. Tobacco shops were opened all over London. James believed that he was especially and divinely appointed of God to be king, to rule as he pleased, and that subjects had only to obey. The bishops agreed with him and said that he was inspired by the Holy Ghost. When the king traveled, he was accompanied by a great number of earls, lords, and bishops. Noblemen spent their fortunes in entertaining him. One Sunday he dined with Sir Arthur Lake at Houghton Hall, and this was the bill of fare. First course, pullets, boiled capon, boiled mutton, boiled chicken, boiled duck, roast mutton, roast veal, palates, cold roast heron, custards, roast venison, bird capon, hot pasty of venison, roast turkey, bird veal, roast swan, hot chicken pie, cold rabbits, jiggets of boiled mutton, snipe pie, boiled breast of veal, roast capon, cold tongue pie, boiled sprod, roast pig. Second course, hot pheasant, quails, partridges, poults, roast pigeon, a made dish, turkey pie, hog's cheeks, dried, cold turkey, artichoke pie, chicken, roast curlew, buttered peas, rabbits, ducks, bird chicken, pea tarts, plovers, red deer pie, bird pig, hot roast heron, roast lamb, gammon of bacon, pullets and greens, dried tongue, pheasant tarts, a great deal of meat, and not much besides. After dinner the servants presented a petition to the king requesting permission to engage in sports and games on Sunday afternoon. The king gave them liberty to wrestle, run races, play ball, pitch quoits, throw iron bars. But they were not to set cocks to fighting or worry bulls with dogs on Sundays. On weekdays they might attend cockfights or engage in any other brutal sport. He had a cockpit of his own near the palace, and took great delight in seeing the cocks peck one another to pieces. James took great pleasure in attending the theatres, although many of the plays were very indecent. The theatres were foul places. The king, the ladies and gentlemen of the court, the noblemen occupied the boxes, but down in the pit there was a dirty crowd, sitting on benches that had no backs. Between the acts they guzzled beer, which was drawn from a barrel in the center of the pit. The language of the plays was vile, and interlarded with oaths and ribaldry. There were indecent scenes, but the king, queen, lords, and ladies witnessed them without blushing. Writers record the thoughts of the age in which they live, and the spirit of any period will ever be seen in the literature of the time. Ben Jonson tells us how vile the drama was in the time of James. In dramatic or stage poetry, he says, nothing but ribaldry, profanation, blasphemies, all license of offense toward God and man is pictured. Nothing but filth of mire is uttered. The actors ridiculed the Bible, called Moses a juggler, and maintained that religion was a farce. Many ladies and gentlemen thought it was an accomplishment to use profane language, and if a person did not interlard his conversation with oaths, he was set down as being a Puritan, and subjected to all manner of ridicule. Every stage and every table, wrote Lucy Hutchinson, belched forth profane scoffs upon the Puritans. The drunkards made the songs, and all the fiddlers and musicians learned to abuse them. Shakespeare never ridiculed the honest convictions of men. He wrote nothing against the Puritans, perhaps because his daughter Judith, as is supposed, was a Puritan. Perhaps because he never forgot the Sundays of his boyhood when he walked beneath the stately trees in the churchyard at Stratford, on the green banks of the Avon, and listened to the sermons preached in the old stone church. Either from the sermons or from the Bible he obtained such a comprehension of duty, obligation, conscience, and retribution that when, in after years, he sat down to write, he produced plays which portray vice in its hatefulness and virtue in all its loveliness. James had married Anne of Denmark, and when her father, the King of Denmark, came to make a visit, Ben Jonson, the poet laureate, wrote a dramatic poem which represented the visit of the Queen of Sheba to Solomon. James gave a grand entertainment in his palace to all the ladies and gentlemen of the court, some of whom were selected to perform Jonson's play. Unfortunately, the noble lady who personated the Queen of Sheba had drunk so much wine that when she kneeled before the King of Denmark, who personated Solomon, to present a tray containing a goblet of wine, a dish of custard, a pitcher of cream, and a plate of cakes, she lost her balance and spilt them in his lap. The King of Denmark was in a sorry plight, but the servants came with napkins and wiped him off. He attempted to dance, but was so tipsy that he lost his footing and tumbled upon the floor. 3 ladies, representing faith, hope, and charity, had drunk so much wine that they could not speak their parts. Ben Jonson had prepared a part for Victory, but the wine had gone to her head, and she became crazy for the time being, slapped the lords and ladies in the face with her olive branch of peace, and made so much disturbance that the servants were obliged to put her out of the hall. The people loved games, and on market days in the country towns there was cockfighting, worrying of bulls by dogs, and games in which women and girls took part, running for prizes, or seeing which could make the broadest grin or loudest yawn. Noblemen, courtiers, and many ministers spent much of their time in gambling, with cards and dice in the tobacco shop, for the people were learning to smoke. The Puritans believed that life was not a holiday, but that men were in this world for a grand purpose, that they were accountable to God for every act, that it was the duty of everybody to live soberly and righteously. They brought the power of the world to come to bear upon every thought and act. No person had a right to be idle. A frivolous life was a wasted life. Such ideas were distasteful to the crowd of courtiers who ridiculed the sober-minded men and women who were ever talking of duty and obligation. Thus it came about that society was divided into two classes: the king, nobility, courtiers, bishops, and ministers who had fat livings and who loved their ease, the rich tradesmen, the play actors, those who loved sports on Sunday on one side. On the other were many farmers and peasants, some tradesmen and mechanics, some ministers, not many of the nobility, and very few of the courtiers. Only a small portion of the people were Puritans while James was king, but their numbers increased as the years rolled on, not altogether because people became more religious, but because of the arbitrary acts of James and his son Charles. Political questions made men Puritans. James wanted more money than Parliament was willing to grant, and obtained it by selling titles. If a man wished to be a viscount, he must pay $100,000. If an earl, $150,000. "Why not create a new title and raise more money?" suggested Sir Thomas Shirley. James acted upon the hint and created the title of baronet, and reaped a harvest of $1,000,000. Parliament had granted the king duties on all goods brought into or sent from England at a fixed rate, but James discovered a way to put money in his pockets by increasing the rates. Vessels, for instance, which came from Greece brought cargoes of dried currants, which paid 2 shillings 6 on every 100 pounds. James raised it to 7 shillings 6 without consulting Parliament, and so with everything else, putting all into his own pocket. The judges of the Star Chamber and the bishops of the Court of High Commission did as he desired. The laws said that no man who was accused of a crime should be compelled to testify against himself, but the judges and bishops disregarded it. 2 men were brought before the bishops for not conforming to the ritual, and to answer other charges. "We will not be taken oath to testify against ourselves," they said. The bishops sent them to prison, but they appealed to the judges of another court for the writ of habeas corpus, which means to have the body. That is, the judges of the other court had power to order the sheriff to take the 2 men from prison and bring them before their court of examination, and they could order their release if they pleased, or send them to prison again. Mr. Fuller argued the case before the judges of the King's Bench. "They ought to be released," he said, "because the High Commission has not been empowered by law to fine or imprison, neither to administer oaths." That was a blow at the authority of the bishops, who summoned Fuller to appear before them, and when he refused to take the oath, they threw him into prison and compelled him to pay a fine of $1,000. The judges of the King's Bench did not interfere, and the Star Chamber and High Commission went on with their oppression. Men were put into prison, whipped, branded on the cheek, or had their noses and ears cut off for not conforming to the ritual, or for denying the authority of the bishops. For light offenses, men were subjected to cruel punishments. In every village there was a whipping post, pillory, and stocks. If a woman scolded her husband or neighbors, she was put on the pillory, or whipped or tied to the ducking stool and soused in a pond. If a man spoke disrespectfully of the bishops or king, he was flogged. For stealing or breaking into houses, men were hung. It was a ghastly spectacle that the passengers across London Bridge beheld, skeletons hanging in chains and swinging in the wind. Those who passed beneath the temple gate saw rows of skulls grinning upon them from the parapet. It was believed that unless bodily pain was inflicted, unless offenders were whipped or had their noses cut off, unless they were imprisoned or hung, there would not be a proper administration of justice, and society would not be secure. The laws were brutal because the people were brutal. What we call the spirit of the age is only our own spirit. When criminals were hung, thousands flocked to behold the hanging, and made sport when the sheriff swung them off. The multitude experienced a savage pleasure in seeing Jack Ketch cut off a man's head. The judges had a great deal to say about the majesty of the law. Bishops claimed the right to compel everybody to believe as they believed and worship as they worshipped, and had power to punish by fines, flogging, and imprisonment all who would not obey their commands. Will the people who cross the Atlantic to settle America, who have been subject to persecution, at once become charitable? Change of place cannot change the spirit of an age. Time alone can do it. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Beginning of Two Civilizations. A coach blazing with gold, with white lilies on its panels, the arms of France, rumbled through a narrow street in Paris on the afternoon of July 14th, 1610. In the coach was a gray-haired man with a hooked nose, sharp chin, wrinkled face, and stiff gray mustache. 57 years had passed since his birth in an old stone castle at Pan in the Pyrenees, when his fond grandfather poured wine and garlic down his throat to make him strong. See Story of Liberty. 20 years had gone by since his white plume, waving in the thickest of the fight at Ivry, had won a great victory for the Huguenots. Toleration for them and peace for France, through the Edict of Nantes, that alike protected Catholic and Huguenots. Henry IV, beloved by the people, hated by the Jesuits, was riding alone through the narrow street where the quaint old houses, jutting story over story, shut out the sunlight. 2 carts blocked the way, and the coach came to a standstill. A stout man with red whiskers, deep-set, wolfish eyes, the Jesuit Ravaillac, wearing a cloak, stepped up to the window. A dagger gleamed in the air, and then was buried to the handle in the heart of the king. A gasp, a gurgling in the throat, a sinking of the body upon the cushions, and all was over. He was gone. Gone also the peace of Europe, the tranquillity of France, the hope of the Huguenots. But there is rejoicing in convents and nunneries, for no more will the Jesuits be thwarted in their plans by Henry IV. Marie de Medici, pliant, unprincipled, wicked, regent for her little son till he shall become king, will be a supple tool in their hands. Whatever they ask she will grant, and they will train the son to follow in the footsteps of the mother. What glorious news! The red men of America all becoming Christians. Young Baincourt, son of Baron Pontrecourt, brings the intelligence. 4 years had passed since the abandonment of Port Royal by Sieur de Monts, who, having lost much money, sold his rights in Acadia to Baron Pontrecourt, who hastened across the sea to take possession of his purchase. There was rejoicing in the wigwams of the Indians when his vessel dropped anchor in Port Royal. The houses and the furniture remained just as Sieur de Monts had left them. Membertou, the Indian chief, who was very old, welcomed his friends the French once more. "I have served the devil all my life, and now I want to be good," he said. Possibly he remembered the dinners he had eaten in the great hall with Sieur de Monts, and would like to partake of other feasts. "I would like to accept the white man's God, and my squaws and children will also accept him." On the day of St. John the Baptist, there was an imposing scene at Port Royal. Baron Pontrecourt and other gentlemen of the expedition, wearing glittering breastplates and plumed hats, guarded by soldiers, keeping step to the drumbeat, marching in procession, escorted the Jesuit priests from the little log church to the seashore. The sailors and colonists gathered in groups around, greatly interested in all that was going on. Also the dusky warriors who had come to see their old chief and his wives become Christians. Membertou and his family kneeled upon the pebbled beach. The priest sprinkled them with holy water. A Te Deum was sung. The cannon thundered on ship and shore. "Henceforth you will be called Henri," said the priest to Membertou, naming him for the King of France. "I give you the name of Marie," said the priest to wife number 1, bestowing upon her the name of Marie de Medici. Another thundering of cannon, and the old chief and all his family were Christians. Indians far away heard that Membertou had accepted the Frenchman's religion and hastened to Port Royal to be baptized. "Would they have such good dinners in the next world as you give here?" they asked. Captain John Smith the while was exploring Chesapeake Bay, traveling in an open boat 3,000 miles up the eastern and down the western shore, and up the Potomac, till stopped by the falls above Washington. We may believe that the thought never came upon him that upon the northern bank would one day stand the capital of a great republic. Several hundred new colonists arrived at Jamestown, sent out by the London Company. A historian of Virginia was given the description of the newcomers. They were gentlemen reduced to poverty by gaming and extravagance, too proud to beg, too lazy to dig, broken tradesmen with some stigma of fraud yet clinging to their names, fortune hunters who had expended in their mother country the last shred of honest reputation they had ever held, rakes consumed by desires and shattered by the service of impurity, libertines whose end of sin was yet to run, and unruly sparks packed off by their friends to escape worse destinies at home. Do men gather grapes or thorns or figs of thistles? The greatest of all teachers put this question 1,800 years ago, and history has always confirmed his answer. States are not built of such material. The merchants of London had not grasped the idea that industry, thrift, economy, virtue, intelligence, integrity, and character are needed to make a prosperous community, that what does not help hinders, that the idlers and vagabonds could pull down faster than they could build up. They repeated Sir John Popham's mistake. All was confusion at Jamestown. The newcomers ate up the provisions of the colonists. They were lazy. "We did not come here to work," they said. "Then you shall not eat," said Captain John Smith, and ruled them with a determination that soon brought order out of confusion. But when he sailed for England, the vagabonds had things their own way. They robbed the Indians, and the Indians, in revenge, split open the skulls of the robbers. Famine came. 30 of the scapegraces seized one of the vessels in the river and turned pirates. The Indians became more bold, cutting off all stragglers. In 6 months after Captain Smith's departure, the settlers dwindled from 490 to 60, and they were eating their last provisions when Sir Thomas Gates arrived from the West Indies. What a scene was that which he beheld! A few haggard, starving wretches on the verge of despair. Sir Thomas had suffered shipwreck in the Bermudas, but had built 2 small vessels there, and had reached Jamestown with very little food to give to the starving colonists. "We must abandon the settlement, make our way to Newfoundland, and join the fishermen," said Sir Thomas. "We will burn the cursed place," shouted the colonists, ready to set the houses on fire, but Sir Thomas prevented them from carrying out their plan. They sailed down the James, but their hearts were made glad at meeting Lord Delaware in a ship bringing supplies and emigrants. With fresh courage they went back to begin once more the foundations of an empire. Lord Delaware was appointed governor. He ruled mildly but firmly. The new colonists were more industrious. Early in the morning they all gathered in the little church while prayers were read, and made their devotions more pleasant by keeping the building adorned with flowers. After prayers they had breakfast, and then worked from 6 till 10. They rested while the sun was hottest, but labored from 2 till 4 in the afternoon. "He that tilleth the land shall be satisfied with bread." Solomon said it 3,000 years ago, and the colonists quickly proved its truth. The harvest was bountiful, and there were abundant supplies. Lord Delaware returned to England, and Sir Thomas Dale succeeded him as governor. A code of laws printed in England was set out. The governor had all power and could inflict severe punishment. If a colonist used an oath against the king, he was to be put to death. The poets, who a few years before had written plays picturing the richness and attractiveness of Virginia, now held the country and settlers up to ridicule, which so grieved Reverend Mr. Crashaw that he wrote this prayer for the use of the settlers, and which was printed with the laws. Whereas we have, by undertaking this plantation, undergone a reproof of a base world, insomuch as many of our own brethren laugh us to scorn, O Lord, we pray thee fortify us against this temptation. Let Sanballat and Tobias, papists and players, and other such Amorites and Horonites, the scum and dregs of the earth, let them mock such as help to build up the walls of Jerusalem. They that be filthy, let them be filthy still. In 1611, 300 men and 100 cattle were sent to Virginia. Part of the emigrants sailed at Hampton, and part up the river beyond Jamestown. The laws were made more severe. If a man stayed away from church on Sunday, he was to suffer the loss of a week's provision. For a second offense, he was to be whipped, and for staying away 3 times, he was to be put to death. If he refused to tell the minister what he believed in regard to religion, he was to be whipped till he complied. If a washerwoman stole a piece of linen, she was to be tied to the whipping post and flogged. If the baker did not put a given amount of flour into his loaves, he was to have his ears cut off. The company held everything in their own hands, and there was no incentive to labor, no hope of reward. A new policy was inaugurated by the governor, the giving of a few acres of land to each settler for an orchard and garden. The land was taken from the Indians, no regard being paid to their rights, nor anything given in return, and the settlers helped themselves to corn which the Indians had raised. The company in London wanted money, and as no revenue had been received from the colony, the king gave a new charter, with the privilege of their setting up a lottery. They advertised great prizes, but when the drawing took place, the people who had purchased tickets found that there were 60,000 blanks to one prize. It was a dreary winter, that of 1612. To the Jesuit fathers and the few Frenchmen in the little settlement on the eastern shore of the Bay of Fundy, they had little to eat, and could give no such feast to the Indians as De Monts had spread for them 7 years before. Father Baird was studying the Indian language, giving them bits of bread to induce them to talk. The Indians made game of him. "What are the Indian words for faith, hope, charity, sacrament, baptism?" asked the priest. The unsuspecting father wrote down in all soberness the low, scurrilous, and indecent words which they gave. He made a catechism, but was greatly perplexed at the laughter of the savages when he came to use it. In midwinter, when their provisions were running low, a vessel from France arrived, bringing information that Baron Pontrincourt had lost much money, and was obliged to sell his rights in Acadia to Madame de Guercheville, a rich and noble lady, deeply religious, who was ready to employ her wealth in converting the Indians to the Catholic faith. The Jesuits told her of the glory and honor that would await her in the next world if she would be the means of saving the souls of the Indians. Her zeal was fired for the Church. In grand old cathedrals, amidst the pomp and gorgeous ceremony of the Church, women weary of the world were bidding good-bye to its frivolity, taking the veil, consecrating themselves to lives of penance and self-denial that they might win heaven. Madame de Guercheville planned to send a company of nuns and Jesuit fathers to carry on the work already begun. She infused a little of her own spirit into the indolent, frivolous, voluptuous crowd that swarmed around the boy-king Louis XIII, so that they opened their purses and contributed liberally to her enterprise. The Jesuits laid far-reaching plans, persuading Madame de Guercheville to ask Louis to give her all the country between the St. Lawrence and Florida. What was the wilderness on the other side of the sea to a boy? What did he know or care about it? Nothing. He granted all that Madame de Guercheville asked, giving her the whole of America north of the territory claimed by Spain, including Virginia. The Jesuits were delighted. The continent was theirs. Not quite. There were other forces at work and other wills and plans beside theirs. Time would reveal them. Along the towering cliffs of Mount Desert, into the peaceful waters of Somme Sound, sailed a ship from Honfleur. It was the month of May, and the forest was robed in green, and the air fragrant with the odors of spring. The vessel was owned by Madame de Guercheville and commanded by an officer of the court of Louis XII, de Salis. The vessel had touched at Port Royal and taken on board Father Baird and other Jesuits. Madame de Guercheville had sent out a company of colonists, who, with the priests, were to establish missions to convert the Indians. A signal fire was blazing on the beach, kindled by the Indians, and Father Baird hastened to the shore. The Indians knew him, for they had been to Port Royal and eaten good dinners at the hall. "Our chief is sick, and will die, and live in hell forever if he is not baptized," they said. The priests hastened to see the chief, and found that he had only a bad cold, and was in no danger of dying. But he saw what a beautiful place it was, a green and grassy slope descending to the sea, a delightful harbor protected from the ocean's waves. The colonists went on shore. The priests set up the cross, and Mass was said. The 4 white tents which Madame de Guercheville had sent were pitched on the verdant slope, and the boxes, bales, and chests of goods unloaded. What vessel was sailing into the harbor with a red flag and the cross of St. George at the masthead, and 16 cannon protruding from the portholes, and 60 men on her deck? It was a ship commanded by Samuel Argall, who was roving the sea, trading to the West Indies and fishing near Virginia. He had been to Jamestown, had coasted northward to the Isle of Shoals, from thence had sailed into Penobscot Bay. Indians came out in their canoes and climbed on board. "Normans," they said, pointing eastward. Captain Argall understood by their signs and words that the French were in that direction and sailed for Mount Desert. Frenchmen making a settlement on English territory. He would see about that. He descried the vessel sent out by Madame de Guercheville at anchor, and the white tents on the beach. Salis was on shore, but Lieutenant Lamotte and the Jesuit priest de Thet were on shipboard. "Who are you, and what do you want?" shouted de Lamotte. A roar from all his cannon was Argall's answer. "Fire! Fire!" shouted de Thet. He touched off a cannon, and the next moment was lying wounded on the deck, knocked down by a ball. Over the railing climbed the English, capturing the vessel. Saucier and those on shore fled to the woods, while Argall landed and searched the chests and boxes, putting into his pocket the commission which the king had given Saucier. To remain in the woods was to die of starvation, and the Frenchmen gave themselves up as prisoners. "King James owns this country," said Argall. "I have authority from the King of France to make a settlement here." "I would like to see it, if you please." Saucier searched his trunk, but he could not find it. "You are a robber and deserve to be hung. I shall take possession of your property," said Argall. He set some of the captives adrift in a boat to find their way to the French fishermen in Newfoundland, and took the remainder to Virginia. "I will hang the rascals," said Sir Thomas Dale, but as France and England were at peace he did not quite dare to. But he made short work of the colony of Port Royal by sending Argall to stamp it out. A few days later, charred brands and heaps of ashes alone marked the site of the great hall. In Biencourt, the governor and the colonists were wanderers in the wilderness, living through the winter in wigwams on roots and the bark and buds of trees, and clams from the seashore, and such morsels as they could get from the Indians. So a rover of the sea, acting on his own responsibility, upset all the plans of the Jesuits. They must begin again. It was the first conflict in the great struggle on the American continent between the two systems of civilization. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. How Beaver-skins and Tobacco Helped on Civilization. On April 14th, 1614, 2 vessels, one commanded by Captain John Smith and the other by Captain Hunt, dropped anchor off the island of Monaghan on the coast of Maine. They had been sent by the London Company to explore the coast. Captain Smith set some of the men to work building a boat, and while they were sawing out the planks, he sailed with 8 men eastward to the Bay of Penobscot, exploring the islands and harbor. Then, steering west, he sailed past Whalesback Island and entered the beautiful Piscataqua, and saw the bank from which Martin Pring had picked strawberries. 7 miles off the shore he saw a group of islands, mostly barren ledges and high cliffs with rocky reefs, on which the waves were breaking, and named them the Isles of Shoals. One of the group bears the name of Smutty Nose, another Star Island, on which a monument has been erected in honor of the intrepid man who did so much to make the country known to the people of England, and who did more than all the others to build up the settlement at Jamestown. From the Isles of Shoals, Captain Smith steered south to Cape Ann and into Massachusetts Bay. Cruising among the islands, he entered a river which he named Charles in honor of King James's second son. He found 2 vessels from France at anchor in the bay, the crews trading with the Indians. We are to remember that France claimed all the country, through Cartier's and Vezerani's discoveries, and that the boy King of France has given it to Madame de Courcheville. Leaving the French ships, Captain Smith and Captain Hunt sailed along the coast, past the ledges of Cohasset, to Cape Cod, where they parted company, Smith returning to Monaghan, and from there to England, where he made a map of the coast, which he presented to Prince Charles. Captain Hunt enticed some of the Indians on board his ship and carried them to England to sell into slavery. If Captain Smith, instead of returning to England, had kept on around Cape Cod to the Hudson River, he would have found Adrian Block of Holland hard at work building a little vessel on the island of Manhattan. He had been trading with the Indians, buying furs for the hat-makers of Amsterdam, and had nearly filled up his ship with beaver-skins when it took fire and was burnt. Captain Block was not a man to sit down and wring his hands over his loss, but built a log house for his crew, and set them to work with such tools as they had to construct another vessel, and soon had it ready for sea. It was only 16 tons burden. He called it the Onrust, or Restless. Although so small, the Dutchman set sail, hoping to fall in with some larger vessel in which he could make his way to Holland. The tide swept the little bark through the surging waters of Hellgate, and the south wind wafted it to Connecticut River, the first white sail ever seen by the Pequot Indians, who gazed upon it from the hills along the shore. Captain Block steered for the island that bears his name, and from thence eastward, past Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard, around Cape Cod to Nanhut. A sail! How the hearts of the men on board the Onrust were gladdened at the sight of that white speck upon the horizon off Cape Ann! How joyful to meet Hendrik Christiansen! He was from Amsterdam, on his way to the Hudson to buy furs. They exchanged vessels, Christiansen going westward and Block striking boldly across the Atlantic. In the city of Hague, or the Hedge, in Holland, is the grand old Binnenhof, a building in which the government of Holland in old times held its meetings. In one of the rooms on October 11th, 1614, sat John of Barneveld, the founder of the Dutch Republic. He was 68 years old. His hair and beard were white. He had large features, high cheekbones, a sharp nose, broad forehead, firmly set lips, and mild blue eyes. He wore a velvet robe trimmed with sable and starched white ruff. Around him were the members of the Council of State in velvet robes and white ruff, men of influence, wealthy burghers of the Republic. A door opened, and Adrian Block, with the merchants from Amsterdam, entered. "I have a map of a part of the New World that I have visited to present to you," said Captain Block, and he spread upon the table a map showing Hudson River, Long Island, the Connecticut River, Block Island, Narragansett Bay, and all the shore along which he had sailed. Barneveld and those with him followed his finger as he pointed out the location and spoke of the trade that might be opened in America with the Indians. By and by that region may be of great political importance to the Dutch Republic, said Barneveld, and the men around him assented. We are here to obtain a special license to open trade in those regions, said the merchants. The council granted the request and drew up a paper in which the country, nameless before, was called New Netherlands. The merchants were to have the sole privilege of trade with the Indians between Newfoundland and Virginia. Hendrik Christensen sailed up the Hudson River and on an island just below Albany built a log house, surrounding it with a palisade, digging a moat, mounting 2 cannon and 11 small guns on swivels, and naming it Fort Nassau. He made friends of the Indians and filled his vessel with beaver-skins. Hendrik Christensen did not know, while he was building the fort, that out in the forest toward the setting sun a battle was raging, which in its results would be far more effective than his cannon in preserving peace with the Indians. Before seeing the battle, we must go back a little. About 200 years before John and Sebastian Cabot discovered America, a young man in the town of Assisi in France became wild on the subject of religion. He had strange dreams and heard supernatural voices. He took a vow to be a beggar all his life, thinking with all other monks and friars that to be dirty, wear rags, and go barefoot was a sign of humility. To show that he renounced the world, he stripped off all his clothes, wearing only a mantle around his loins. The people flocked in crowds to his preaching. He was so much a fanatic that he went out into the fields and preached to the ducks and geese, doves and sparrows. He took the name of St. Francis, and though he called himself a saint, he robbed his father to obtain money to build a church, declaring that, as the object was good, the action was right. Other men went wild with religion, and to show their humility became dirty and wore rags, and instead of working, begged their living. They went on missions and spread themselves over all the world. In May 1615, Samuel Champlain, with 4 priests of the Order of St. Francis, Denis Jamet, Dean Dolbein, Joseph Le Caron, and Pacific du Plessis, landed at Quebec. The settlers came out and kneeled as they stepped on shore, while the cannon of the ship and fort thundered salute. They had come to convert the Indians. Jean Dolbein went down the north shore of the St. Lawrence to tell the Indians of that region about Christianity. He slept in their wigwams, which were so full of smoke that he came near losing his sight and returned to Quebec. Joseph Le Caron was to go to the Hurons around the upper lakes. Samuel Champlain had a great plan. He wanted the Indians converted, but he desired also to build up a great empire in America. He was a statesman, and saw that if he could establish his influence over the various tribes, the vast region could be brought under the dominion of France. Spain had already acquired Mexico, Florida, and South America, and if he could make his influence supreme, he could in time drive out a few English of Virginia and save by far the largest portion of North America for France. Grand and magnificent the ideal. There was a great gathering of tribes at Montreal to fight the Iroquois. The gun fired by Champlain at Ticonderoga had not ceased to reverberate. The defeat of the Iroquois in that battle had stirred them to fresh endeavors, and every year they had carried home many scalps from Canada. The Indians welcomed Champlain. "We go to fight our enemies. If our father will go with us, we will beat them," they said. There were 2,500 warriors. It was a great opportunity. By going with them and fighting their battles, Champlain would make his influence supreme. He accepted their invitation and joined them, with 12 soldiers. The route was up the Ottawa River to Lake Huron, then south through a chain of small lakes to Lake Ontario. They secreted their canoes on the southern shore of the lake, and then marched south to Lake Oneida, capturing 7 Iroquois men and 4 women. The Hurons held a great dance and then put their prisoners to death. It was on October 10th when the Hurons reached one of their Iroquois towns on the shore of the lake not far from Syracuse. The Iroquois had built a palisade 30 feet high around it. They came out to fight, but were greatly astonished when they heard the sound of guns, and when the bullets struck them down, they fled inside the palisade. Champlain set the Indians at work building a tower, and in a short time they had one so high that from the top of it he and his companions could pick off the Iroquois, who fought bravely and wounded Champlain with an arrow. "Set the palisade on fire!" he shouted. The Hurons built a fire, but the Iroquois dashed water upon the flames. All the while both sides kept up a terrible war whoop. Champlain tried to direct the Hurons, but they would not hear him, and were finally compelled to retreat, with several killed and wounded. While this was going on, Hendrik Christensen was trading with the Mohawk Indians. The other Iroquois heard of it and hastened to make friends with the Dutch, that they might obtain weapons that would spit fire and kill their enemies. They met the Dutch beneath a great tree. The Iroquois chief held one end of the belt of peace and the Dutch the other, and so they agreed to be friends. They buried a hatchet, and the Dutch said they would build a church upon the spot that it might never be dug up. This agreement never was broken, and the Iroquois became the allies of the settlers of New York in all the conflicts with the French and Indians until the English became masters of Canada 143 years later. Captain Argall became governor of Virginia in 1618 and issued hard laws. He had one price for goods. The settlers might sell tobacco for 3 shillings a pound, but if they charged more or took less, they were to be sold into slavery for 3 years. No man could hunt a deer without permission from the governor. Any person staying away from church on Sunday or on holy days was to be tied neck and heels overnight, and be a slave for a week. For the second offense he was to be enslaved for a month, the third a year. Many of the settlers were little better than slaves. Men who were in debt in England were sold by their creditors. Although so many of the settlers were scapegraces and vagabonds, King James thought there was room for more, and sent over 100 thieves and robbers. He appointed Sir George Yeardley governor, who found things in a sorry condition upon his arrival. The houses in Jamestown were tumbling to the ground. In Richmond there were only 3 dwellings, and a church that was little better than a hovel. There were only 3 ministers in the colony, and only one of them had authority from the bishop to preach. The settlers were ground down by the cruel laws. Men were flogged and had their ears cut off for very slight offenses. Sir George Yeardley was humane, and informed the people that they should be governed by the laws of England. The company of planters had all power and the people none. He proclaimed that the people should have a voice in government, that there should be a general assembly of delegates or burgesses from each borough, who were to be elected by the inhabitants, and the burgesses were to make all needful laws. They assembled at James City. John Poree was chosen speaker. A prayer was read, and the first legislature that ever assembled in the New World was ready to proceed to business. The burgesses accepted the privileges which Governor Yeardley had given them as their great charter. The Church of England was established as the Church of the Colony, and the ministers were to receive the value of £200 a year to be paid in tobacco. Laws were passed against idleness, drunkenness, and gambling. If people wore costly clothes, they were to be taxed for them. Everybody was required to attend church twice every Sunday, and everybody who owned a gun was to carry it, to be ready to fight if attacked by the Indians. The price of first quality tobacco was fixed at 3 shillings per pound, second quality half price. It was the beginning of a new state of affairs. The settlers took heart and built good houses. Virginia was their home. There were only about 600 inhabitants, but now that the cruel laws were repealed and the rights of the people recognized, there were thousands in England ready to emigrate. In 12 months, 1,261 persons crossed the Atlantic to find new homes on the banks of the James. Sir Edwin Sandys and the Earl of Southampton were members of the London Company. They were large-hearted men, and through their influence the company granted a written constitution to the settlers. The company were to appoint the governor and his council, while the people were to elect the burgesses. There had been so many wars, and so many men had been killed in battles, that there were far more women than men in England. There were very few women in Virginia, and in order to supply the settlers with wives, the company sent out a shipload of girls who were ready to emigrate for the sake of getting husbands. There were 90 of them. The company paid the cost of their going, but each settler must pay 120 pounds of tobacco for the girl whom he might select. The tobacco was reckoned at 3 shillings a pound, so they must pay 360 shillings for a wife, which they were ready to do, and in a very short time every girl was provided with a husband. Wives were in such demand that 60 more girls were sent out, and the price raised to 150 pounds of tobacco. While the settlers were purchasing their wives, a Dutch ship sailed up the James with 16 negroes on board, which were purchased as slaves by the tobacco raisers of Jamestown. It was the beginning of African slavery in America. As things were constituted in this world, the innocent suffer for the guilty. In Virginia, some of the settlers were hard-working, industrious, and thrifty, doing what they could to build up the colony, but many others were indolent, shiftless, and vicious. Instead of working for a livelihood, they stole the corn which the Indians had raised. No one likes to be plundered. In civilized society, robbers are put into prison, but the Indian knows nothing of courts of law or jails. The tomahawk is his administrator of justice. The Indians laid a plan to fall upon the settlements along the James, and at a blow finish the white men who were taking their land, stealing their corn, and driving the game out of the country. What a scene the sun rose upon on the 22nd of March, 1622. 347 massacred, and the colonists fleeing to Jamestown, pursued by the bloodthirsty savages. The Indians were brave to strike blows, but fled like cowards when the bullets began to whistle about their ears. The total number of emigrants had been nearly 4,000. Some had gone back to England, but there were still 2,500 people. A ship carried the news to England. There was great consternation. The city of London and gentlemen of fortune contributed money to purchase arms to send to the colonists. "You must roast out the savages," was their message. There were brave men in Virginia who had no thought of sitting down and wringing their hands. George Sandys, Governor Yeardley, and Captain Madigan enlisted men and marched into the Indian country, burning their wigwams, driving them from their hunting grounds, and giving them little rest. Notwithstanding this, the colony languished. The shares of the company were worthless. The members were at loggerheads with each other and with the king. They had fierce discussions in their meetings. James had made concessions in the charter, for he saw that it gave the colonists some rights which he wished to recover. He wanted to be an absolute monarch, and ordered the judges of the court to take measures to revoke the charter. Under such a state of affairs, the colony came to a standstill. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The Pilgrims. In England, Holland, France, and Germany there was a great difference of opinion in matters of religion. Men everywhere were thinking for themselves instead of accepting the opinion of pope, bishop, or priest. In England, the people were nearly all Protestants. In France, the majority were Catholics. In Holland, they were nearly equally divided. In England, the Protestants would not tolerate anybody who did not accept the church which Henry VIII had set up. In France, the Catholics were ever ready to persecute the Protestants. In Holland, men could be Catholic or Protestant as they pleased. So it came about that the men and women of Scrooby, when persecuted for separating themselves from the Church of England and meeting in William Brewster's house on Sunday for worship, fled to Holland, as the place where they could think and act for themselves. They settled at Leyden, working hard to keep the wolf from the door. They were industrious and so honest, minding their own business, that the Dutch treated them with great respect. Instead of frequenting the beer houses and taking part in the Dutch revelries, they remained quietly at home when their day's work was done, and instead of carousing on Sundays, they met in the house of John Robinson for worship. They used no prayer book, nor had they any particular form of worship. They organized themselves into a church with Christ as their head. All were equal. They elected their deacons, who were to be their servants. It was a church in which the rights of every person was respected. They believed that Christ and the apostles organized just such churches, that a bishop, instead of having any authority to rule them, should only be their minister or servant, that they had authority from Christ to rule themselves. Ruling themselves. Let us not forget that. When men rule themselves, there will be the largest freedom. They will respect the rights of their fellow men, for only by so doing can they have their own rights. Through all the centuries, presbyters, priests, bishops, and popes had ruled in religious matters, but these men of Scrooby rejected all such authority, and made their declaration to the world: the people alone have the right to rule. 10 years passed. No one molested them in their religious opinions, none disturbed their worship, but Holland was divided into 2 great political parties, Prince Maurice being at the head of one, and John of Barneveld, before whom Captain Block laid his map of the Hudson River, and of the coast along which he sailed on the Onrust, was at the head of the other. James of England, Louis of France, and Philip of Spain, all were interfering in the affairs of Holland. Civil war broke out, armies were on the march, and the whole country was disturbed. It was a terrible scene which the people at The Hague beheld at sunrise on May 13, 1619. John of Barneveld, 72 years old, kneeling on a wooden scaffold in front of the Binnenhof. All the morning the drums had been beating, the trumpets sounding, the soldiers marching. A great crowd had gathered. The old man drew the black cap over his white locks and kneeled with his face toward his own house, a little distance away. One blow, and the head of the true-hearted patriot rolled upon the planks, and the crowd, scrambling upon the scaffold, dipped their handkerchiefs in his blood to keep as souvenirs of his death. So Holland's great statesman died, at the hands of those who hated him because he was so great. He had done grand things for his country, but intrigue, political faction, and jealousy could not be content till he was in his grave. The men who had fled from Scrooby to find a home in Holland loved peace. They stood aloof from the wrangling. Their true-hearted pastor, John Robinson, taught them to love all men. They could find no comfort amid such scenes. What should they do? The question confronted them. They could not go back to England without conforming to the ritual of the Church. That they would not do. Why not emigrate to America? But how could they get there? They were poor. William Brewster was trying to earn a living by working in a printing office. One laid bricks, another was a carpenter, one was a blacksmith, another a tailor. They learned that there were men in England ready to help them. The Plymouth Company of Merchants, who had obtained the grant of land between Long Island and Nova Scotia, wanted the country settled. They were anxious to obtain furs, and, as they were ready to venture their money, were called adventurers. One of the number was Thomas Weston of London, who heard that the Pilgrims were ready to go to America, and went to Holland to see them. "I will help you. I will lend you money and obtain ships," he said, thinking the while how good a bargain he might make. A plan was agreed upon. The adventurers were ready to supply money and ships. The Pilgrims were to go as planters. The Pilgrims formed themselves into a company, fixing the shares of stock at $50. Every settler 16 years old was to be equal to 1 share. Every man who furnished an outfit worth $50 was to have an additional share. The children between 10 and 16 years of age were to be counted as half a share. All the settlers bound themselves to work together for 7 years, their labor to go into a common fund, and all to be supported from it. At the end of that period, the property was to be divided according to the shares. For 7 years they were to put all their hardships, dangers, and work on an equality with money advanced by the merchants, who would thus be enabled to speculate on their toil. The conditions were hard, yet, for the sake of bringing up their children in the principles that were dearer than all things else, they would accept them. On the 22nd day of July, 1620, the Pilgrims met for the last time at the house of John Robinson in Leyden, to spend the morning in prayer and to hear the parting words of their beloved pastor. After the sermon they ate together and sang a psalm. Their ship, the Speedwell, was lying at Delfshaven, 14 miles from Leyden, whither they went accompanied by their pastor and friends, and where they spent the night. Morning came, the wind was fair, and the captain in haste to be gone. They kneeled upon the deck, the minister offering a parting prayer. The farewells were spoken, the vessel swung from her moorings, the sails caught the breeze and swept them out upon the ocean, and across the channel to Southampton, where the Mayflower was waiting. They passed the frowning towers of Briel, the hook of Holland's shelf of sand, and grated soon with lifting keel the sullen shore of fatherland. How hard it is to tear things up by the roots, to leave home, friends, things we love, around which our affections are entwined. It was not a hard thing for the scapegraces of London to cross the Atlantic in search of adventure in Virginia. They pulled nothing up by the roots. They had no roots. Gamblers, spendthrifts, vagabonds who do nothing for the world, who give nothing to society, can never have any roots. The Pilgrims were exiles. England was no longer their home, but their friends were still living in the dear old land. While they were in Holland, they could hear from them often. But now they were going far away to make their homes in the wilderness. Never more would they gaze upon the green fields or meet face to face with those most dear. But in obedience to their convictions of what was true, just, and right, of what they owed to God rather than man, calmly and unflinchingly they could pull all up and make their homes in the wilderness. Thomas Weston was at Southampton. He was a grasping, avaricious man, and wanted to change the agreement, making it still harder for the Pilgrims. But they would not change, whereupon he refused to pay £100, which, according to the agreement, he ought to pay. "I'll let you stand on your own legs," he said, and left them. The Pilgrims would not leave England with a debt hanging over them, and to pay it sold 80 firkins of butter, resolving to do without butter on their bread rather than to be beholden to Weston or in debt to any man. They were men who loved order. They knew it was necessary to have someone in authority on shipboard. They cast their votes for a governor, electing John Carver. Let us not forget that they elected him. He was not appointed by the king, but chosen. It was the beginning of a new order of things. The ship sailed from Southampton, but almost before they were out of the harbor, the Speedwell was found to be leaking, and they put into Dartmouth for repairs. 2 weeks passed, and they sailed again, but the captain of the Speedwell declared that the vessel was not seaworthy, and they put into Plymouth. Some of the Pilgrims were discouraged, but others were not. They had no money to obtain another vessel, and all who were anxious to go crowded into the Mayflower, 100 in all. Again, on the 16th of September, they bade farewell to friends, to the land that gave them birth, from which they had been exiled. No home for them, too well they knew, the mitred king behind the throne. The sails were set, the pennon flew, and westward ho, for worlds unknown. On the 21st of November, 1620, the Mayflower dropped anchor in the calm waters of Provincetown Harbor, Cape Cod. While on the voyage, Mrs. White gave birth to a babe, whom they named Peregrine. Among the men sent out by the merchants was John Billington. He was not one of the Pilgrims, but a servant, who gave out word that he should do as he pleased when he reached land, that no one should have any authority over him, for John Carver had no commission, nor had the Pilgrims any charter from the king. The Pilgrims had ruled themselves as a church, but had been subject to the laws of Holland. They saw that they must organize themselves into a state, make their own laws, and execute them. They met in the cabin of the Mayflower, signed their names to a paper organizing as a body politic, agreeing to obey the laws which they might make and the governor whom they might elect. The world never before had seen such a paper. It was a constitution formed by the people, the beginning of popular government. It was Saturday, and the women went on shore, kindled fires, and washed their clothes. That night they returned on shipboard, and on Sunday prayed and sung as they had done through the voyage. During the following week, Captain Miles Standish and 16 men marched along the shores and came upon some Indians, who quickly fled. They found some corn, which they took, intending to pay the Indians if they ever saw them. On the 16th of December, Captain Standish and a party with Thomas Clark, the mate of the vessel, started in a boat to find a suitable place to make a settlement, camping at night on shore. While they were cooking their breakfast the next morning, they heard a strange cry, and arrows fell around them, but a volley from the muskets of the Pilgrims put the Indians to flight. They came near to losing their lives in a cold storm, but landed, kindled a fire, and saved themselves from freezing. In the morning they discovered that they were on an island, which they named Clark's Island for the mate. The next day was Sunday, but they regarded it as holy and remained where they were. On Monday they pulled into the mainland, climbed a high hill, and beheld a charming prospect. Under the brow of the hill was a brook and a spring of fresh water. It was so delightful that they decided to recommend it to those on the ship as the place for the building of their town. They returned to the vessel, and on Sunday William Brewster, whom they had chosen to be their minister, preached his last sermon on shipboard. The next morning the Mayflower sailed across the bay and came to anchor. The men went on shore and examined the place once more, and, after praying God to direct them wisely, took a vote as to where they should build their houses. It was the first town meeting ever held in America. The majority decided affairs, and the new state, the new order of things, self-government, had begun. On the morning of the 22nd, the longboat of the ship, filled with men, women, and children, glided over the still waters to a rock that made a convenient landing. They stepped from the boat upon the rock, and the new state was in possession of its future home. There were no idlers in the party. All hands knew how to work, and labor was a duty which they owed to one another and to God. They cut down the trees, split them into planks, and built a house for the storing of their goods, making the roof flat and mounting their cannon upon it. They laid out a street at the foot of the hill and built their houses, covering them with thatch, for they had not learned to peel the bark from the oak trees or split the pines into shingles. Death came. Gregory Priest was the first to be laid beneath the earth, January 1st, 1621. On Sunday, January 14th, the thatch on their common house, in which was stored all their goods, caught fire, and they had hard work to put it out. If it had been consumed, quite likely they would have been compelled to return to England, or else would have perished. On the 29th of January, a great grief came to Captain Standish. His beautiful young wife, Rose, had been fading day by day. The hardships were too great for her. Possibly she pined for the green fields and pleasant home far away. She had never been in Holland, but joined the Pilgrims at Southampton. But heaven was nearer than her old home. With tearful eyes and swelling hearts they carried her to the burying place upon the hill, and made this entry in their journal, mournful in its briefness: January 29, died Rose, wife of Captain Standish. The Pilgrims were greatly surprised one day at seeing an Indian march boldly into their settlement and hear him say, "Welcome, Englishmen." His name was Samoset. He had been to Pemaquid, to Sir Fernando Gorges's colony. The Pilgrims treated him kindly, and he soon brought another Indian, Squanto, who had been kidnapped by the villain Hunt. He had been in London and could speak English. Samoset informed them that 4 years before a terrible disease had destroyed nearly all the Indians in that region. Massasoit, the chief of the Indians, came with 60 warriors. Governor Carver sent Edward Winslow to meet him and assure him of the friendship of the Pilgrims. Captain Standish, with 6 men carrying their guns, escorted the chief into one of the houses and spread out a yellow rug and cushion for a seat. The governor came in state, the drummer beating his drum, the trumpeter blowing a trumpet, attended by all the soldiers with their muskets. The governor and chief kissed each other's hands. Then they ate and drank together and agreed to be friends forever. Massasoit never broke his pledge, neither did the Pilgrims violate theirs, but so long as he lived they were true friends. Spring came with its smiling sun, but out of the 101 who had landed in December, 46 were at rest beneath the ground on Burial Hill, with the earth smoothed over them that the Indians might not count the graves and discover how many had died. They had drooped, one by one, through the hardships of the long passage and want of food. The Pilgrims caught fish and lobsters, and when the tide was out, gathered clams along the sandy beach. From the mud flats they obtained eels. Now and then they killed a deer. They had so little to eat that they staggered through faintness. When spring came, they planted corn upon the graves of the dead, that the Indians might not discover where they had been buried. Through these months the Mayflower had been swinging at anchor in the harbor, but the time had come for the departure of the vessel. Though everything wore so gloomy a prospect, though they were so few in number and death was thinning their ranks, they had no thought of returning to England. Many months would pass before the ship would come back, and none but God knew what might happen the while. The vessel might go down in mid-ocean, and then their friends in England would never hear from them. With tearful eyes they stood upon the hill above the graves of their loved ones and saw the white sails fade away. When the ship disappeared, they went calmly about their work. Their destiny was fixed. It was well for the world that such heroic souls have no fear of the future. They might die, but truth and liberty were eternal. The next day after the departure of the Mayflower, their beloved governor was suddenly taken ill, his sickness ending in death. But the state did not die. The people elected William Bradford as his successor. A new truth dawned upon the world, that so long as there are people to rule themselves, there will be a state. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. First Years at Plymouth. There can be no lawful marriage without a priest to perform the ceremony. Marriage is a sacrament, said the churches of Rome and England. But the men and women who had established themselves in the wilderness at Cape Cod rejected all ecclesiastical authority. Edward Winslow had laid his beloved wife Elizabeth down to sleep on Burial Hill, and Susanna White, with 2 children, the youngest born while the Mayflower was at Cape Cod, had no one to care for her. Why should not he be her helper and husband? "You cannot be married without a minister," said the laws of England. "We will be married as were Boaz and Ruth in the presence of the people," said the Pilgrims. So Edward Winslow and Widow White joined hands before the newly elected governor William Bradford and were married. What audacious things that little company were doing! Forming a constitution to guide them, electing their own officers, ordaining their own minister, marrying themselves without the aid of minister or priest. What a cutting loose from the customs, traditions, and usurpations of the ages! They had no laws except of their own making, based on their sense of justice and right. No edict from King James could have added anything to the validity of their laws, nor could any high constable make them more effective. They recognized their governor as head of the state and entitled to honor and respect. On Sunday, Captain Standish, with the trumpeter, drummers, and the settlers carrying their guns, escorted the governor to meeting, not because he was William Bradford, but because he represented what they reverenced, law and order. When gathered in their little meeting-house, they listened with great respect to William Brewster's preaching, because they had elected him to expound to them the truths of the Bible.
William Brewster had no authority except what they had delegated to him. He was their minister, nothing more. Not all of the settlers were Pilgrims. Stephen Hopkins had 2 servants who were bound to him for a term of years, and who were foolish enough to attempt to settle a quarrel by fighting a duel with swords, which Governor Bradford looked upon as a crime against the peace and dignity of the state. He made the whole community a court, and it was voted that the 2 be tied neck and heels together for 24 hours, with nothing to eat or drink. The Pilgrims could tolerate no duels. If they were quick to punish, they were also tender-hearted, for when the offenders had endured the punishment 1 hour and promised to behave themselves, Governor Bradford ordered their release. Every prison in England and throughout Europe were terrible instruments of torture designed to inflict pain, but reformation instead of pain was the Pilgrims' idea of punishment. Governor Bradford was no milksop, but as courageous as he was tender-hearted. Canonicus, one of the Narragansett Indians, regarded the English as intruders and tied the skin of a rattlesnake around a bundle of arrows and sent it to Governor Bradford as a declaration of his hostility. Governor Bradford filled the skin with powder and bullets and sent it back, which so frightened Canonicus that he would not touch it, and it was brought back to the settlement. Of the 101 who landed from the Mayflower, only 50 remained when spring opened. The Indians knew how weak they were, for nearly every day some of the Indians came to see them and were always kindly treated. "We never have paid the Indians for the corn which we took on Cape Cod," said Governor Bradford, and to make amends and cement the friendship that had sprung up, he sent Edward Winslow and Stephen Hopkins to make Massasoit a present. With Squanto to guide them, they traveled through the wilderness 40 miles. Massasoit was delighted to see them. Winslow and Hopkins saluted him by firing their guns, gave him a red coat trimmed with lace, and put a copper chain around his neck. Massasoit gave them some corn to plant, renewed his agreement to always be their friend, and confirmed it by smoking the pipe of peace. Massasoit had very little to eat. His wigwam was swarming with fleas, and Winslow and Hopkins were glad enough to get back to the settlement. Squanto taught the Pilgrims how to plant corn, dropping the kernels in a hill and putting in a herring to fertilize it. The brooks and rivers were alive with fish, and through the summer they had sufficient food, such as it was. Their corn and barley ripened, they dried the fish which they caught, ducks and geese reared their young along the marshes, in the woods were deer and wild turkeys. Massasoit came one morning with 90 men to visit the Pilgrims. The Indians went into the woods and killed 5 deer. The Pilgrims contributed fish and corn, and for 3 days they held a feast, giving thanks to God for all his goodness, the first Thanksgiving in the Western world. An Indian came to the settlement with the startling news that there was a vessel across the bay, in the harbor at the end of the cape. And now from the hill the governor could see the white sail. The ship was steering toward them. Was it a French ship? If so, it was an enemy. The settlers were out in the fields and woods. "Fire a cannon to call them home," was the order of the governor. The roar of the gun echoed along the shores, and the men and boys seized their guns, ready to fight if need be. Nearer came the ship, with the banner of England floating at the masthead. It was the Fortune, sent out by the London merchants. Robert Cushman and some of their fellow pilgrims from Holland were on board, also some wild fellows who had come as adventurers. Instead of bringing supplies, of which the settlers were in great need, there was not food enough on the ship to last the crew on the return voyage, and the settlers had to supply them. Thomas Weston, who thought of nothing but getting great interest on his money, sent a letter complaining that the settlers had not sent him any beaver-skins in the Mayflower. The selfish man could not see that the Pilgrims had all they could do to keep soul and body together during the first dreary winter, instead of hunting beaver and catching fish. They had been very industrious, however, so that they were able to load the Fortune with lumber and furs to the value of 500 pounds. They gave the Indians knives, beads, trinkets, fishhooks, and blankets in exchange for furs. The Indians used seashells strung upon a string for money. They called it wampum. Its value depended upon the length of the string. It was easy to obtain such money, and its value soon declined. Christmas came. We think of it as the most delightful day of the year, but the Pilgrims associated with the Church of Rome, the Jesuits, and Church of England, and with all the persecutions they had endured. They had suffered a great deal at the hands of the Bishop of England, who made Christmas a holy day. The Pilgrims did not recognize it, and went on with their work. The wild fellows that came into fortune refused to work. "It is against our conscience," they said. "If it is a question of conscience, I will excuse you," said the governor. The Pilgrims went out into the woods attending to their labor, but when the governor came home at noon, the newcomers were playing ball and seeing which could throw an iron bar farthest. He took the bar and ball away from them and ordered them into the house. "If it is against your conscience to work today, it is against my conscience to allow you to play while others work." There could be no fooling with such a governor. Those plain men and women from Scrooby had become exiles for conscience' sake, and they had discovered a great truth, that no man has a right to control another's convictions of duty and obligations toward God. Popes, bishops, kings usurped authority over men's convictions, but they recognized the right of every man to think for himself in matters of religion, with due regard in their actions to the rights of others. Governor Bradford respected the scruples of the dissolute fellows who came in the fortune, so long as they regarded Christmas as a holy day. But when they made it a holiday and began a carouse, it was an offense against the convictions and the rights of the community who had elected him their governor, and it was his duty to put a stop to it. It was the rule of the majority. The new state, with no authority from king, bishop, or pope, but from the people, deriving their ideas from the Bible, recognizing what was just and right between man and man in obligation to God, emancipating itself from the past, inaugurated its mighty future. Thomas Weston, thinking that there was a chance to make money by fishing and trading with the Indians, sent out 40 men at his own expense to make a settlement at Weymouth, 20 miles north of Plymouth. But instead of attending to business, they idled their time away. When their provisions failed, they stole the Indians' corn. To the honest, hard-working men at Plymouth, that was not only an offense, but a crime. What should they do? Weymouth was outside of their grant, and they had no jurisdiction over the territory. But if the reckless fellows were allowed to go on, would not the Indians rise in their anger and destroy them all? If they had no authority from the king to interfere, they had the authority which God gives to every man, that of preserving his own life. One of the Indians, Wituamit, had already killed 2 white men and was planning to massacre all at Plymouth and Weymouth. Governor Bradford ordered Captain Standish to settle matters. He was a small man. He had fought the Spaniards in Holland and was not afraid of Indians or anybody else. He selected 8 men. It is said that he made a bowl of smoking hot punch before starting. 'Twas on a dreary winter's eve, the night was closing dim, when old Miles Standish took the bowl and filled it to the brim. The little captain stood and stirred the posset with his sword, and all his sturdy men-at-arms were ranged about the board. Captain Standish and his men sailed out of Plymouth harbor, steered north past the rocky shore of Cohasset, entered Massachusetts Bay, and found the Sparrow, Mr. Weston's vessel, at anchor with no one on board. The half-starved men were wandering along the beach searching for clams or in the woods digging ground nuts. They were very much frightened when informed of the plans of the Indians to kill them all. The Indians sent a challenge to Captain Standish through Hobbamock, a friendly Indian who lived with the Pilgrims. "Tell the captain we are not afraid of him," they said, ready for a fight. Captain Standish gave them all the fighting they wanted. He ran his sword through Teoxot and Winnamut. His men killed another and hung a 4th. In all, 7 Indians were killed, and their conspiracy was nipped in the bud. It was the sword against the tomahawk. The victory struck the Indians with terror. The Pilgrims supplied Weston's men with food and sent them back to England. Captain Wollaton made a settlement not far from Mr. Weston's. One of the colonists was Thomas Morton, a lawyer from London, who came to America to enjoy unrestrained license where no justice of the peace could reach him. The 40 men who accompanied him were as reckless as himself. They sold the Indians rum, guns, and ammunition. They set up a pole 80 feet high with deer horns on the top, hanging garlands around it on the first day of May, holding a grand revelry, drinking rum, firing their guns, and dancing with the half-naked Indian women. They called the place Merry Mount. Such revelry was an offense to the staid and sober people at Plymouth. Governor Bradford sent a remonstrance to Morton, but what cared the London lawyer for that? He was beyond the reach of the courts of justice and would carouse as he pleased. He was outside of Governor Bradford's territory and jurisdiction. Besides, who was Governor Bradford? He had no commission from the king or anybody else. He was only elected by the people. The people! They had no authority. Ha! A new order of things was beginning in human government, as Thomas Morton soon discovered. Captain Standish and a little handful of resolute men from Plymouth made their appearance at Wollaston. Morton's men were in a longhouse. It was strong as a fort. They had plenty of powder and 300 bullets. They took a drink of rum and stood ready to pick off the little captain and his men whenever they should make their appearance. The man who had fought the Spaniards, who had cut off Winnemut's head and carried it in triumph to Plymouth, was not at all afraid of the swaggering lawyer and his drunken crew. "Surrender, or I will burn the house down over your heads," he said. Why did not Thomas Morton bring his gun to his shoulder and put a bullet through Miles Standish? Why did not the drunken crew riddle him in an instant? Because they were cowards, and because they were confronted by law and order. Through all ages, people had called the king his majesty, but now the people themselves were majesty, exercising authority and able to deal summarily with Thomas Morton or anybody else. Did Thomas Morton fire? Oh, no. He opened the door, became as meek as a lamb, was marched down to Plymouth, and packed off to England. Captain Standish had laid his beautiful young wife Rose down to sleep on Burial Hill, but why should he live alone? Why not make that sweet girl Priscilla Mullins Mrs. Standish? There were wrinkles on his brow, and crow's feet were gathering in the corners of his eyes. He had seen hard service, been in many a battle. His hair was turning gray. Priscilla was young and fair. Perhaps she might say no. He thought that it would be better to get bashful John Alden, who was about Priscilla's age, to open the matter to her. "Why don't you speak for yourself, John?" said Priscilla. So it came about that Priscilla, instead of going over to the hill on the other side of the bay to be mistress of Captain Standish's house, became Mrs. John Alden. William Bradford, governor, not a minister, but a magistrate, bade them join hands, pronounce them husband and wife, and we may believe that they could not have been any happier if a bishop had conducted the ceremony. The settlers of Plymouth had been knocked about so much that few of them had any time to acquire knowledge. All could read. All who signed the agreement in the cabin of the Mayflower wrote their names in full. William Bradford, William Brewster, and Edward Winslow could speak several languages. "We have no common school for want of a fit person or means to maintain one, though we desire now to begin," wrote William Bradford in 1624. They were poor. They were bound by a hard bargain to the London merchants. Half their number had died. They had their houses to build, their corn to plant, everything to do, with none to lend a helping hand. Instead of being helped, twice they had to supply Mr. Weston's ship and his starving men with provisions, and to take care of the sick left on their hands. How could they support a school? The mothers taught the children what they could, but children worked. There were no drones in the hive. As the years went on, some of the settlers crossed the bay and settled Duxbury. Miles Standish built his house there. Edward Winslow went farther north. The settlements together were known as the Old Colony. They were kind to the Indians, treating them fairly when buying their beaver skins, and the Indians treated them kindly in return. These were the rules which the Pilgrims hung up in their houses to guide them in the affairs of life. Profane no divine ordinance, touch no state matters, urge no healths, pick no quarrels, encourage no vice, repeat no grievances, reveal no secrets, maintain no ill opinions, make no comparisons, keep no bad company, make no long meals, lay no wagers. In what other age has there been such seed sowing? What will come of it? What sort of institutions, what civilization, what good to the world will spring up from such seed corn? Time will show. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Settlement of New Hampshire, New York, and Canada. Captain John Mason and Sir Fernando Gorges obtained a grant of land extending from the Kennebec River to the Merrimack, which they called Laconia. Captain Mason took the section between the Piscataqua and the Merrimack, extending 60 miles inland, and named it New Hampshire. David Thompson and Edward and William Hilton came to make settlements and carry on the fishing business. Mr. Thompson built a house not far from Piscataqua and called the place Little Harbor. He laid off a tract of 1,000 acres for Captain Mason, who intended to build a great manor house and live there like an English lord. Edward and William Hilton went up the Piscataqua 10 miles and built their houses at Dover. They set their nets in the stream, caught shad and salmon, sailed down the river to a ledge of rocks called the Whale's Back, made trips to the Isle of Shoals, or coasted along the sandy beaches to the Merrimack. They reared their houses in 1623 and were the first settlers in New Hampshire. While the Hiltons were building their houses on the Piscataqua, a lumbering Dutch vessel was sailing from Amsterdam with a company of men, women, and children who were looking for the last time upon the city that had given them refuge during the days of bitter persecution. Who were they? Years before, when the Jesuits were burning thousands of heretics in the country along the Rhine, the fathers of these men and women left their homes, abandoned their vineyards along the Rhine and Moselle, and fled to Holland for refuge. They called themselves Walloons. The merchants of Amsterdam, who were with Captain Block when he exhibited his map to John Barneveld, and who had been sending their ships to America, were incorporated as the West India Company. Their capital was $2,500,000. Their charter gave them all the land they could obtain in America, with power to build warships, appoint governors, raise armies, and take any steps they pleased to help on their trade. They were made a great and powerful corporation. Spain and Holland were at war, and the company sent out its armed ships to plunder the Spanish towns in the West Indies and South America. They captured so many ships laden with gold and silver that in short time their $2,500,000 became $6 million. The company did not wish, however, to carry on war, but to purchase furs of the Indians. The beads, bits of looking-glass, and tin, the bright-colored blankets and knives which the Indians wanted cost but little, while the furs obtained for them were of great value. The ship New Netherlands, commanded by Cornelius May, was fitted out, and 30 families of Walloons bade farewell to Holland. The ship entered Hudson River. 8 families landed on Manhattan. Some of them went up the river and built a new fort at Albany, which they named Fort Orange. Peter Minuit was appointed governor of New Netherlands. On a bright May morning he met the Indians for a trade. He wanted the island of Manhattan, while they wanted the buttons, beads, and trinkets which he displayed before their longing eyes. The bargain was made, and for $24 he obtained the island of Manhattan. Having purchased the island, he sent Kiram Frederick to building a battery.
upon which were planted several cannon pointing down the harbor with a palisade protecting the rear, naming it Fort Amsterdam. He built a stone house, thatched it with grass and rushes, in which the goods were stored. More vessels came with walloons, and by midsummer Manhattan contained 30 houses. It was an old world and an old-time idea that men must be governed by force, by fear of punishment. The idea had not dawned upon the rulers that men would obey laws because laws were good. The trouble was that the laws were not always good, that they were often made not for the people but for the interest of the rulers, who looked upon people as their subjects. Instead of ruling by just and equitable laws, rulers endeavored to force men to obedience. To this end, Governor Minuet erected stocks and pillory in the square at Manhattan. The grain which the walloons sowed on the cleared patches of ground grew luxuriantly, and they reaped a grand harvest of wheat, rye, oats, barley, and beans. The walloons appointed 2 of their number as comforters to the sick, and who read the Bible and led their prayers on Sunday. Peter Minuet lived in state, with 3 Negro slaves to wait upon him. One day the Negroes met an Indian in the woods with a lot of beaver-skins. A thought came to them. Why not seize the skins? They had been stolen from Africa by the white men and were in slavery. Might they not plunder the heathen Indian? They fell upon him, and in the melee the Indian was killed, but his nephew, a little boy, saw the club smash his uncle's skull. "I shall have my revenge," he said to himself as he fled through the woods. The West India Company voted that any member who would send 50 adults to New Netherlands should have 16 miles of land along the Hudson River, extending back into the country without limit, and they were to have the title of patroon, or feudal chief. They were to pay no taxes for 10 years. The settlers were to be serfs. The patroons were to have the exclusive right of trade except in furs. The wives of the serfs were not to spin any yarn, weave any cloth, or manufacture any hats. But the company and the patroons were to have all the profits on the sale of goods upon which they could fix their own prices. Samuel Gooden and Samuel Blumart, having turned over the scheme before its adoption, sent a trusty agent to prospect the country, who selected a beautiful region in the south side of Delaware Bay near Cape Hennepin. A company sent out by 2 burghers began the settlement, the first in the state of Delaware. Gillis Hossett was governor. He nailed a glittering piece of tin upon a tree representing the sovereignty of Holland. It shone so brightly that one of the Indians tore it down and cut it into strips for jewelry. Gillis Hossett, not reflecting that the Indians were like children, that they knew nothing of its meaning, regarded it as an insult and outrage, and put the Indian to death. The Dutchman had a great bulldog, of which the Indians were very much afraid, as the dog always showed its teeth and growled at them. One day, when all the colonists except 2 were in the field at work, a company of Indians came with beaver-skins as if to open trade, but, watching their opportunity, buried their hatchets in the heads of 2 men at the trading house, shot 25 arrows into the dog, set the buildings on fire, went into the fields and killed all the others, thus wiping out the settlement. It was in 1615 that Samuel Champlain set himself to work to build up the empire of New France. Years had passed, and instead of an empire there was only a settlement. At Quebec there was the house which he had built in 1615, and close by were the stores which the traders had built, and around which Indians were ever loitering, looking with longing eyes upon the blankets and trinkets, knives, little mirrors, and tinkling bells, which they could only obtain with skins of the beaver, marten, sable, fox, and other animals. There was one other building, the Chapel of the Friars, with its sweet-toned bell tolling for Mass or Vespers. Within, on the walls, were pictures portraying in bright colors the torments of hell and the bliss of heaven. Overlooking all, upon the cliff, was the fort, and around it, fields and gardens. The whole French population was only about 50. They were all fur traders or friars. Some of the fur traders were Catholics, some Huguenots. The king had forbidden the Huguenots from holding meetings in New France, but the king was far away, and the Huguenots sung and prayed, which gave great offense to the friars. The company had forbidden all trade with the Indians except by their permission, but there were sailors on shipboard and citizens who traded on the sly, to the great vexation of the regular traders. There was constant irritation, everybody picking at everybody. The Duke de Montmorency paid 11,000 crowns for the privilege of being Viceroy of Canada. The river, which pours over a high precipice just below Quebec, and down which the people of the city glide on sleds and sledges in the winter, enjoying royal sport, bears his name. He appointed Champlain governor. There was so much trouble between the fur traders of St. Malo and Rouen that Montmorency withdrew their privileges and appointed 2 Huguenots, William and Emery de Caen, to manage the fur trade, which was only jumping from the frying pan into the fire. The old fur traders refused to give up the privileges by which they were growing rich. They quarreled with the newcomers. The friars joined with them. Huguenots control the trade with the Indians? Never. One of the friars hastened to France. The Jesuits were powerful. They besieged the king, who, to make peace, allowed both parties to trade. The young Duc de Montmorency, weary of being a vice-king of a country which contained only one little miserable village, sold out his title to the Duc de Ventadour, his neighbor, who was so religious that he had turned his back on the gay court of Fontainebleau, bade farewell to all the vanities of the world, became a Jesuit priest, and set himself to make New France a country in which the Jesuits would have full control. Charles Lalemant, Monsieur and Jean de Brebeuf, obeying the order of their superiors, sailed for Canada. A little later, Fathers Neroy and Delanon landed at Quebec. The 2 Huguenot traders were singing and praying in public, and the sailors and some of the laborers, which the Jesuits had taken over, flocked to hear them. There should be no more psalm singing by Huguenots, was the order sent over by the Jesuit viceroy. Champlain could stop their singing, but not their praying. A great man was wielding affairs in France, Cardinal Richelieu, who saw that, to build up an empire in the New World, to checkmate England, vigorous measures must be adopted. He founded the Company of New France, composed of 100 of the dukes, marquises, and noblemen of France, with merchants and ministers. He placed himself at the head. The king gave him the whole of America, from the Gulf of Mexico to the Arctic Sea, from Newfoundland to the Pacific Ocean. They were to have the monopoly of the fur trade forever. Already the Indians were crossing from the waters of the far west, bringing 25,000 beaver-skins per annum to Quebec. The company was to have control of all the traffic for 15 years. The king gave the company 2 ships of war, armed and equipped. The company made this stipulation, that every person settling in New France was to be a Catholic. None of the hated Huguenots were to be allowed to enter. Perfect the plan for building up an empire in which there should be no heresy, but where everybody would owe allegiance to the Pope, and where the Jesuits would have complete control of the consciences of men. We think our plans perfect, and so they may be, so far as we are concerned, but there are other plans than ours. No one plan can be independent of all others, but on the contrary, our plans are constantly interfered with. Richelieu and the Jesuits had their plans, Charles I of England and the Duke of Buckingham had theirs. Richelieu undertook to put down the Huguenots. The Duke of Buckingham tried to sustain them. War broke out between the 2 countries. A Scotchman, William Alexander, had tried to establish a colony in Newfoundland, and he put it into the head of the Duke of Buckingham to send a fleet up the St. Lawrence to seize Quebec. David Kirke, a Huguenot who had been driven from France, was appointed commander of the fleet which sailed up the river and appeared before Quebec. Champlain could make no resistance, and was compelled to see the flag of France give place to that of England on the fort at Quebec. For the moment, all the plans of Richelieu and the Jesuits were upset, But when peace was brought about, the King of England gave up, and the Jesuits and French began once more to build up an empire in America.
End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, The Puritan Beginning. On March 25th, 1625, James died, and Charles I became King of England. He thought that he could strengthen himself by marrying the sister of the King of France, Henrietta Maria, a young girl who had played in the garden of the old palace on Fontainebleau, but who knew very little about England or the English people. She was only 15, while Charles was old enough to be her father. Charles met her at Dover. She was at breakfast when he arrived, but came downstairs, kneeled at his feet, intending to say, "Sir, I have come to be commanded by you," but was so frightened she could not recall a word, and was so mortified that she covered her face with her hands and burst into tears. But the king raised her to her feet and kissed them away. Henrietta was a Catholic, and brought with her a bishop, 30 priests, and a great company of French cooks, servants, chambermaids, and hangers-on, in all about 400 persons. She established the Mass in her own chapel, which gave great offense to the people, who had not forgotten the efforts of Bloody Mary to establish popery. The hatred of the Puritans to the Pope was so intense that they would not observe Christmas, the custom so beautiful and so delightful to us, of adorning our homes with evergreens whenever the day comes round, they denounced as idolatrous. When a man deliberately sets himself to do as he pleases without any regard for the rights of other men, he is pretty sure to find trouble. Charles attempted such a course of action and found trouble enough. That determination of his started a train of events which have been of far-reaching influence upon the history of our country. We can only follow a few of them. There was no written constitution, nor is there now a written constitution in England. But from time to time laws were passed in accordance with customs which former kings had respected, so that by usage it was understood that the king could not collect taxes without the consent of Parliament. Neither could he put a subject in prison without due process of law. This being so, it followed that the Commons were able to control the king's actions. Charles determined not to submit to any such control. He would do as he pleased. When James came to the throne, he persecuted the Puritans, compelling William Bradford and the men and women of Scrooby and thousands more to leave the country. But as the years went on, there began to be discussions about the prayer book, especially about the ritual for bowing and kneeling, adopted in the time of Elizabeth, which made the service much like that of the Church of Rome. Two parties arose, the Ritualists, who accepted the prayer book, and the Calvinists, as they were called, who adopted the idea of John Calvin of Geneva. The Calvinists were nearly all Puritans who wanted the ritual made more simple. Charles sided with the Ritualists and appointed William Laud to be Archbishop of Canterbury. The bishops whom Laud appointed urged Charles to put down all such doctrines as those taught by the Calvinists. Kings receive their authority from God and not from their subjects. Subjects must obey the king's orders, even though they are contrary to the acts of Parliament, was the doctrine laid down by the bishops. The king needs no act of Parliament for taxation. To oppose the king is to ensure eternal damnation, said Bishop Mainwaring. Such preaching was pleasing to Charles, who, thus supported, was more determined than ever to have his own way. Through the years, the fishermen of England were catching codfish along the shores of New England. But so much time was lost coming and going, the merchants of Dorchester, who were fitting out vessels, resolved to build houses on Cape Ann for the fishermen to live in, while the ships were crossing the ocean to and fro. They selected Gloucester Harbor as a good place, and built huts along the shore, sending over Roger Conant to manage affairs. Reverend John White, a Puritan minister in Dorchester,
knew that the fishermen must have a lonely time and became greatly interested in them. Through his influence, Reverend John Lyford sailed to Cape Ann to look after the moral welfare of the fishermen, but the merchants soon discovered that the enterprise did not pay expenses, and the men whom they had employed went back to England, all except Roger Conant, Reverend Mr. Lyford, and one other. Conant was pleased with the country, especially with the region a little south of Gloucester, which the Indians called Naumkeag. The Dorchester merchants were Puritans. They had lost money, but if they were to go themselves with their families and cultivate the ground, they thought they might make it profitable. A company was formed, and the members petitioned Charles for a grant of land. Quite likely the king was glad to have them go, but be that as it may, he complied with the request, and gave them a grant extending from 3 miles north of Merrimack River to 3 miles south of the Charles, and westward to the South Sea. Where the South Sea was, no one knew, only that it was far away. John Endicott of Dorchester, a member of the company, a stern Puritan, brave, honest, clear-headed, with decided opinions of his own, was elected governor of the colony which they proposed to establish. In June 1628, the ship Abigail, with John Endicott, his wife, and 100 colonists, set sail for the beautiful harbor where Roger Conant had built his log cabin. They reached it in safety, and it was so peaceful a place that they named it Salem. Endicott brought cattle and garden seeds and fruit seeds. One of the pear trees set out by him is still living. The white weed which he sowed in his garden to be used for medicine has spread pretty much over the country. While Endicott was sailing to America, the king, the bishops, and Archbishop Laud were carrying things with a high hand in England. Charles published a declaration, which still stands in the prayer book of the English Church in front of the articles, that no man was to preach or to write on doctrines about which men did not agree. Who was to judge? The bishops. What was that but putting manacles upon the intellect and conscience of every man, woman, and child in England? But there were men who would not be thus manacled. Puritan ministers went on preaching their own convictions of what was right and true, and Archbishop Laud and the bishops went to work to silence them. They had a powerful engine for that purpose, called the Court of High Commission, established by Elizabeth. This court had no power originally to send men to prison, but Archbishop Laud was determined to crush out the Puritans, and the court therefore usurped the power to imprison men. If a minister preached what the bishop did not like, if anyone sold a book or pamphlet which contained anything they did not relish, the court condemned them to prison, the whipping post, the pillory, or to have their ears cropped off and noses slit. The bishop's officers were soon hunting out offenders, and there was so little comfort for the Puritans that they turned their eyes toward America as a place of refuge. Charles levied illegal taxes which greatly offended the people. John Eliot, a member of Parliament, thinking it time to put a stop to the usurpations of the king, introduced a bill into the House of Commons, declaring that whoever should introduce popery, or whoever should levy taxes not granted by Parliament, or whoever should voluntarily pay any such taxes, was to be regarded as an enemy of the country. "I will not read the paper," said the Speaker of the House, who sided with the king. "Neither will I," said the clerk. "I will read it myself, and I demand that it may be put to vote," said John Eliot. "The king has commanded me not to put it to vote," said the Speaker, and sprung out of the chair. For if anyone were to put it to vote while he was in the chair, it might be regarded as a legal act. But there were resolute men in the Commons, and the Speaker found himself back in his seat, and held down by 2 strong men while Denzil Hollis put the vote. Charles was very angry and sent the sheriff, who arrested John Eliot, Denzil Hollis, and the other 2 members, and put them in the Tower. The king soon had them up before his court, called the Privy Council. "We will not answer to the Privy Council. We are answerable only to Parliament," they said, and the Commons sustained them. "Go home, you vipers! There shall be no more of your meetings while I am king," said Charles, dissolving Parliament. Having sent Parliament home, Charles set himself to levying more taxes, selling exclusive privileges to those who would pay him most. He issued an order forbidding anybody from making soap except the London Soapmakers' Company, who paid him £10,000 for the exclusive privilege, and who agreed to pay him £8 for every ton they might manufacture. Everybody was obliged by law to buy that company's soap. The poor washerwomen complained bitterly, and went through the streets of London with their wash-tubs, denouncing the soap-makers and the miserable stuff manufactured by them. "It rots the clothes," said one. "It is nothing but lime and tallow," said another. "It eats our flesh to the bone," shouted a third. In order to show what mean stuff it was, and to enlist the sympathy of the people, the women held public washings, trampling the clothes in their tubs with their bare feet or scrubbing them with their hands. The people took their part and made an outcry which the soap company were obliged to heed. Charles made every trade and occupation a monopoly, and kept a great company of officers traveling through the country as spies or to collect revenue, thus providing for an army of place hunters, who obtained their living by fleecing the people. He issued an order forbidding the building of any more houses in London. "The city is large enough," he said. Mr. Moore, not heeding the order, built a house. The Star Chamber ordered him to tear it down before Easter, and because he did not, was condemned to pay £2,000. The sheriff pulled down 42 houses that had been built near St. Martin's Church. They also destroyed a great many in the country. The tavern keepers had to pay roundly for the privilege of keeping a hotel. Some paid £6,000. Charles wanted money to build ships and assess taxes upon land. John Hampden was a plain farmer, and his tax was only 20 shillings, which he could have paid many times over, but it was illegal, and he made up his mind that, come what might, he would not submit to the imposition. When a man has right on his side, he can afford to make a brave fight. Riches, ease, comfort, position in society, the favor of the king are nothing in comparison with right. Money is of little account if we did but know it. Fire burns it, thieves steal it. Ease and comfort are delightful, but they are of the present moment, while right is forever, and by is going to conquer wrong. John Hampden would not pay his tax, and the case went into the courts, and before the courts were through with it all, England was aflame with John Hampden's spirit. The Puritans had obtained a grant of land from Charles, but they wanted something more, a charter under which they could have authority to govern their colony. Sir Dudley Carleton, who bore the name of Lord Dorchester, was Secretary of State, and the Puritans had no difficulty in obtaining a charter which, considering that the king had determined to rule England without a parliament, was a remarkable document. The merchants were incorporated under the name of the Governor and Company of Massachusetts Bay. They were to choose their own governor, a deputy governor, and 18 assistants. The members of the company were called freemen, and 4 times a year they were to meet in a general court to make such laws as they pleased. They were not in opposition to the laws of England. Here are some of the provisions: permission to make their own laws, choose their own officers, power to punish all offenders, to pardon, to rule, to require everybody in the colony to take an oath of allegiance to them, power to expel or punish anyone annoying them. The king has given us the land, but if the Indians claim it, you are to pay them. Let no wrong be shown to them, were the instructions of the company to John Endicott. They desired that the Indians should become civilized and Christianized, and for a seal they adopted the figure of an Indian standing erect with an arrow in his hand, and underneath the words, "Come over and help us." The Puritans were members of the Church of England. They had not, like the Pilgrims, separated from it. It was dear to them, and it cost them a pang to think of turning away from all that they had loved and cherished. When Reverend Francis Higginson of Leicester, the first Puritan minister who came to America, stood upon the deck of the vessel and saw the old land fading away, he wrote these words: "We will not say, as the separatists are wont to say, 'Farewell, Babylon, farewell, Rome,' but we will say, Farewell, dear England. Farewell, the Church of God in England and all the Christian friends there. We do not go as separatists from the Church of England, though we cannot but separate from the corruptions of it. Cozy the homes they left behind them, but with confidence in themselves and God they looked forward to the time when they would have equal comforts far from priestly rule. Little did he know the sorrow that awaited him. 2 days later his daughter Mary was down with the smallpox, and when the ship was tossing in mid-ocean the sailors sewed her lifeless body in a shroud and consigned it to the deep. Before the ship sailed there was a sifting of those on board, and some servants who were idle were sent ashore. "We will have no drones," said the emigrants. There were to be no idle hands in their new homes. So long as there are human beings there will be differences of opinion, and it is well for the world that it is so, for only by looking at truth from every side will men attain the highest happiness. What we need to learn is to permit everybody else to exercise the same freedom that we claim for ourselves. When the Puritans began their settlement on Cape Ann, men had only just begun to emancipate themselves from the thraldom of the ages. They were beginning to obtain a glimpse of the principles which underlie liberty, and made many grievous mistakes. They expected, perhaps, to live in perfect peace, and to have no such trouble as had made life unbearable in England, but forgot that it is impossible for all men to think alike. 2 of the Salem men, John and Samuel Brown, had great reverence for the prayer book, and instead of attending meetings, set up a meeting of their own and conducted the service. There was a discussion and conflict of opinions and actions. What should be done? John and Samuel Brown were good men, but the prayer book was hateful, because the archbishops and bishops were tyrants who had imprisoned Puritans and cropped off their ears and noses. If the prayer book was tolerated, in very short time there would be a bishop among them, and then goodbye to freedom, peace, happiness, and everything else. The majority decided that the prayer book should not be used, and that the Browns were stirring up strife. If the majority were not to rule, there was an end to the colony. Under the charter they had all authority to regulate their own affairs, and as John and Samuel were disturbers of the peace and welfare of the community, Governor Endicott sent them back to England. The persecutions of the bishops made life so bitter to the Puritans in England that many rich and influential men were desirous of emigrating to America, while others, who were not quite ready to bid farewell to the old home, were willing to help those who needed a helping hand. Matthew Craddock, a rich London merchant, gave liberally to fit out ships and otherwise help the emigrants. One of the men well-to-do in worldly affairs was John Winthrop of Groton, a little village in Suffolk County. There his father and grandfather had lived. They had attended service in the old stone church. It was a delightful place, but John Winthrop, though of a calm and even temper, was not the man to sit quietly down and lead an easy do-nothing life in the village of his ancestors, surrendering all his convictions of right in subservience to the king and bishop. There were hardships, sufferings, and self-denial beyond the sea, but he was ready to accept anything that might come to him rather than surrender his liberty. In the New World, under the charter which Charles had given, he would do what he could to establish a state in which God should be recognized as sovereign, and the Bible is the rule of man's conduct, in which there should be no worrying of bulls with dogs or sports on Sunday, but where every man would respect the day and where all should do what was just and right toward their fellow men. He was elected governor to succeed John Endicott. 11 vessels were fitted out to transport 700 men, women, and children across the Atlantic. Among the ships purchased was the Eagle, but the name was changed to Arbella in honor of Lady Arbella Johnson, sister of the Earl of Lincoln, who, after her marriage to Isaac Johnson, had lived in the town of Boston. Her minister was Reverend John Cotton, who preached in St. Botolph's Church, a grand old edifice, with a stone tower 280 feet high, upon the top of which a lantern was displayed at night to light vessels out on the German Ocean into the harbor. It was from the town of Boston that the men of Scrooby attempted to escape to Holland in 1607, and were arrested and thrust into the filthy jail under the shadow of St. Botolph's. So rapidly had some of the ideas of the men of Scrooby advanced that Reverend John Cotton and thousands of the citizens of Lincolnshire were now ready to follow them to America. A very important meeting of the Massachusetts Company was held in London at John Gough's house, August 28, 1629. Matthew Craddock put this question to vote: "Shall the government of the colony be in New England or here? All in favor of transferring it to New England will hold up their hands." The hands were raised. "It is a vote." Was it simply the transfer of the management of a company across the ocean of men engaged in buying furs, catching fish, building houses, and opening farms? It was rather the transfer of a commonwealth. It was the beginning of a state. All the authority, all the power that they had desired from the king to make laws and execute them was transplanted to America by this vote. Isaac Johnson, Lady Arabella, and John Winthrop were passengers on the Arabella. On the 10th of April, they saw the land fade away, and on June 6th they sighted Cape Sable, and then coasted along the shores of Maine. The governor made this entry in his journal: "We had warm, fair weather, and so pleasant and sweet airs as did refresh us, and there came a smell off the shore like the smell of a garden." Southward they saw the Isles of Shoals, where there was a ship at anchor, the Lion, Captain Pierce, who had been many times on the coast. Beyond the islands they beheld Cape Ann, its white ledges gleaming in the sunlight. Out from the shore they beheld the waves breaking over Norman's Woe, where many vessels since had been wrecked. It was on those ragged ledges that the Hesperus, as described by the poet Longfellow, was torn to splinters by the angry sea. Fast through the midnight dark and drear, through the whistling sleet and snow, like a sheeted ghost the vessel swept toward the reef of Norman's Woe. The Arabella rounded the cape and sailed proudly into Gloucester harbor. Her anchor was dropped, and the women and children hastened on shore to tread once more the green earth, to pick wild strawberries, and to sit beneath the stately trees. John Endicott arrived in his boat, and Governor Winthrop, Mr. Johnson, and Lady Arbella went with him to Salem, where they sat down to a supper of venison, pastry, and small beer. Governor Winthrop and John Endicott sailed down the coast past the cliffs of Marblehead to find a place where they might build a town. They visited Noddle's Island, where Samuel Maverick was living. At Marshon they found Mr. Walford, who had been living there several years. William Blackstone, an Episcopal minister, who was not a Puritan but who had left England because he loved solitude, had built a house on a peninsula on the opposite side of the Charles River, south of Mishawan. The Indians called the place Shawmut, but the colonists renamed it Tri Mountain, from 3 hills which dotted the peninsula. Mr. Blackstone had set out an orchard and planted a garden. A sweet spring supplied him with water. He had a library of several hundred books, and for 7 or 8 years had been enjoying himself far from the turmoil going on in England. Mr. Blackstone wanted them to settle at Tri Mountain, which was a peninsula with a narrow neck, and which could be easily fortified against the Indians. The Puritans accepted the invitation and changed the name to Boston. One of the first buildings erected was a meeting house. Many of the Puritans had lived in affluence in England, and it was a great change to pass from their former spacious mansions to the huts which they reared in the wilderness. Never in old England had they seen such snows as drifted around them when winter came. Their provisions failed. Meal was so scarce that one of the colonists wrote this to his friends in England: "The crumbs of my father's table would be sweet to me. Once I had a peck of corn or thereabouts for a little puppy dog." He obtained the meal of the Indians, who were very friendly. Sometimes the hunters killed deer, and that gave them a bit of meat. They caught fish, and when the tide was out, the women and children used to wander along the beach and gather clams. But it was poor fare after what they had been accustomed to, and many sickened and died. Governor Winthrop knew that provisions would be wanted, and engaged the ship Lion, which was at the Isles of Shoals, to hasten to England for supplies. Months passed. Day after day the famishing people looked seaward to discern, if possible, the returning ship. February 5th, 1631, was a joyful day, for the people saw the Lion sailing into the harbor. Their provisions were almost gone. Governor Winthrop had appointed a day of fasting, but it was changed into one of thanksgiving. On the Lion was a young minister, Roger Williams, a man of ardent spirit, conscientious, a great lover of liberty, who could not be turned a hairbreadth from doing what he thought was right. The hardships and sufferings had been so great that when the flowers bloomed again in the spring, more than 200 of the emigrants were at rest forever in their graves. Among the number were Isaac Johnson and Lady Arbella. People in distress, with no one but God on whom they can call for help, do not need a prayer book to make known their wants. Those who saw their loved ones fading away felt how unsatisfying were the prayers which the bishop had written to express their desires. The Pilgrims at Plymouth were getting along without prayer books. Dr. Fuller, who hastened from Plymouth to help care for the sick, needed no prayer book to read from as he visited the dying. So, by various influences, it came about that the colonists discontinued the use of written prayers and became wholly independent of the Church of England, and, like the Pilgrims, managed their own affairs, calling their ministers, dismissing them when they pleased, electing their governor and his assistants in town meetings, and conferring upon them the authority to make their laws. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Puritans Take Possession of New England. The Indians who lived on the banks of the Connecticut called it Long River. They heard that there were white men at Boston and Plymouth, and one of them made a visit to Governor Winthrop. "I will give the white men 80 beaver-skins every year if they will settle on the Long River," he said. He wanted the fish hooks, hatchets, blankets, and trinkets which the white men had for sale. Governor Winthrop treated him kindly, but told him that the Boston men could not go so far away. The Indian visited Plymouth, and Governor Winslow was so impressed with what he had to say about the country that he sailed in the Pilgrim's little vessel around Cape Cod, past the Shoals, past Nantucket, which very few of any white men had visited, past Martha's Vineyard and Block Island, and along the Narragansett shore to the beautiful stream, beholding fertile meadows, rounded hills, stately forest trees, and hanging vines. There were myriads of fish in the river, and the beaver were abundant along the smaller streams. He returned to Plymouth, resolving to take possession of the valley. He had but just turned the prow of his vessel eastward when a sail appeared in the west, a Dutch ship from Manhattan, with John Van Corlear and 6 men on board, sent by Wouter Van Twiller to occupy the country. The lumbering craft made its way up the stream as far as Hartford, where Van Corlear built a little fort, which he called Good Hope. The summer passed, October came, and once more the Plymouth vessel was sailing up the Connecticut with William Holmes and a company of resolute pilgrims on board. Van Corlear was amazed when he saw the little vessel gliding defiantly up the stream, all sails set to catch the favoring wind. "Stop!" he shouted. "I have a commission from Governor Winslow to go up the river," was the answer from Captain Holmes. "Hold down your colors, or I will fire," cried Van Corlear. "I am ordered to go up the river, and am going," Holmes replied. And before the Dutchmen could get over their astonishment at such audacity, Captain Holmes was out of sight. He landed at Windsor, put up a house, and built a palisade around it with loopholes in the walls and open trade with the Indians. Wouter Van Twiller was astounded when he heard of it. Plymouth men buying beaver-skins under his nose, as it were. He would put a stop to it. He sent 70 men to Van Corlear with orders to drive them out of the valley.
With drums beating and banners flying, the Dutch marched from Fort Good Hope to Windsor. "You must leave here," shouted Van Corlear to Captain Holmes. "I am ordered to stay here and intend to obey orders," said Holmes. "I shall call fire upon you and tear down your house," said Van Corlear. "I shall return your fire," said Holmes. No doubt John Van Corlear was a brave man, but his men did not like the looks of those muskets peeping through the loopholes and refused to begin the fight. Van Corlear thought the matter over, and concluded it would be better to let Wouter Van Twiller settle the matter peacefully rather than shed his blood for a few beaver-skins and march his men back to Good Hope. So it came about that the English and Dutch both obtained a foothold in the Connecticut Valley in 1633. 3 years before this little flurry, the Plymouth Company in England had given the land from Narragansett Bay northward to the Massachusetts line and westward to the Pacific Ocean to the Earl of Warwick. The gift took no notice of the Dutch on the Hudson. The Earl of Warwick, in turn, transferred it to Lord Sayenseal and Lord Brooke. The Dutch claimed to have purchased it of the Pequot Indians. They did not care anything about cultivating the land. They only wanted to buy beaver skins. Who should have it, the Dutch or English? The people of Massachusetts settled the question. Emigrants were leaving England by the thousand and settling along the coast of Massachusetts. A colony from Newbury, in England, had selected a beautiful site on the south bank of the Merrimack and named it for their old home. Another colony from Salisbury had looked for the last time on the lofty spire of their grand old cathedral and had settled in New Salisbury on the north bank of the Merrimack. South of Newbury, the settlers from Ipswich had started a new Ipswich. South of Boston, the settlers of Dorchester had become a new Dorchester. There were emigrants at Cohasset, at Hingham, up the Charles River, at Newton, Watertown, and Brookline. The settlers in Boston wanted more pasturage for their cattle. They heard of the fertility of the Connecticut Valley, and in October 1635, nearly 60 of them, with their wives, children, and cattle, started on their journey to begin a settlement. No Englishman had ever threaded the pathless wilds. It was a wearisome journey. There were hills to climb and streams to cross. The bright-colored leaves were falling. The chill winds of autumn swept through the forest. The rains were cold. There were many obstacles, rocks, and fallen trees. Winter had set in before they reached the Connecticut, and they must construct rafts before they could cross. In December, they reared their log cabins on the western bank and called the place Hartford. The snow fell, whirled by the wind into blinding drifts. Their cattle had nothing to eat and began to die. Provisions failed. A vessel which was to have reached them did not come. The river froze. Death stared them in the face. They ate the bark of trees, scraped the snow from the ground beneath the oak trees in search of acorns. The Indians were kind and sold them a little corn, but they saw that if they attempted to remain, all would die of starvation. Some of them started through the forest. Others went down the river and found a small vessel frozen in the ice, but it was 2 days before they could cut a channel with their axes to clear water. But they reached it, and, with almost the last morsel of food gone, reached their old homes. The men of Massachusetts who had suffered such hardships in their journey gave glowing reports of the valley, of its wide meadows and fertile soil, and when spring opened, a second party started to occupy the fertile acres. Their minister, Reverend Thomas Hooker, went with them. He had been an eloquent preacher in England. Earls and nobles often traveled many miles to hear him. He was as good as he was eloquent, but because he could not conscientiously use the form of service which the bishop had prescribed, had been driven out of England. He had been at Cambridge, Massachusetts, 2 years, and was greatly beloved. The flowers were in bloom, and the forest clothed in its richest verdure in June, when Reverend Mr. Hooker and his company, with their wives and children, 100 in all, the cattle and sheep, struck out into the wilderness, traveling as the compass guided them through swamps, over hills, and across rivers. Men carried heavy packs on their backs. Some of the women walked, carrying infants in their arms. Mrs. Hooker was weak and rode in a litter. The boys and girls drove the cattle and sheep, while their fathers cleared the way with their axes. Feather beds were strapped upon the backs of cattle and horses, together with pots and kettles. At night great fires were kindled beneath the trees. Morning and evening they had prayers. 2 weeks passed before they reached the beautiful stream and began to rear their homes. It was midsummer. There were myriads of salmon and shad in the river. The woods were full of turkeys, pigeons, and herds of deer, the meadows green with grass. Amidst such riches of nature, and with such a company, began the settlement of Connecticut. Charles I was carrying things with so high a hand in England that John Hampden and his cousin Oliver Cromwell resolved to emigrate to Connecticut. They sent out young John Winthrop, son of the governor of Massachusetts, to make a beginning. He built a fort on the west bank of the Connecticut at its mouth and named it Saybrook. A little colony was started, and John Winthrop, Jr. was elected governor. Hampden and Cromwell were ready to leave England. The vessels were in the Thames at London with their goods on board when the king, exercising his arbitrary authority, stopped them. Far better for him if he had permitted their departure. One of the gentlemen who came with John Winthrop was Colonel Fenwick, who was accompanied by his beautiful young wife, Lady Alice. What a change it was for her to leave the old country home with all its luxury and refinement and make her home in a log cabin inside the fort at Saybrook. But she was always light-hearted. She knew how to fire a gun and could ride horseback at a breakneck speed. She tamed the rabbits, the squirrels were her friends. She was the life of the little company while she lived. She died in 1648. Matthew Griswold erected a memorial stone above her grave. Her husband went back to England and was one of the judges that condemned Charles I to death. The Pequot Indians lived along the seashore east of Connecticut River. They occupied a fine country. In the woods were deer, turkeys, and pigeons. In the rivers, salmon, shad, and alewives. In calm weather they paddled their canoes along shore and caught cod and mackerel. The bravest and proudest of the Pequods was Sassacus, lord of 26 sachems. He built 2 forts for the safety of the tribe. One was on a hill near Mystic River, the other near Connecticut River. Sassacus was a statesman and saw that sooner or later the English would be in possession of their hunting grounds. The English were at Saybrook, at Wethersfield, Hartford, Windsor, and Springfield. They were in Rhode Island, and all along the shore to Plymouth, Boston, and Piscataqua. How long would it be before there would be no more deer in the woods and no more flocks of turkeys? Quite likely, if we had been in Sassacus' place, seeing people from a foreign country taking possession of all the beautiful lands, we might have resolved, as he resolved, to make war upon them. He knew very little of natural rights, or that the only right which men can have in land is in its cultivation. Sassacus knew nothing of physical or moral laws. He was in possession of the lands of his fathers. They were his. Why should he not drive out the English? Relying upon the power and bravery of his warriors, he resolved to make war upon the English. He began by inciting his followers to murder Captain Stone and the crew of a vessel, 10 in all, who had come from Virginia to Connecticut to trade. The governor of Massachusetts demanded the surrender and punishment of the murderer, but Sassacus put him off with fair speeches, and the murderers were not surrendered. On a midsummer's day, 1636, John Gallop, with another man and 2 boys, were sailing past Block Island, when they discovered a vessel moving about strangely as if those on board did not know how to manage the craft. Getting nearer, they saw that the deck was crowded with Indians. They knew that John Oldham of Watertown, Massachusetts, was on a trading cruise to Connecticut, and that this was his vessel. What should they do? There were 14 Indians on board, armed with bows, arrows, spears, and guns. John Gallop was brave. He had 2 guns, 2 pistols, and some shot, but no balls. They were 4 against 14, but they ran alongside and so peppered the Indians with the shot that they all crept beneath the hatches. "Run them down!" shouted Gallop to the boy at the helm of his vessel. The wind filled the mainsail, and the prow came against the hulk of the other with a thump, which so frightened the Indians that 6 of them leapt into the sea. There came a second thump, and 4 Indians sprung overboard. Gallop leapt on board the vessel, and 2 of the Indians gave themselves up as prisoners. The other 2 would not come out from the hold, and he shut the hatches upon them. He found Oldham's body on board, still warm, the head split open, and feet and hands chopped off. The governor of Massachusetts sent John Endicott and Captain John Underhill to chastise the Indians. They burnt the wigwams of those on Block Island and then sailed over to the mainland, burning more wigwams, and had a skirmish with the Indians, killing and wounding nearly 40. Sassacus had been at war with the Narragansetts, but had made peace with them and tried to enlist them on his side. But Governor Winthrop sent for Miantonoma and some of the other chiefs who visited Boston and were kindly entertained, and who made a treaty of peace and friendship with the English. The Pequods began war on the English along the Connecticut River. They killed a man close to Saybrook Fort. A few days later, in October, they captured 2 men in a boat, cutting off their feet and hands, gashing their flesh with knives, and filling the gashes with hot ashes. They killed the settlers' cattle and burnt their haystacks. In February 1737, 10 men at work were waylaid and 3 of them killed. 2 were captured. Their bodies split open and hung upon the trees. A man from Wethersfield was roasted alive. The Indians attacked that town, killed 7 men, a woman, a child, and carried away 2 girls. The girls were not harmed, however, for the wife of the chief Monanoto became their friend and protected them. The magistrates of Wethersfield, Hartford, and Windsor met in council. What should they do? 30 English had been killed. War was upon them. They were 250 fighting men against 1,000 Pequods. A messenger was sent to Boston and Plymouth asking for aid. Massachusetts voted to send 160 men, and Plymouth 40. Connecticut determined to act with vigor. 90 men marched at once. Captain John Mason, who had fought against the Spaniards in Holland, commanded them. 70 Mohegans joined them. Once they had paid tribute to the Pequods, but their chief, Uncas, had rebelled, and had placed himself under the protection of the English. The grass was springing fresh and green on the 10th of May, when they dropped down the Connecticut from Wethersfield in their little vessels. The Pequods were on the hills and shouted defiantly as they floated past. They reached Fort Saybrook, and were glad to find that Captain John Underhill had arrived with 20 men from Massachusetts. They were fearful that the Indians would fall upon their settlement in their absence and murder their wives and children, so 20 were sent back to protect them. Captain Underhill joined the expedition. "You are to land at Pequod Harbor," was the order which Captain Mason had received from the magistrate. Should he obey it? The Pequods were there ready for him. Why land where they wanted him to? "Never go where your enemy wishes you to go," was the maxim of Napoleon. Captain Mason thought it out 150 years before Napoleon was born. The other officers thought they must obey the order of the magistrate. They believed in obedience. It was a duty. "We will ask Mr. Reverend Stone to pray over it," said Captain Mason. Reverend Mr. Stone was a man of sense as well as of prayer, and the next morning he declared Captain Mason's plan the one to follow. The little fleet sailed out upon Long Island Sound eastward. The Pequods behold the white sails disappearing in the distance. They shout, leap, and brandish their tomahawks. The English are afraid. They are on their way to Boston. They do not dare to fight. Eastward all day Saturday sailed the vessels, dropping anchor at last in a harbor a short distance west of Point Judith. No one thought of marching Sunday. It was the Lord's Day. Monday was stormy, and the waves so high that they could not approach the shore. Tuesday evening they landed on a pebbled beach. Canonicus came with 200 Narragansetts, and the Indian who had run all the way from Providence to inform Captain Mason and Captain Patrick with men from Massachusetts were on their way. But Captain Mason would not wait. He intended to surprise the Pequods. He had executed a flank movement and would take them in the rear. They expected him to attack from the west, and they thought that he had fled, but he would fall upon them from the east. It was 40 miles to the fort that overlooked the beautiful harbor of Mystic. There were rivers to cross, there were rocks and fallen trees in the way, but onward moved the determined band, the Narragansetts and Mohegans in front, boasting of what they would do. "Indians brave, white men afraid," they said. 15 miles brought them to a fort of the Narragansetts, who would not permit the English to enter it. Captain Mason had his eyes open. If the Indians would not permit him to go into it, no Indian should come out of it during the night to steal away and inform the Pequods that he was on the march. He surrounded it with sentinels. The next night brought them within 5 miles of the Pequod fort. At sunset they came to a halt, threw themselves upon the ground, and ate their supper in silence. The Mohegans and the Narragansetts, who had been so boastful, who led off so bravely, dropped behind, saying nothing now as to what daring deeds they would do. Once more the little band moved on in silence and in single file till they could hear the Indian drums beating in the fort, and the shouts of the warriors who were dancing in savage glee over the cowardice of the English. They were thinking of the scalps and plunder they will take when they fall upon the defenseless settlers. "Halt!" The whisper runs down the line, and the men under Captain Mason drop upon the ground, sentinels keeping watch while the others sleep. It is 2 o'clock, May 24th, and Captain Mason awakes the sleepers. The full moon is riding in the heavens, and daylight will soon be streaming up the eastern sky. The soldiers uncover their heads while the chaplain prays, and then in silence they move on. The sounds of revelry have died away. There are no Indian sentinels keeping watch in the fort that crowns the summit of the hill. There are 2 entrances, one on the eastern and the other on the western side, with 2 rows of wigwams within. The Indians are sleeping soundly. Their dogs have quicker ears than they. One barks. An Indian hears a commotion. The truth flashes upon him. "Owonux! Owonux! English! English!" he shouts. Captain Mason and 16 men are inside the palisade, and Captain Underhill and his men are coming in on the opposite side. The warriors rush out of their wigwams. The muskets flash, arrows fly. Mason drives them against Underhill, and Underhill drives them back again. "Burn them!" Mason shouts and springs into a wigwam and takes up a firebrand. A warrior draws his bow to send an arrow through his heart, but the soldier swings his sword and cuts the bowstring. The captain holds the brand against the wigwam, and in an instant it is ablaze. The wind sweeps the fire down the line of wigwams. There are 600 Indians in the fort, warriors, squaws, and papooses. Humanity has no place in this fight. Old and young alike go down, some shot, others cut down by the sword, others roasted in the flames. The Mohegans and the Narragansetts who have been outside the fort come in and finish the work. 7 escape, and 7 only are taken prisoners. When the sun rises, its beams fall upon nearly 600 ghastly corpses blackened by the flames. 2 of the English have been killed, 20 wounded, out of the 77 composing the company. It was a narrow escape, that of Lieutenant Bull's, the piece of hard cheese that he had in his pocket stopping the arrow. John Dyer and Thomas Stiles each had arrows shot through their neckcloths. It was only a few miles to the other fort, but Captain Mason could not go over to attack it. His provisions were gone, his men exhausted. 1/3 were wounded or broken down. He must carry them to the vessels, which were miles away. He knew that the warriors of the other fort would soon be upon him, and wisely began his return. The Indians of the other fort made their appearance. The forest echoed their howlings, but Captain Mason, hiring the Narragansetts to carry the wounded, kept them at bay, and reached the seashore. The vessels came and took them on board, bearing them safely to their homes. A great blow had been struck. The Pequods lost all heart. Sassacus fled and was killed by the Mohawks. In a few weeks, The once powerful tribe was widely dispersed. Some of the captives were taken to the West Indies and sold into slavery by the Massachusetts people. No one questioned the rightfulness of such an act. If it was right to enslave Negroes, why was it not right to sell Indians taken in war? The blow struck terror to the heart of every Indian in New England, and for a long period the settlers lived in peace and security in the Connecticut Valley and everywhere else east of the Hudson River. The next year Theophilus Eaton and Reverend John Davenport of London, with a party of colonists, settled New Haven. They were rich and purchased the land of the Indians. They agreed that only members of the church should have any voice in public affairs. They chose Eaton for their governor. Thus it came about that there were 3 distinct colonies in Connecticut: Saybrook, New Haven, and Hartford. Windsor and Wethersfield joined Hartford in establishing a government and, in contrast to the New Haven colony, agreed that everybody who had a good character should be allowed to vote. It was a government of all the people, the first in America. So, after ages of bondage, the human race arrived at the consummation of the grand idea that all men should have a voice in government. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Rhode Island and New Hampshire. Charles I and Archbishop Laud made life so bitter to the Puritans of England that many thousands crossed the ocean and settled in New England. The king and archbishop were determined that everybody should accept the prayer book. They sent a minister to Edinburgh to force it on the people of Scotland. When he undertook to read prayers in the cathedral, Jenny Geddes let fly a 3-legged stool at his head. "What, you villain! Will you say mass here?" she shouted. "Stone him! Stone him!" cried the people, and the minister had to run for his life. In a short time all Scotland was in an uproar, and a little later all England, and John Hampden, John Prim, and Oliver Cromwell had a hand in public affairs. Between 1629 and 1639 more than 20,000 Puritans left England and settled in Massachusetts and Connecticut. "We must have a school that our children may not grow up in ignorance," said the people around Boston. The General Court voted to establish one, which was opened in Cambridge, 1638, the first in America. John Harvard, the minister of Charlestown, seeing the needs of the people and taking a long look ahead, gave half of his property, about £800, and his library to the school, and the people, reverencing his memory, named it Harvard College. Joseph Glover started from England with a printing press and type, but died before reaching America, and Stephen Day took charge of the press. The oath which men took when they became voters was the first printing in America. The first pamphlet was the Almanac for 1639. The next year, 1640, John Eliot and Thomas Weld translated the Psalms in meter, and Thomas Day printed them, making a volume of 300 pages, the first book printed in America north of Mexico. Among the people who arrived in Massachusetts was a young minister, Roger Williams, and his wife. He had been educated at Cambridge. He was exceedingly conscientious and so staunch a Puritan that the officers of Archbishop Laud compelled him to flee from England. He went to Plymouth, preached a while, and visited the Narragansett Indians. He was kind-hearted, and they welcomed him as a friend. From the wigwams of the Indians he went to Salem to preach. He had an intense hatred of the Pope and all the superstitions of the Church of Rome, and he so stirred up John Endicott, who was captain of the militia, that one day when the soldiers were drilling, Endicott run his sword through the flag and cut out the cross, because it was an emblem of superstition. Mr. Williams maintained that the settlers had no right to occupy their lands. "King James," he said, "never owned the land in America. He never purchased it, never paid the Indians anything for it.
Though he had given it to the colonists, he had no right to do so, and the colonists had no title. This was calling in question not only their title to land, but of everything else. Such an opinion sounded very much like treason. He was called to account by the governor, and promised to burn a pamphlet which he had written, thus making amends. During Queen Elizabeth's reign, a law had been passed that compelled everybody to attend church. James I reenacted the law. The men of Scrooby who would not obey it had been driven out of England to Holland, and from thence to Plymouth. The Puritans of England were just as strenuous as the king and archbishop that everybody must go to meeting on Sunday. The Puritans who settled in Massachusetts and Connecticut reenacted the law, but Mr. Williams disputed their right to do so. "It is contrary to the liberty of conscience," he said. "Under it no man can be truly free. No man should be forced to attend worship or maintain worship against his own free consent." He was right, and Elizabeth, James, and his fellow Puritans were wrong. Through all past ages, everybody had been wrong. "Is not the laborer worthy of his hire?" asked the magistrates. "Yes, from those who hire him," said Mr. Williams. The justices of the peace and the officers of government were selected from the members of the church. "Do you employ a doctor because he is a member of the church or because he is a good physician? Do you trust your ship to the pilot because he is a member of the church, or because he knows where the rocks are and how to avoid them?" "It is the duty of the officers to guard the people from error and heresy," said his opponents. "The officers are the people's agents. Conscience belongs to the individual. It is not public property. The civil officer has nothing to do with conscience," Mr. Williams replied. Never before had such an idea been advanced. The Puritans loved liberty, and their ideas of what constituted liberty were far in advance of those held by the bishop and nobility of England. But Mr. Williams could see what his fellow Puritans could not discern, that neither the governor nor the justice of the peace had anything to do with the religious beliefs of men. Mr. Williams had promulgated a great truth which they could not understand, but he was not always right in his thinking or wise in his actions. The governor under the charter had authority to require every settler to take the oath of allegiance. Mr. Williams disputed that right and said it was also a violation of liberty of conscience. Instead of continuing to preach to the people of Salem, he sent them a letter informing them that he would not preach in a meeting-house any more, nor should he have anything to do with the churches, for they were defiled by hypocrisy and worldliness, and they were false worshippers. The ministers were false teachers, and their doctrine corrupt. Unless the Salem people were ready to leave their church and follow him, he should preach to them no longer. He preached in his own house, but not in the meeting-house. What should the governor, the magistrates, and his fellow ministers do? Mr. Williams was defying authority and stirring up trouble. If permitted to go on, the community would be divided into factions. If authority were overthrown, there would be anarchy. He was a good man, conscientious, self-denying, tenacious of his views, thinking that he was right and everybody else wrong. The ministers, the governor, his assistants, were equally conscientious. For the peace and harmony of the colony, it would be best to send him to England, as they had a right to do under the charter. But while they were deliberating, Mr. Williams disappeared from Salem. It was midwinter, but rather than be sent back to England, he went out into the wilderness, wandering through deep snows, sleeping at night in hollow trees, finding shelter and food in the wigwams of the Indians. Governor Bradford at Plymouth learned that he was with the Indians and sent him a kind letter. 5 friends joined him. He began to build a house at Seekonk, but Governor Bradford informed him that the location he had chosen was within the boundary of Massachusetts and advised him to go beyond it. Mr. Williams thought it wise to do so. He and his friends paddled their canoes down the Pawtucket River to the country of the Narragansetts. "Welcome, welcome," said his old friends, the Indians. He landed upon a lovely spot where a spring of pure water bubbled from the ground. "Here we will make our home," said Mr. Williams, naming the place Providence in acknowledgment of God's providential care. Canonicus, chief of the Narragansetts, gave Mr. Williams a tract of land, but he was so large-hearted that he gave farms to all who wanted to build a house. "I desire that it may be a shelter for persons distressed for conscience," he said. People who had suffered persecution in England and who did not like the rule of the Puritans in Massachusetts flocked to Mr. Williams' settlement, where they could do pretty much as they pleased. Mr. Williams persuaded Miantonoma, one of the Narragansett chiefs, to give the land of Aquidneck to William Connington. No matter what opinions a man held, he was welcome in Mr. Williams' settlement, and also in the town laid out in 1639 by William Cottington, which he called Newport. The settlers knew that law and order were necessary for the prosperity of every community, and held a meeting in which everybody voted, declaring that all should have liberty of conscience forever, that they would obey the laws which the men whom they selected for that purpose might make. They were aware that they needed something more to give themselves a standing in the world, a charter. The other colonies would not recognize them as a colony. To obtain a charter, they sent Roger Williams to England, who, through the influence of Sir Henry Vane, obtained one from Parliament, which was fighting King Charles. What a joyful day it was when Mr. Williams returned with it. When he reached Seekonk, he found the river full of canoes. The whole settlement came to welcome him and escorted him to his home. Many people who were discontented otherwheres, in England, Massachusetts, and Connecticut, emigrated to Rhode Island. But not always to find peace. Some people have discontented natures and are restless wherever they may be. They are not happy unless they are making it hot for themselves or somebody else. There were such people in Rhode Island who were ever having a war of words with their neighbors. They had fierce discussions at town meetings, but they had no tithes or taxes to pay to support a minister who might preach what they did not believe. Whatever was given for religious worship was a voluntary contribution. What a step it was! Nearly 250 years have passed away, and England, the birthplace of every one of those settlers of Rhode Island, has not yet attained the grand ideal which put forth its first blossoms along the peaceful waters of Narragansett Bay. The good minister John Cotton, who preached in St. Botolph's Church, Boston, England, to whom Isaac Johnson and Lady Arbella had listened to for so many years, could preach there no longer. Archbishop Laud was hunting him down because he would not conform to the ritual. He was hiding here and there, fleeing by night from place to place, making his way to London, and from there to Boston in Massachusetts. One of his parishioners, Miss Anne Hutchinson, so loved to hear him preach that she followed him to America with her husband. Miss Hutchinson was good and kind-hearted. Her old neighbors missed her, for when anybody was sick and needed help, she was ever ready to assist them. Mrs. Hutchinson had opinions of her own. She believed that the Holy Spirit told her just what to do every day in all the affairs of life. She maintained that there were two classes of Christians, the sound and the unsound. The sound were those who accepted her belief, while those who did not believe with her were living by works. She was very charitable toward the poor and sick, and quick to relieve their wants, but she used hard words toward those who differed from her opinion. Mrs. Hutchinson did not like the ministers of Boston and Charlestown, who preached against her doctrine and called them unchristian vipers, and invited the neighbors in to discuss their sermons. In a very short time many were of her way of thinking, including Reverend Mr. Cotton and Sir Henry Vane, the handsome young governor just arrived from England. Reverend John Wheelwright, who, when a boy, attended school with Oliver Cromwell, and played football with him and became his fast friend, was minister at Dorchester. He was Mrs. Hutchinson's brother, and accepted her teachings. Mrs. Hutchinson, like Roger Williams, took great pleasure in holding an argument with somebody. Reverend Mr. Cotton liked to argue, and in a short time everybody in Boston and the surrounding settlements was discussing grace and works. The community divided into two parties. Mr. Wheelwright preached a sermon in which he used expressions which his fellow ministers thought were calculated to create a disturbance. The magistrates held a court and declared him guilty of sedition. Governor Vane protested, but the magistrates rejected his protest, whereupon he resigned and went to England. Election came on, and one great question before the people was, works against grace. The ministers preached, and the people talked. Everybody discussed theology. They had been educated under bigotry and intolerance. The tyranny of the bishops had driven them out of England, and it was not possible for either Mrs. Hutchinson, Reverend Mr. Wheelwright, John Endicott, John Cotton, John Winthrop, or anybody else to discuss the question calmly or to exercise charity. The ministers used hard words in the pulpits. The people repeated them as they argued the questions by the blazing fires during the long winter evenings. Bitterness and hate sprung up between old friends as the controversy went on. The election was held, and Mrs. Hutchinson and her friends were defeated. The magistrates would put up with her no longer, or Reverend Mr. Wheelwright, and ordered them to leave the colony. Mr. Wheelwright was not a man to stay and make trouble after the people had turned against him. He had his convictions of what was right. He would not go to Rhode Island, where there were so many discontented spirits, but with Mrs. Hutchinson went north to New Hampshire, sailed up the Piscataqua, purchased land of the Indians, and made a settlement naming it Exeter. Mr. Wheelwright's friends joined him. They chose one of their number governor, appointed men to assist him, and all took an oath to obey whatever laws might be passed. The people of Dover did the same, also those of Portsmouth. They were so few in number that they thought best to unite with Massachusetts, each town having the privilege of sending 2 representatives to General Court. And so, for 38 years, New Hampshire was under the jurisdiction of Massachusetts. There were troublesome times in England, between the king and the people. The great struggle for liberty was beginning. Governor Winthrop and the far-sighted men in Massachusetts were wondering what might come of it. What if the Spaniards or French were to take advantage of England's disorder and pounce upon the American settlements? He saw that the colonies might be united. Plymouth, New Hampshire, and Connecticut joined in the plan. Commissioners from each, meeting in May 1643, agreeing to stand by each other to defend themselves, and to make war if need be, each to pay its proportion of expense. They were to meet annually. They took the name of the United Colonies of New England. It was the beginning of the American Union and of the first Congress in the Western Hemisphere. End of Chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Affairs at Manhattan. The Zouderberg, one of East India Company's ships, with Wouter van Twiller, the new governor of the New Netherlands, on board, dropped anchor in the harbor of Manhattan in April 1633. The cannon on the battery and on the ship thundered a salute. The trumpeter blew a blast. The drums beat. The soldiers presented arms, as the short, dumpy governor, 5 burghers, who were to be his counselors, Reverend Mr. Bogardus, the dominie, and the schoolmaster, Adam Rowlandson, stepped on shore. Casks of wine were tapped, and everybody in Manhattan drank the health of Wouter van Twiller. Another vessel arrived, commanded by Captain de Vries, who reported to Governor Van Twiller that the Indians of the Delaware, who had killed Giles Hawset, and the men with him, had been pacified, and that the traders would not be molested. So the new governor began his administration of affairs under favorable auspices. Still another vessel arrived, an English ship commanded by Captain Jacob Eelkens, who had founded the Dutch settlement at Albany, but who had been dismissed from the service of the West India Company. His ship, the William, dropped anchor, and Captain Eelkens invited Governor Van Twiller and the burghers to board to a sumptuous dinner. Captain Eelkens brought out his best wines, but kept his own counsel. The dinner over, the governor went on shore and was greatly astonished, soon after landing, to see the English ship hoisting her sails and moving up the river, bound for Albany.
Captain Eelkins was intending to trade with the Indians without leave or license. "Get the cannon ready!" shouted the governor, and his soldiers wheeled the cannon into position and loaded it. "Run up the flag!" cried Van Twiller. Bang went the gun. The governor expected to see the English ship haul down her sails and come to anchor. But Captain Eelkins ran up his flag instead and fired a gun as if returning a salute. Wouter Van Twiller was dumbfounded. "Bring out a cask of wine!" he cried, and the soldiers rolled out a cask and tapped it. The governor took a big drink, smacked his lips, wiped his forehead, and swung his broad-brimmed hat and shouted, "All you who love the Prince of Orange, and who care for me, do as I do, and help me stop the Englishmen." The people of Manhattan were glad to do as he was doing, drink great bumpers of wine. They filled their glasses and winked at each other. "The English are our good friends, and as for drinking, we will empty 6 casks instead of 1, they said to themselves, and laughed at the astonished governor, who was walking up and down the fort gazing at the William sailing far away. "Why didn't you fire a shot? And why don't you send the Zouterberg after her?" De Vries asked. Van Twiller drank more wine and went to bed to think about it, and finally concluded to send the Zouterberg. Up the Hudson sped the William. Eelkins landed at Albany, pitched a tent, and traded his trinkets for furs. A week passed, and the Dutch vessel, her deck covered with green boughs, sailed up the river. Just before reaching Albany, the captain gave the crew a drink of rum, and the trumpeter, standing on the deck, took a long breath, puffed out his cheeks, and blew a great blast that echoed far up and down the Hudson. Jacob Eelkins had no intention of fighting, so he folded his tent and went down the river. "Don't you men come here again to trade with the Indians," shouted Van Twiller to Eelkins, and "Don't anybody write anything to Holland about it," was his order to the people of Manhattan. Governor Van Twiller built a house for himself with bricks brought from Holland. He also erected 3 windmills. The people were glad to see the great arms go round in the wind as they had seen them in Holland. He built a church with a steeple northeast of the fort, and close by a cottage for Dominie Bogardus, with a great brass knocker on the front door. He erected a guard-house, a gibbet and whipping post, and a house for the officers of the company. The Dutch in New Netherlands were not getting on as well as the people of Massachusetts. On the Hudson, the West India Company and the planters controlled everything, and the governor was absolute in authority, while in Massachusetts the people had a voice in public affairs, owned their farms, and could trade without restriction. The West India Company sent over William Kieft as governor. It was not a wise selection, for he had once failed in business, and his portrait had been nailed on the pillory as a sign of his disgrace. He had been sent by the Dutch government to Turkey to redeem some sailors that were held in slavery. He did not redeem them, and no one but himself ever knew what became of the money. He was a fussy, bustling, self-conceited little man, with a sharp nose and deep-set, restless, gray eyes. "You may have as many counselors as you please," said the company. William Kieft knew what he was about, and concluded that he would have as few as he pleased, and chose only one, Dr. John Lamangtang. "You may have 1 vote, and I will have 2, said Kieft to the doctor. Under Wouter Van Twiller, the inhabitants had their own way in many things, but William Kieft determined that they should bow to his will. These were his regulations: no smuggling of furs, no smuggling of tobacco, no selling of guns to Indians under pain of death, no sailors on shore after dark, nobody to leave Manhattan without a passport. Everybody must go to bed when the 9 o'clock bell rung in the evening, and be up when it rung in the morning. You must pay tribute of furs or corn, said the governor to the Indians. The Indians came with bundles of furs, threw them down at the governor's feet, and went away with scowls on their faces. They could not understand it. Why should they pay tribute? Gustavus Adolphus was king of Sweden, a large-hearted man, the great champion of Protestantism. He had seen towns and cities plundered and burnt, and he sickened at the sight. He fought only because he could see no other way to defend the right. but he thought that in a new country men might live together in brotherly love. To carry out that idea, he empowered the company to emigrate to America and begin such a settlement. There was to be no slavery or oppression. It was a beautiful plan. But before emigrants could be gathered, a great war which lasted 30 years broke out in Europe, and Gustavus had other things to attend to. He died, but the project was not altogether forgotten. 10 years passed. In the spring of 1638, 2 vessels from Gothenburg in Sweden sailed into Delaware Bay, bringing emigrants to establish a colony. The flowers were in bloom, the trees clothed with greenest verdure. The country was so delightful that they called Cape Henlopen Paradise Point. They sailed up the river, landed on the western shore near a little creek, erected a fort which they named Christina, for the child queen of Sweden, built a church, and reared their log houses. It was the beginning of settlements in Pennsylvania. Peter Minuit of New Netherlands, who had been dismissed by the West India Company but who had sold his services to the Swedes, was their leader. They built their huts along the western bank of Delaware River, cleared patches of ground, and erected a little building of logs, which was a church below and a blockhouse above. Other settlers came. They were industrious and hard-working, honest and frugal, and in 1642 built a brick church which is still standing. All the settlers gave their time to erect it, the minister carrying the brick and mortar. Their friends in Sweden aided them, sending for ornaments of the figures of the 2 cherubs holding an open Bible with this inscription, "The people who sat in darkness have seen a great light." William Kieft, governor of New Netherlands, sent a message to Peter Minuit commanding him and the Swedes to leave the country, as it was owned by the Dutch. But the Swedes paid no attention to the order and went on with their work. More Swedes arrived, and made settlements along the Delaware. Their governor, John Prince, planted his cannon to sweep the river, and compelled all the vessels of the Dutch that went past it to pay toll, which aroused the wrath of the traders of Manhattan. The Swedes had purchased the land of the Indians, but the Dutch claimed it because Henry Hudson had first sailed into the Hudson. Therefore they vowed that the whole country belonged to them. To hold it, they built Fort Casimir near Philadelphia, only 5 miles from Fort Christina. The Swedes could not put up with such an insult and tore it down. The Indian boy who had seen the club in the hands of Peter Minuit's Negroes crush the head of his uncle had been biding his time. He was now a man, and had nursed his revenge through the years and gratified it by killing a poor inoffensive old man who made cartwheels. "I will wage war upon the savages," said Governor Kieft. "You have outraged the people, and they will not sustain you," said some of his friends. The governor did not dare go to war without consulting the people. William Kieft, quite likely, did not see what would ultimately come from this calling of the first meeting of the people of Manhattan, that it would be the beginning of representative government. 12 men were chosen to consult with the governor, and they voted that peace ought to be preserved. Kieft was in a rage. He dismissed the burghers, then called them together again. He had ruled as he pleased with absolute power, but the burghers informed him that thenceforth they were to have a voice in governing. He was more angry than ever, but conceded what they asked. They went to their homes, but as soon as they were gone he posted up a paper forbidding the people to meet in any assembly without his permission, and taking back all he had agreed to. The Indians loved rum, and the Dutch were ever ready to give a glass of liquor in exchange for a beaver-skin. Myndert van der Horst had a settlement at Newark in New Jersey. One day one of the settlers sold rum to a Hackensack Indian, and when he was drunk, stole his beaver-skin coat. The Indian, who was a chief's son, in his anger, not caring who he killed, shot James Van Vorst as he was thatching his house. Governor Kieft was in a rage. "Deliver up the murderer," he demanded of the Indians. "You ought not to have sold him liquor. It was the rum, and not he that did it. He was crazy," said the Indians. "I must have the head of the murderer," the governor replied. Jan Dam, one of the burghers, invited the governor and his secretary, Van Tienhoven, to a dinner party. It was the 24th of February. Yon dam treated the company to his best liquors. The more the governor drank, the greater his rage. The secretary drew up a petition urging him in the name of the 12 men to make war, and Marin Andrensen and 2 others signed it. "I pray you, don't do it," pleaded Dominie Bogardus. "Wait till the ship comes in," said Dr. Lamontagne. "Only 3 of the 12 have signed it. The others have opposed to it," said Captain de Vries. What cared William Keith for the 12 burghers? He was governor and would do as he pleased. "Go," was the order to Sergeant Rodolph. The soldiers stepped into the boats at the battery and rowed to the Jersey shore. It was midnight, and the Indians, men, women, and children, were asleep in their wigwams. No suspicion of treachery on the part of the Dutch had ever come to them. Silently the soldiers landed and surrounded the wigwams. The work of death began. Captain de Vries, friend of the Indians, stood on the battery and saw the flash of guns. A wail of agony floated over the waters, the death cry of 80 men and women in Pavonia, and 30 at Corlear's Hook. Men and women were shot down without mercy. Infants in their mothers' arms were hacked to pieces. The wounded were pinned to the earth with stakes or tossed into the river to be swept away by the tide. What a sight was that which Captain de Vries beheld in the dim gray of the midwinter's morning. Indian women kneeling at his feet, with their hands chopped off, a foot gone, great gashes in their sides, begging his protection. "The Mohawks have done this," they said, never dreaming that the Dutch had butchered them. Oh, how hard it was for the kind-hearted man to tell them that they whom they had treated so kindly, whom they believed to be their firm friends, had done it. The soldiers returned to the fort, each man bringing the head of an Indian. What a ghastly spectacle! Pile of bleeding heads. The people came to see them, some sickening at the sight, others rejoicing. The secretary's mother-in-law, in her glee, kicked the heads as if they were footballs. Is it a wonder that the Indians vowed vengeance? That the war-whoop rung through the forest? That the midnight skies were reddened with the glare of burning buildings? That men, women, and children went down before the tomahawk and the scalping knife? Revenge was sweet. A few days later, and the settlers came flocking to New Amsterdam while the Indians shot their cattle, horses, sheep, and pigs and rioted upon the plunder of their houses. The wrath of the settlers rose against the governor. "Give us back our murdered children!" cried the weeping mothers. "You did it," said the settlers. "You must blame the freemen," the cowardly governor replied. "You forbade the freemen to meet." "Marin Andrensen and 2 others signed the petition. They are responsible." "What lies are these you tell about me?" shouted Andrensen, drawing his sword and aiming his pistol at the governor. "Put the assassin in prison," cried Kieft, and he was marched off to jail. There was a commotion in Manhattan, the people demanding Andrensen's release, and not a soul in the community offering to stand by the governor, who was compelled to permit 12 men, whom the people chose, to have a voice in public affairs. There was one man in whom the Indians trusted, Captain de Vries, for he was always their friend, and through his good offices a treaty of peace was signed, and the settlers went out to their farms. But there were some Indians who would not be bound by the treaty. They had their revenge to gratify, and war broke out anew. Among those massacred was Anne Hutchinson, who had been compelled to leave Boston on account of her religious opinions, and who had made her way to New Netherlands. Captain John Underhill, who was in the attack upon the Pequot Indians, arrived, and was placed in command of the troops of Manhattan. With 180 men he sailed through Hell Gate, landed at Greenwich, and surrounded an Indian village, in which there were 500 men, women, and children. The Dutch had guns, the Indians only bows and arrows. It was a fearful slaughter, and when it was over, there was a heap of mangled corpses, the entire 500 except 5 who managed to escape. The Indians never recovered from the blow. It was the going down of the weak before the strong. The West India Company had had enough of William Kieft. He had spent a great deal of money and was so inefficient that he was ordered to return to Amsterdam, and the people rejoiced when he was gone. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. The Struggle for Liberty in England and How It Affected America. Through these years, the lawyers of England were discussing the right of the king to levy a tax of 20 shillings upon John Hampden for ship money when Parliament had not ordered it. The judges, wearing their big flowing wigs, met day after day. No end of documents and old musty parchments were examined. Points of law were discussed, long arguments made, much Latin quoted. But the 5 judges appointed by Charles I were ever ready to carry out his will, regardless of right, and they decided that the king had power to levy the tax without consulting Parliament. It was easy for the judges to make such a decision, but it was quite another thing to make the people believe it was righteous judgment. This people beheld bloody scenes. William Prynne, a lawyer, wrote a book against theaters, calling them the devil's chapels and the players Satan's ministers. He denounced the setting up of maypoles, also dancing, wearing false hair, and the use of Christmas evergreens. He had the bad taste to denounce the Queen for attending the theater, and was put in prison. But while in jail, he wrote a pamphlet denouncing the bishops, calling them wolves. One of his fellow prisoners was John Batswick, who wrote a book denouncing the bishops. Hell has broke loose, and the devils in surplices, hoods, and capes are among us, he said. Mr. Burton wrote a book in which he said the bishops were robbers of souls. What a scene was that in Palace Yard, January 30th, 1637. The 3 prisoners were brought out from their cells and put in the pillory, the court also condemning them to pay £5,000 each. A great crowd gathered to see the sheriff carry out the rest of the sentence. They saw him heat an iron red hot and stamp it on their foreheads, then slit their nostrils and crop off their ears. It was very affecting when Reverend Mr. Batswick's wife stood upon a stool and kissed him as he was in the pillory, and tenderly laid the pieces of his ears upon her handkerchief. The sheriff marched the prisoners away with the blood streaming down their cheeks, taking them to distant prisons, a great crowd following, and the people showing their sympathy by putting Mrs. Batswick in the carriage and almost smothering her with flowers for her faithfulness and devotion to her husband. Archbishop Laud wreaked his revenge upon Reverend Mr. Lytton, who, for saying that the bishops were men of blood, and the Queen a daughter of Heth, was placed in the pillory, lost his ears, and was sent to prison for life. Peter Sannert, for saying, "I hate those that love superstitious ceremonies and vanities," was condemned to spend 11 years in prison. It was in 1629 that Charles said he never would have another parliament, and he got along without one for 11 years. But he could go no longer, for, notwithstanding he had sold monopolies and levied illegal taxes, he could not get all the money he wanted. So it came about that he was obliged to call another meeting of the representatives of the people, who came together April 13th, 1640. John Hampden's 20 shillings taxes for ship money confronted the king, for all the members had been compelled to pay ship money, and they were angry. The spirit of liberty was rising. Charles asked for £840,000. "If you will grant it, I will give up collecting any more ship money," he said. "We have been illegally taxed. We demand that the judges shall be punished before we vote any supplies," said the Commons. The king, in a great rage, again dissolved Parliament, but before the year was out called the Commons together again. The members came with a spirit and determination such as never before had been seen in England. They had their arms filled with petitions from men who had lost their noses,
who had been branded on the forehead, asking for release from prison and redress of their wrongs. Oliver Cromwell presented the petition of John Lilburne, a printer's apprentice who had been whipped and imprisoned for having sold one of Prynne's books. "Let us have the prisoners before us," said the Commons, and commanded the jailers to bring them. What a sight was that for Charles I to look upon! 4,000 men on horseback, 200 coaches, and a great crowd of people with bouquets of flowers in their hands escorting Prynne, Burton, Batswick, and Lilburne into London. The spirit of the people was rising like a flood against oppression. "There are some cobwebs that must be swept away, and there are some things that we must pull up by the roots," said John Pym to George Hyde. One of the cobwebs that John Pym had in mind was the Earl of Strafford, who had urged the king to do illegal acts. "I ask that everybody, not a member, be excluded from the hall, and the doors locked," said Pym. The doors were locked, and Pym began the work of pulling things up by the roots. "There is one man," he said, "who has become the greatest enemy to the liberties of this country, and the greatest fountain of tyranny that any age has produced, the Earl of Strafford." It was late in the night, but the peers were in their chamber, wondering what the Commons were doing with the doors locked, so that no one could come out. The door suddenly opened, and Pym, with 300 men following, marched across the hall to the chamber of the peers. "In the name of the House, and of all the Commons of England, we impeach Thomas Wentworth, Earl of Strafford, of high treason, and ask his arrest." It was a taproot which the Commons had taken a hold of, and an hour later the Earl found himself a prisoner in the Tower. A few days later, Archbishop Laud and the 2 judges who had given the unjust decision against John Hampden found themselves in the Tower. The Earl of Strafford was found guilty of high treason, that is, conspiring against the state, and was condemned to death. He was a brave old man. When the sheriff marched him out to be executed, he walked with a firm step. When they reached the window of Laud's cell, the Earl kneeled upon the stone pavement to receive the Archbishop's blessing. All London came to witness the execution. A stroke, and it was over. "His head is off! His head is off!" shouted the multitude. Bells rung and bonfires blazed. So the people manifested their joy at the death of Thomas Wentworth, who had conspired to overthrow their liberties. The Commons passed laws which the king did not like, and Charles determined to have his revenge. He started from Whitehall with 400 soldiers to seize John Pym and 4 other members. The soldiers stood guard at the door while the king went into the hall. "The birds are flown, I see, but I will have them yet," he said. "Our privileges! Our privileges!" shouted the members as the king went out. What right had the King of England to enter the hall with an armed force? None. He had trampled on the privileges of the people. All London was in an uproar. Military companies were forming. Not much longer would they submit to such outrages. The people were marching with pikes, spears, and guns. The Commons passed a bill regulating the militia. "Will it not be best to grant what they desire?" asked one of Charles's friends. "I will not yield," the king replied, swearing a great oath, determined to let the Commons and everybody else know that he was master. The nobles, the gentlemen, the bishops, the aristocracy sided with Charles, while the merchants, shopkeepers, boot and shoemakers, mechanics, apprentices, and men of all trades, the Puritans, and many of the farmers were in favor of Parliament. The Marquis of Newcastle at York set himself to raise an army for the king, and Charles, turning away from London, made haste to Nottingham. In a few days he had an army of 12,000 men. High-spirited gentlemen on high-spirited horses, accustomed to the chase, joined him. Charles made a mistake at the outset by appointing his nephew, Prince Rupert, only 23 years old, headstrong, imperious, self-willed, to command his cavalry. He was brave but not wise. The king was confronted by the army of Parliament, numbering 25,000, commanded by the Earl of Essex. One of the captains of the Parliament cavalry was Oliver Cromwell, 43 years old, a rough, ungainly farmer who had been elected to Parliament. John Hampden was his cousin. "Who is that sloven?" asked Lord Digby one day in Parliament when Oliver was making a speech. "That sloven, if we should come to a breach with the king, will be the greatest man in the kingdom," John Hampden replied. Oliver Cromwell raised 2 companies of cavalry, and gave £500 toward supplying the soldiers with an outfit. On Sunday, October 23, 1642, the 2 armies met at Edge Hill. It was 2 o'clock before the battle began. The drums beat, the cannon thundered. Sir Faithful Fortescue, commanding a regiment of cavalry in the Parliament army, proved himself unfaithful, turned traitor, led his men across the field, and joined the king. What joy on the part of Prince Rupert and the Royalists! They would win an easy victory. "Forward!" Prince Rupert gives the word. The gentlemen draw their swords, eager to trample down the farmers and the clodhoppers mounted on their cart horses. And they do it. They sweep over the field, leaping hedgerows and fences, and fall upon the Parliament cavalry. Some of the clodhoppers are trampled upon, their skulls split open. The others flee, pursued by Prince Rupert, 2 miles along the roads and fields, till stopped by John Hampden, who was hastening to battle with infantry and cavalry. Prince Rupert thinks the day is won, but is greatly mistaken. The infantry in the ranks of the Parliament army have stood like a wall of adamant, and when the king's troops charge upon them, they are rolled back as the waves of the sea are tossed back by the granite ledges. When Prince Rupert reaches the battlefield, he finds that the Earl of Lindsay has been mortally wounded and taken prisoner, and that the king's colours have been taken. Night shuts down upon the field. The king lost 1/3 of his army, the Parliament 1/3 of theirs. Neither party has won. Neither is ready to fight the next day. Oliver Cromwell and John Hampden talk about the battle. Oliver bitterly recalls the discomfiture of the Parliament's cavalry. "No wonder we were swept away," he says, "with such a miserable set of animals, old broken-down cart-horses, and the men only tapsters, good-for-nothing fellows, and people of that sort, while the king's men are sons of gentlemen accustomed to the chase, and their horses the best in the kingdom. Do you think such vagabonds as we have will make us stand against gentlemen full of resolution?" "You are right, Oliver, but how can it be helped?" "I will show you. I will have men who will fear God, men of conscience, and I promise you that they shall not be beaten." Oliver Cromwell was looking for a long war and a terrible struggle. He was also looking into the nature of things. The Cavaliers, as the gentlemen were called, had resolution, and a high sense of honor and loyalty to the king. But he believed that men who feared God, who put conscience into everything, would be animated by a higher loyalty, that they would be brave in battle and esteem death better than life if they fell in defense of their convictions. He chose for his soldiers young Puritan farmers who were rich enough to own good horses, who could ride as well as the gentlemen, men who had listened to the preaching of ministers, who would not conform to the ritual, and who were fired by lofty ideas of duty and obligation, who used no oaths, who prayed night and morning and before going into battle. The war went on. The people in the eastern counties of England mainly sided with Parliament, while those in the western counties were more in favor of the king. The line on the map given above shows how the country divided. Many battles were fought. The Martson Moor, a wide plain 6 miles from York, June 1644, a terrible battle was fought, 60,000 men taking part in it. It began at sunset and lasted until 10 o'clock. Cannon thundering, muskets flashing, pikemen stabbing each other to the heart, beating out each other's brains. 5,000 cavalry, on the high-spirited, mettled horses, dashing against the young Puritan farmers who, just before the battle began, held a prayer meeting. What a shock it was! 10,000 men on horseback, 2 great armies meeting in the middle of the plain, loyalty to the king on one side, loyalty to God on the other. The highest and noblest motives by which men are actuated, to give courage, resolution, strength, to be regardless of death, thinking of nothing but duty and obligation. Cannon shot plowed through them, volleys of musketry swept them down. Horses and men struggled in the fight. 5,000 killed, many thousands wounded. The cavalry of Prince Rupert broken, routed, scattered to the winds. 1,500 prisoners, 25 cannon. 10,000 muskets taken, the fruits of victory to the army of Parliament. When it was over, the iron-sided men sung a psalm and gave God the glory. A year later, June 12, 1645, the 2 armies met on the field of Naseby. "Green Mary!" shout the Cavaliers as they prepare to dash across the green fields and fall upon the Puritans. Honors, loyalty to the king and queen, to their ideal of divine right to rule, is the thought that animates the Cavaliers. "God with us!" shout the iron-sided men. When the battle closes, the king is fleeing westward. All is over. "This is the head of a traitor," said the executioner as he held up the bloody head of the king before a great crowd of people in London, June 30th, 1649. The people, for the first time in human history, trampled beneath their feet the doctrines preached by pope and bishop, the divine right of kings to rule. The Puritans had cut off the king's head, but they had not obtained a correct conception of what constitutes true liberty. They could not at once throw off, as the caterpillar casts its shroud, the ideas of the past. They could not rule themselves, for they were divided in opinions, and the Sloven, the man whose iron-sided soldiers had never been defeated, Oliver Cromwell, became protector of England, a king all but in name. He made the power of England felt as never before among the nations. But what has this to do with the history of our country? A great deal. When James began his persecutions, the Pilgrims fled to Holland, and from thence crossed the sea. When Charles came to the throne and began his persecutions of the Puritans, they emigrated to America. And when the Royalists saw their last hope die out at Naseby, when the king lost his head and Oliver Cromwell controlled affairs, they too looked to America as a place for refuge, for fear of what might happen to them. They selected Virginia as their future home. For the American colonies it alone had remained loyal. In Virginia they could attend the King's Church, and many gentlemen who had followed Charles through the great struggle sold their estates and crossed the Atlantic to begin life anew along the James and Potomac. They were not persecuted, but emigrated of their own free will, carrying to Virginia the ideas of church and state, the prejudices, hates, manners, customs, and refinements of the Royalists. They were men who never had been accustomed to work with their own hands, but who were rich enough to employ servants. They regarded classes in society as the natural and divine order of things. Men who labored belonged to one class, they to another, higher, better, and nobler blood in their veins. Virginia had been settled nearly half a century, but had made little progress. It was weak and feeble. Some of the planters were getting rich by raising tobacco and slaves, but a great majority of the colonists were poor, and others shiftless and lazy, with no ambition to better their condition. Like produces like. It is one of nature's laws. We reap what we sow. The first settlers of Virginia were either gentlemen, spendthrifts, or vagabonds. James made it a penal colony, and sent several shiploads of criminals to form a part of the community. How could their children be much better than they? The men who had stood by Charles in the great struggle were not vagabonds. They had been animated by lofty ideas. They were refined and intelligent, as refinement and intelligence were then rated, and their advent in Virginia was the beginning of a higher civilization. One of the emigrants was Sir John Washington, whom James had knighted in 1622. He had followed Charles in all his misfortunes. But when the king lost his head, when the outlook for the future, as he saw it, was only dark and gloomy, he sold his old home, bade farewell to all that was dear, the lands which he had owned, the old church, the graves of his fathers, crossed the Atlantic, and made him a home on the banks of the Potomac.
End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Quakers. It was Thursday, June 11th, 1656, but no one was at work in Massachusetts. The oxen, instead of being yoked to the plow, were chewing their cuds in the pasture. The blacksmith's hammer was resting on the anvil. The joiners had laid aside their planes, and shoemakers their lapstones. No one ate any dinner. It was a day of fasting and prayer, proclaimed by the governor, that the Lord would save England from the ranters and Quakers. And who were they? They were followers of George Fox, a shoemaker who, before he was 21 years old, left his business and wandered by himself in the fields and woods, wearing a broad-brimmed hat and sheepskin coat and pantaloons, sleeping at night in hollow trees or under haystacks. He fancied that the Lord told him everything he ought or ought not to do, that it would be wrong for him to take off his hat as a mark of respect, that he must not say good morning or good evening, that he ought to say thee and thou when speaking to people, that it was wrong to fight or take an oath, even when commanded by a judge. He called the churches steeple-houses. The ringing of the sweet-toned church bells offended him. Also the preaching of the ministers, whom he called hireling priests, because they were paid. It was revealed to him that he must testify to what the Lord had made known to him. All this was a matter of conscience. George Fox was sincere in his beliefs, and he conceived great truths which the people of that time could not comprehend. But he was not always wise in his actions. He entered a church one Sunday and began to talk without taking off his hat. A constable hustled him to jail, from whence he was taken before a justice. "I bid thee tremble before the word of the Lord," Fox said to the magistrate. "I bid thee quake before the law," the justice replied, and from that time he and his followers were called Quakers. Fox was put in prison many times, but was so steadfast in his belief and persistent in preaching that he made many friends. His followers called themselves Friends, and in a short time there were hundreds of men and women traveling through England, preaching in the fields or entering churches, disturbing the congregations or getting themselves into prison. They believed that their imaginations were revelations from God. Some of them were very religious, and were actuated by pure motives, while others did many foolish things. William Simpson felt that he was moved of the Lord to take off all his clothing and go into the streets and churches to preach. Robert Huntington wrapped himself in a white sheet and went into Carlisle Church to testify. Richard Sale astonished the people of Westchester by coming to church at midday with a lighted candle and tin lantern. James Naylor rode into Bristol, a woman leading his horse, other women spreading their shawls and cloaks in the streets and shouting, "Hosanna! Blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord." The people said that it was blasphemy, and Parliament condemned him to be whipped, his tongue bored through, and to be branded on the forehead and imprisoned 2 years. Sarah Goldsmith laid aside all her clothing, and with dust on her head walked through the streets of Bristol, saying that the Lord had told her thus to testify against the wickedness of the people. The mayor thought it was indecent behavior and sent her to jail. Many of the best men and women of England believed that the Quakers were deluded by the devil, and one minister was so sure of it that he wrote a book entitled Hell Let Loose. They increased so rapidly that 4 years after George Fox began to preach, they numbered 80,000,
Every vessel arriving in Boston brought intelligence of the unaccountable behavior of men and women who seemed to have lost all sense of shame. Need we wonder that the people of Massachusetts, when they heard of it, were sincere in their belief that Satan was indeed let loose, and that it was their duty to fast and pray that the Lord would circumvent the wicked one? The Quakers were moved by a fervent zeal and went out as missionaries to other lands. Mary Fisher was whipped and imprisoned for preaching, but it only made her more zealous to proclaim what to her was the truth. She went to Barbados with Anne Austen, and from thence sailed for Boston on the ship Swallow, commanded by Simon Kempthorne. Governor Endicott was not at home, but Lieutenant Governor Richard Bellingham and the council determined that no such emissaries of Satan should have a chance to preach in Massachusetts, and ordered the sheriff to put them in jail and have them examined, to see if there were any warts or other witch marks on their persons. Everybody in those days believed in witches, even George Fox, but the women who examined them found none of the devil's marks. For 5 weeks they were kept in jail and not allowed to communicate with anyone. Their backs were burnt with hot irons. When the Swallow was ready to sail, the women were placed on board, and Captain Kempthorne was ordered to take them back to Barbados, or pay a fine of £100. Though not permitted to preach in New England, Mary Fisher's zeal was not in the least quenched. She made her way to Turkey, and preached to the Sultan Mohammed IV. A few days after the Swallow departed, another vessel arrived from England with 8 Quaker preachers on board who were put in jail while the vessel was in port, and then sent back to England. Governor Endicott and his council were determined that there should be no Quaker preaching in the country, and a law was passed for the whipping and imprisonment of any who should attempt it. By the terms of the charter, they had a right to pass such a law. We are to keep in mind that the fact that the governor and council and nearly everybody else sincerely believed that the Quakers were deluded by the devil, and they would be answerable to God if they did not do all in their power to preserve the colony from the wiles of the adversary. The other colonies, with the exception of Rhode Island, passed similar laws. The people thought that severe punishments would deter the Quakers from coming to America. They had little knowledge of human nature. They did not see that the determination to adhere to their religious convictions, the same desire which had impelled themselves to leave England, would stimulate the Quakers to brave everything for what they believed was the truth. That duty would be to them the pillar of fire by night and cloud by day to lead them on to obey what they believed were God's commands. The Puritans had no conception of the peace of mind experienced by such women as Mary Fisher and Anne Austen. In passing rigorous laws, they believed that they were doing God's service. The Quakers, on the contrary, believed that they were serving God by violating such laws and were ready to take the consequences. It is a noble faculty in our nature that inspires us to brave suffering and death in doing what we believe to be right. But what in our ignorance and short-sightedness we think is right, we sometimes find, to our sorrow, is all wrong. If the Quakers did what they believed to be their duty, equally sincere were they who opposed them. Both were mistaken, both wrong. Time alone would open men's eyes to what was really true. William and Mary Dyer lived in Rhode Island. They had a beautiful family of children, and, strange as it may seem, Mary felt that it was her duty to bid good-bye to those she loved, cross the Atlantic, and testify to the people of England. Quite likely her neighbors thought it was her duty to remain at home and care for her children, but the conviction to testify had taken possession of her, and was above every other consideration. She went to England, and, after preaching a while, sailed with Anne Burden to Boston. The governor, instead of permitting them to preach, put them in jail. Mary's husband came and took her home, while Anne was sent back to England. Their books were burnt, and they were compelled to pay their jail fees. Very soon after, 6 of those who had been sent to England by Governor Endicott the year before returned. 2, John Copeland and Christopher Holder, went into Salem Meeting House on Sunday wearing their hats and disturbed the meeting. Christopher attempted to speak, but the constable held him down upon the seat and stuffed a glove into his mouth. They were whipped and sent to jail. Samuel Shattuck and Lawrence and Cassandra Southwick sympathized with them, and they in turn were whipped and put into jail, also several others. The governor and council, believing that the emissaries of the devil, in spite of the law, were getting a foothold in the colony, determined to make it still more severe, that whoever entertained a Quaker should pay a fine of 40 shillings for every hour of entertainment, and be imprisoned until the fine was paid, that every Quaker entering the colony should have his right ear cut off, and if he came back after being sent away, must lose his other ear. Women were to be whipped, put in the house of correction, and if they came into the colony a third time, have their tongues bored through. The law was not passed in malice, but with a conviction that it was for the protection and well-being of the community. Very cruel, it seems to us, but the laws were cruel all over the world. In England, many had lost their ears. Thousands had been imprisoned. Hundreds had been hung or burnt for denying that the bread became Christ's body when blessed by a priest. Thousands also had been imprisoned and others hung for not accepting the ritual of the bishops. And had not thousands been forced to leave their homes to escape persecution? In Germany, Holland, France, and Spain, hundreds of thousands of men and women had suffered death because they would not accept the Pope as the head of the Church. Under the Charter, the people of Massachusetts had the right to make such laws as they pleased for the preservation of the colony. Would not God hold them responsible in the great last day if they did not do all in their power to protect the community from the wiles of Satan? We must put ourselves in their place, must see things just as they saw them, to understand the motives actuating the governor and council in passing a law imposing the penalty of death upon every Quaker who, after being sent out of the colony, should return. Did the laws deter any one from becoming a Quaker? Not in the least. They went on instead, doing foolish things, the men wearing their hats and the women taking their spinning wheels to meeting and persisting in spinning while the minister was preaching. Some of them, carried away by a strange fanaticism, acted indecently. Lydia Wardell, laying aside all her clothing, went into the Newbury meeting house, saying that the Lord had directed her to do so. The constable quickly had put her in jail. But her imprisonment did not deter Deborah Wilson from walking naked through the streets of Salem. Patience Scott, only 11 years old, traveled from Providence to Boston to testify, and Mary Wright, 13 years old, traveled from Long Island to Boston for a like purpose. Thomas Newhouse went into a meeting house in Boston with 2 glass bottles, which he smashed, shouting to the people, "So shall ye be broken in pieces." Margaret Brewster clothed herself in sackcloth, sprinkled ashes on her hair, and went into the Reverend Mr. Thatcher's meeting. John Demon, Mrs. Marshfield, and Mary Ross stripped off their clothing and danced together. One Quaker attempted to offer his son in sacrifice, an imitation of Abraham, but was prevented by his neighbors. William Robinson, Marmaduke Stevens, and Mary Dyer, who had been sent out of Massachusetts, returned in defiance of the law. Mary could have no peace in her soul until she had testified in Boston. "Why do you come to Boston?" asked Governor Endicott. "In obedience to a divine call," she replied. What should the governor and council do? Ought they to execute the law? Were not the children of Israel commanded to put blasphemous Sabbath breakers and witches to death? "Joyfully shall I go to my death," said Mary when sentenced to die. Death had no terror for her. She was doing her duty, and when with faltering voice Governor Endicott pronounced her doom, he felt that he was doing his duty. It is August 27th. The pathway over the narrow strip of land, the only road leading into Boston from Roxbury, is crowded with men, women, and children. Boats ply to and fro between Charlestown, Cambridge, and Boston, filled with people hastening to the hanging. The drums beat, and William Robinson, Marmaduke Stevens, and Mary Dyer, guarded by soldiers and followed by the crowd, marched from the jail to the common, where the gibbet had been erected. The prisoners walked cheerfully to their death. There was no blanching of their cheeks. If it is sweet to die for one's country, it is far sweeter to die in defense of the truth. We suffer not as evildoers, but as those who have testified to the truth, Robinson exclaimed. "Robinson and Stevens are hung. Mary Dyer sees their bodies swinging in the air. The rope is put upon her neck."
"This to me is the hour of the greatest joy I have ever had in the world. No ear can hear, no tongue can utter, no heart can understand the sweet income and the refreshings of the Spirit of the Lord I now feel,"
are her words. But a messenger comes with a reprieve. She is taken back to jail and sent to her home. She is restless there. Once more she leaves her husband and children and makes her way to Boston. She has shown her fidelity to her faith by going calmly and joyfully to the gallows. Can she do more? Yes, she must die for the truth. What shall the governor do? She will not stay away, but has outraged clemency by returning. Can the government submit to a defiance of laws? Is she not indeed led on by Satan? Once more the drumbeat is heard, and the sheriff marches her to the gallows.
"Do not be deluded longer by the devil. Repent and live,"
is the exhortation of Reverend Mr. Wilson.
"I come here not to repent. I have been in paradise already several days."
No more may she be reprieved, and Mary Dyer, in obedience to what she believes to be a divine call, swings upon the gallows. William Ledden, who had been banished, returned and was executed. 4 in all were hung, and 47 sent out of the colony. Quakers were imprisoned, whipped, or otherwise punished in all the colonies except Plymouth and Rhode Island. In another chapter we shall see how they were treated by the Dutch in New Netherlands. They were persecuted and hung in Virginia. In all the colonies between 100 and 200 were arrested. In England, though none were hung, more than 13,000 were put into prison. Many had their tongues bored through or their noses slit, and their ears cropped off. The truth had not come to the world that convictions of right and duty can never be extinguished by force. Paul, afterward apostle, attempted it and failed. He was sincere in his conviction that Christians ought to be put to death that truth might be preserved. Those who persecuted the Quakers without doubt were equally sincere, but terribly mistaken. On the other hand, William Robinson, Marmaduke Stevens, and Mary Dyer, while holding important truths, which most men now accept, never once suspected that they were not doing right in all respects. Time has cleared away the haze, and we can see that the Governor and Council of Massachusetts on the one side and Mary Dyer and her companions on the other were grievously mistaken in their conceptions of right and duty. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The End of Dutch Rule in America.
Peter Stuyvesant was appointed governor of New Amsterdam. He had lost a leg in a battle with the Spaniards and stumped around on a wooden one. He was so resolute and determined in everything that the Dutch called him Hard-Copping Piet, or Headstrong Peter. Some of them called him Old Silverleg, but he soon brought order out of confusion. The Swedes at Christina on the Delaware demolished Fort Casimir, which the Dutch had erected nearby. Hard-Copping Pete was not the man to submit to such an outrage. He settled the matter by sailing with 7 warships and several hundred men, capturing Fort Christina and putting an end to Swedish rule in America. Governor Stuyvesant could not settle matters in Connecticut quite so summarily. On the contrary, the Connecticut people were crowding him out of Long Island. They were getting possession of all the good land, altering the names of the towns, and electing delegates to represent them at Hartford and making laws. Hard-Copping Pete would have no heresy in New Netherlands, but everybody must attend the Reformed Church. There were a few Lutherans who wished to worship God in their own way. "I shall fine every one of you 25 pounds for every offense," said the governor, and sent their minister out of the country. "You must have your children baptized in the Reformed Church,"
he said to the Lutherans, and when they refused, the sheriff marched them to prison. The Baptists held a meeting, but the governor put a stop to that sort of thing by fining their minister £1,000 and banishing him from the country. There was strict law in Manhattan. Desailles, who acted as deputy governor, accused a man of stealing, and the court sentenced the culprit to be whipped and banished. Jan Adamson slandered his neighbors, and was condemned to have a red-hot iron run through his tongue and be banished from the country. Wolfert Weber removed a pile of stones that belonged to Nicholas Verbuth. Wolfert, when brought before the court, offered to replace them with other stones. "I want the same stones," said Nicholas, and the court ordered Wolfert to carry back the same stones within 8 days or suffer consequences. Robert Hodgson and other Quakers came to New Netherlands. The governor heard of their arrival, and to nip their heresy in the bud, imposed a fine of £50 upon anyone who might give shelter to a Quaker for a night. If any ship's captain brought one into New Netherlands, his vessel and cargo were to be confiscated. John Chatterton and Henry Townsend broke the law. They were fined 500 guilders and sent to prison. Tobias Feck and Edward Hart were selectmen of Flushing, and because they would not carry out the governor's order against the Quakers, were thrown into prison. Robert Hodgson was arrested, and also 2 women, one with a babe in her arms. The sheriff put the women into a cart, tied Robert to its tail, and took them to New Amsterdam and thrust them into filthy dungeons. Robert was brought before the judge and tried. His sentence was in Dutch, of which he did not understand a word, but was told that he must pay 600 guilders, or work 2 years, with a Negro chained to a wheelbarrow. Feeling that he had not done any wrong, he refused to work, whereupon the sheriff ordered a Negro to give him 100 blows. All day long he was chained to the barrow. At night he was put into a dungeon, and in the morning chained to the barrow, but he would not work. The next morning a rope was tied around his waist, a log of wood to his feet, and he was drawn up to a ring-bolt overhead till he could not touch the floor with his toes, and whipped again, the rope cutting great gashes in his back and the blood streaming upon the floor. After 2 days he was tied up again and whipped until he fainted away. Through all the cruel scourging he had sweet peace in his soul. He was suffering for the truth, as he believed. The governor's sister was a kind-hearted woman, and through her intercession he was set at liberty. A Quaker visited Long Island and held a meeting at Henry Townsend's house, whereupon Governor Stuyvesant sent a company of soldiers and arrested Mr. Townsend and set a guard to prevent any more meetings. John Brown of Flushing, suspected of being a Quaker, was fined and banished to Holland, and John Tilton and his wife were ordered to leave the country. "There shall be no religious meetings except those of the Reformed Church," was the governor's proclamation. On a day in April 1662, John Winthrop, governor of Connecticut, was ushered into the king's presence at Whitehall, London. He had crossed the ocean to obtain a charter for Connecticut. He had written it out in a clear hand, and had no difficulty in obtaining an audience with Charles. For Lord Sayenseal, keeper of the king's privy seal, and the Earl of Manchester, the king's chamberlain, were his friends. Though John Winthrop's home in Connecticut was a plain edifice, though he lived in the wilderness, he was accustomed to good society, for he had been educated at Cambridge in England. He had pleasing ways. He wore a ring of curious workmanship upon his fingers, which he gave to the king. "Your Majesty's grandmother, Anne of Denmark, gave it to me. Shall I have the pleasure of presenting it to your Majesty?" Charles was greatly pleased. What could he do for Governor Winthrop in return? Governor Winthrop wanted nothing for himself, but the people of Connecticut had no charter, and if His Majesty would but grant one, it would be a generous act, certainly. His name was written upon the paper, and Connecticut had a charter as a separate and distinct colony, with jurisdiction over the country, bounded north by Massachusetts, east by Narragansett Bay, south by Long Island Sound, and west by the Pacific Ocean. It lapped Connecticut right across New Netherlands. The English were crowding the Dutch in every direction. They were taking possession of Long Island, were pushing westward from the Connecticut to the Hudson. The Dutch were good, easy, slow-going people who loved to smoke their pipes, thinking of nothing in particular, while the English were quick, active, hard-working. The English, who settled in the territory of the Dutch, gave no attention to Governor Stuyvesant's commands. They paid taxes to Connecticut. Governor Stuyvesant sent Burgomaster von Cortlandt and 2 others to Hartford to settle matters. Governor Winthrop showed them their charter. The Dutch opened their eyes wide. They were astonished. "If your province extends to the Pacific Ocean, where is New Netherlands?" they asked. "Really, we do not know," said the Connecticut men, chuckling in their sleeves. "We made a treaty with you in 1650 about boundaries. How are we to regard that?" "No force whatever. The charter is abolished," said the Connecticut men. It was a little matter for Charles II to sign his name to the charter which Governor Winthrop had obtained, and it was just as easy for him to sign a second paper giving his brother James, the Duke of York, all the country from Connecticut River to the Delaware. James wanted it, and Charles gave it to him. Very little did Charles care for the Dutch, or their claim to the country. Sebastian Cabot discovered and sailed along the shores 100 years before the Half Moon dropped anchor at the Hudson. Were not the Dutch interlopers on English soil? The gift to the Duke of York included more than half the territory which Charles had just given to the people of Connecticut. But what of that? Could not a king take back today what he granted yesterday? England and Holland were at peace, but there was a quarrel going on between the African Company of England and the West India Company of Holland. The African Company was composed of London merchants, lords, and dukes. James had an interest in it, and they were trying to crowd the Dutch out of the West India and African trade. The London merchants wanted to control the trade in rum and slaves, which gave rise to many fights between the Dutch and English sailors on the coast of Africa. James and the London merchants conceived the plan of taking possession of New Netherlands. Charles furnished ships and soldiers to carry it out. Little did the West India Company or anyone else in Holland mistrust what was in the wind when 4 war vessels with 450 soldiers on board steered west for a voyage across the Atlantic. "The English are going to take New Netherlands," was the message which Richard Lord of Lyme in Connecticut sent to Thomas Willett in New Amsterdam, who hastened to inform Governor Stuyvesant. There was a sudden assemblage of the burgomasters in the Stadthouse. The treasury was empty, but Jeremias von Rensselaer was ready to let the governor have all the money he wanted. They would defend New Amsterdam to the last. "The King of England has sent out some frigates to compel the people of New England to become Episcopalians," was the word brought to New Amsterdam by a vessel arriving from Holland. The burgomasters went home, and Governor Stuyvesant sailed up the Hudson to look after matters at Fort Orange. "The English squadron is on its way from Boston to seize the city," was the word which came to Stuyvesant, and he hastened back, set his slaves to thrashing wheat and carting it to the fort. He was in dismay when he discovered that he had only 600 pounds of powder. Besides, the reflection came to him that all the English in the province would be against him. He could muster only 400 soldiers, and they were poorly armed. But men were sent to work repairing the fort. He would defend it to the last. The ships of the Duke of York sailed into the harbor. Richard Nichols, commanding the troops, sent a message demanding the surrender of New Amsterdam. Governor Winthrop was on board the fleet and sent a letter promising freedom, security of property, and all their old privileges if the fort was surrendered. There was a great crowd around the Stadthouse. "Read the letter to the people," said the burgomasters, who did not want to fight. "I will not," the governor replied. "All that concerns the public welfare should be made public," said von Cortlandt. At that the governor, in his rage, tore the letter in pieces. The burgomasters, with lowering brows, turned their backs upon hard copping peat and marched out of the chamber. The men at work in the fort, hearing what the governor had done, threw down their shovels, rushed to the stadthouse, and shook their fists in his face. "Give us the letter! The letter!" they shouted. Nicholas Bayard picked up the pieces of paper, laid them together, and read the letter to the people. Stuyvesant wrote a letter to Nichols. "Let us discuss the question," he said. "I shall come with my ships and soldiers to discuss it," Nicholas replied, and the ships sailed in nearer the fort. "It is not soldiership to attempt to hold the fort," said Vice-Governor de Sille. "I am governor. I am here to defend this place, and I will," said the governor. The soldiers stood ready to open fire on the English ships. "It is madness," said Domine Megapolenus, laying his hand on the governor's shoulder. "What will our 20 guns do against the 62 cannon of the ships? There is no help for you. Pray do not be the first to shed blood. There is a paper signed by 73 of the principal men beseeching you not to doom the city to ashes." A burgomaster handed the governor a paper. His lips were white. There was no one to stand by him. "I had rather be carried off to my grave." He gulped down his grief. The struggle of a brave heart was over. "Hoist the white flag," he said. A little later, the flag of Holland gave place to the cross of St. George, and New Netherlands took the name of New York. Very low down indeed is that man who will not resent an insult. So thought the people of Holland. The seizure of New Netherlands was not by a lawless company, but it was by the perfidious action of the English nation. James was Lord High Admiral, the commander of all the fleets of England. Charles had supplied him with ships, sailors, and soldiers. The people of Holland had once cut the dikes, letting the sea in upon their towns to drive out the Spaniards, and they had not lost their high sense of honor. They declared war against England, which raged for 3 years. The people who lived along the southern coast of England saw the fleets of the two countries sail up and down the channel, their sides aflame, cannonballs ripping through their timbers, masts tottering, and the sea strewn with wrecks and mangled corpses. Admirals von Tromp and de Ruyter commanded the Dutch fleets, and James, Prince Rupert, and the Duke of Albemarle the English fleets. One of the English commanders, Admiral Penn, had a son who, instead of fighting, was attending Quaker meetings, to the grief of the admiral. We shall make acquaintance of the son a little further on. Terrible the conflicts. Hundreds of ships were battered to pieces, set on fire, blown up, or sunk with all on board. It was said that in one battle Admiral von Tromp, having fired away all his shot, kept up the fight by using round Dutch cheeses for cannonballs. The English landed on the coast of Holland and set the towns along the shore on fire. John de Witt, who was at the head of the Dutch government, determined that England should smart for it. There came a day when the people of London stood aghast, for they could hear the roaring of cannon down the Thames, and see columns of black smoke rising heavenward. The Dutch fleet was there, making sad havoc with the English vessels, setting the shipping on fire, capturing 4 frigates, one of them the Royal Charles, which had brought Charles across the Channel in 1660. While the people were listening with white lips to the roar of thunder, Charles was at Greenwich, with a heartless crew of courtiers around him, playing with his dogs and saying soft things to the frivolous and voluptuous women who kept him company. "Things would not be as they are if Oliver Cromwell were living," said the people, who remembered the days when England was a power in the world. They were beginning to be sick of Charles and the fops around him. Those were terrible days in London. 70,000 people had just died of the plague, and now the Dutch were destroying the shipping and paralyzing trade. The nation was paying a round price for dancing to the tune which Charles and his brother James were playing. A few days later came a terrible fire. 13,000 houses, 86 churches licked up by the flames. and 200,000 homeless people were wandering in the fields and starving beneath haystacks and hedges. Now that the rebellious city is in ruins, the king can have his own way, said one of the scapegrace courtiers, as he beheld the heaps of ashes, the crumbled chimneys and walls. The city had opposed Charles I in his efforts to trample out the people's liberties, and the merchants and tradesmen were opposing Charles II. So the heartless courtiers who were spending their time in idleness, living upon the people's bounty to the king, gloated over the ruins. The Dutch sent a fleet across the Atlantic, and once more the flag of Holland floated over New Amsterdam for a short time. But when peace came, the Dutch gave up New Netherlands to the English, who thenceforth held undisturbed sway from Maine to Florida. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. The Times of Charles II. The Commonwealth in England was at an end. John Pym, John Hampden, John Milton, and Oliver Cromwell, the far-sighted, strong-hearted, liberty-loving men who had overthrown Charles I, were dead. The people of England were not far enough advanced in their idea of liberty to govern themselves. Charles II was invited to come to England and be king. He had been long in exile in France. Just before crossing the Channel, he issued a proclamation promising pardon for everybody, so far as he was concerned, for all that had been done against his father. If Parliament should decide not to pardon everybody, that was another matter. Parliament was to be free, and there were to be no more persecutions on account of religion. The vessel which brought him to Dover was the Naseby, named from the battlefield where his father had suffered defeat. He renamed it to the Royal Charles. He ate a hearty breakfast of pork and peas, stepped into a boat, and was rowed to the shore, all the cannon thundering. When he landed, the mayor of Dover kneeled at his feet and presented a Bible. "I love it better than anything else in the world," said Charles, yet he cared very little for the Bible. He was tall and swarthy, gay, careless, and kind-hearted. He had few sober thoughts. He loved ease and pleasure. His tastes were low, his life impure. He was a scapegrace, and yet all London turned out to welcome him. Bells rung, bonfires blazed. It was a grand holiday. People drank wine and beer till they could drink no more, and were wild with delight to think that they had once more a king. Charles had promised pardon to offenders, but Parliament had something to say. Charles's father had been condemned to death by judges appointed by Parliament, but 25 of them were dead. Of the living, 19 fled to other countries. 2, John Gough and Edward Whalley, secreted themselves on a ship and crossed the Atlantic. 29 were arrested by Charles's sheriffs. A few days later, as John Evelyn was taking a walk in London, he saw a sight that made him shudder. Baskets filled with the mangled bodies of some of the judges, whom the executioners had hacked to pieces at Charing Cross. King Charles was seated in a pavilion and gloated over the scene. Cromwell was dead, and so was his son-in-law, Mr. Ireton, and Judge Bradshaw, who read Charles's condemnation. They had been buried in Westminster Abbey, but the king had the bodies torn from the coffins and hung up at Tyburn from 9 in the morning till sunset, and then taken down and thrown into a pit. Admiral Blake had defeated the enemies of England in many hard-fought battles on the sea, but Charles had his body taken out of its coffin and burnt in St. Margaret's churchyard. There had been no maypoles, no wrestling matches, no worrying of bulls with dogs during Cromwell's time, but now the maypoles were set up and the bulls were worried on market days. For 20 years there had been little gambling, but gambling houses sprung up all over London. Charles set the example. Every Sunday evening there was a carousal at Whitehall Palace.
Charles, the dukes, earls, lords, and ladies of the court playing cards, winning or losing great heaps of gold. During the Civil War and through Cromwell's time, men and women dressed plainly, but the Cavaliers took great pleasure in adorning themselves with laces, ruffles, and ribbons. They wore their hair long, to spite the Roundheads, as they called the Puritans, who cut theirs short. The Cavaliers adorned their hats with plumes. The ladies of Charles's court adopted the fashion of covering their faces with patches. It is said that one lady used court plaster to cover up a pimple, that it at the same time added to her beauty, that from such a beginning the fashion went on, till the cheeks and forehead were covered with sun, moon, stars, and fanciful designs. The court of the king was gay, frivolous, and wicked. Charles married Catherine of Portugal, a plain, simple-hearted girl, but he cared far more for Lady Castlemaine, for the actress Nell Gwynn, and a vain, false-hearted woman sent out by Louis XIV of France to exercise her fascinations upon the foolish king. He was so completely under her thumb that he made her Duchess of Portsmouth, and lavished £130,000 upon her in a single year. Never was there such drinking, swearing, and indecency in the palace of the king. Duchesses, countesses, ladies of the bedchamber, all could swear great oaths, singing indecent songs, and never a blush came upon their cheeks. The Puritans were laughed at, scoffed, ridiculed, despised, and contemptuously treated. Although the king said he loved the Bible better than anything else in the world, he cared very little for religion. He was determined, however, that everybody should use the prayer book, and because the Puritan ministers would not use it, more than 2,000 of them were thrust out of the pulpits on St. Bartholomew's Day, 1662. Parliament passed a law declaring that all meetings held on Sunday by those who would not use the prayer book were seditious, or in conspiracy against the government. If more than 4 persons were present in such an assembly, it was sedition. If there were more than 4 persons in a family, there could be no blessing asked at table. In a very short time, the prisons were filled with Quakers and Puritans. One was a poor tinker who used to travel through the country mending pots and pans. He was very profane and wicked, but became a good man, and went to preaching to his associates that they ought to lead purer lives. If he had spent his time in gambling, worrying bulls, or dancing, the bishops would not have thought of putting him in prison. But Charles and the bishops would not permit any praying without a prayer book. And so one morning John Bunyan found himself in Bedford jail, where he was kept, half-starved, for 12 years. The bishops thought that by so doing they would stop his preaching. But 2¼ centuries have rolled away, and John Bunyan has been preaching through all the years, and will preach on to the end of time, for the Pilgrim's Progress, written in the old stone prison at Bedford, deals with things invisible and eternal. Charles and the bishops are dead, but John Bunyan lives. For him, there is no death. John Gough and Edward Whalley reached Boston. Whalley had been a lieutenant general, and Gough a major general in Cromwell's army. They were learned and agreeable gentlemen. They stayed in Cambridge until February 1661, but the king's officers were on their tracks, and they went to New Haven in Connecticut and stopped with Reverend Mr. Danforth. Thomas Kirke, who, a few years later, put scores of men and women to death in Scotland, was following Gough and Whalley, with Thomas Kelland, another officer appointed by Charles. They called upon Governor Winthrop at Hartford, who treated them courteously, not because he wanted to aid them, but because they were officers of the king. "General Gough and General Whalley are not here," said the governor, and the officers pushed on to Milford and called upon Deputy Governor Leete. "We would like to confer with you in private. We are on the track of the rascals. We are sure that they are here. We must have men to help us," they said. "The gentlemen whom you seek have been here, but I have not seen them for several weeks. I do not believe they are in New Haven. Have you authority to arrest them?" "Here are your papers." Governor Leete began to read them aloud. "Please do not read aloud. Somebody may overhear and get wind of our business.
but the governor went on reading aloud. "I must consult with the council, for this is a grave matter. It is late tonight. We will ride to New Haven in the morning and call the council together," said the governor. The officers went to bed, but while they were asleep, an Indian stole out of the darkness and ran through the woods to New Haven. The governor and the officers rode there in the morning, and the council met and consulted all day. "This is a very important matter. We dare not act without calling the assembly," they said. "The king will resent any concealment of such arch-traitors," said the officers. "We are always ready to honor the king, but we have tender consciences, and we must let the assembly decide." The commissioners were in a rage. They would search for themselves, and ransacked Mr. Danforth's house, and treated him rudely because he had befriended the refugees. Mrs. Ayers had given them shelter, and the officers knocked at her door. Mrs. Ayers was very polite. Oh, yes, she knew General Wally and General Gough. They were very courteous gentlemen. They had been to her house, and she hoped to have the pleasure of meeting them again. These may not be her exact words, but Mrs. Ayers was very much of a lady, that the officers could not think of searching her closets to see if the refugees were there. The officers took their departure, little suspecting that the two men were upstairs the while. But they could stay there no longer. They fled and secreted themselves under a bridge, and not long after heard the hoofs of the officers' horses upon the planks above them. William Jones concealed them, but the officers were still on their track, and they found refuge in a cave on the side of a hill, which they named Providence Hill. The pursuit was getting hot, and again they disappeared. Which way the officers could not discover. They were completely baffled, and returned to England denouncing the people of Connecticut as enemies of the king. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, King Philip's War. Philip, son of Massoit, was chief of the Wampanoag Indians. He lived in Mount Hope near Bristol, Rhode Island. From the summit of the rounded hill he could look out upon the country occupied by his tribe. Northward and eastward were their hunting grounds. Southward were the calm waters of Narragansett Bay, swarming with fish and dotted with green islands. Westward, beyond the bay, was the country of the Narragansetts. Philip had been selling his land piece by piece to the English. From his wigwam he could see the blue smoke curling up from their hearthstones in every direction. The English in New England never took the lands of the Indians without paying for them. It was not much that they paid, but to the Indians the glass beads, little tinkling bells, and knives and red blankets of the white men were of more value than the woods and meadows. They were only children in their ideas of property, and when the trinkets were lost, and the blankets worn to rags, when they saw that the lands remained, that there were gardens, flowers, fields of waving grain, where a few months before there was only the forest, they came to the conclusion that the white man had cheated them. They could no longer live by hunting, for cattle were feeding in the former haunts of the deer. They ate the corn which the squaws had planted. "Build a fence around your corn," said the white man. "Indian no build fence," was the reply. Labor was degrading. Squaws might work, but braves never. "You give us rum, and when we are drunk, you cheat us." The white men laughed in their sleeves, for they knew that the Indian would part with everything for rum. They called it kill devil. Philip's warriors were restless. All through the years from 1620 to 1675 they had not been to war save with the Narragansetts. There was excitement in war, bravery and daring to waylay their foes, fall upon them in ambush, burn their dwellings, split their skulls with the tomahawk, take their scalps, humble them in the dust. That was worth living for. The English were extending their laws over them. If one Indian killed another, the Boston men hung the murderer, cut off his head, and placed it on the gibbet, where the birds could peck out the dead man's eyes. What right had the white man to interfere in the affairs of the Indian? From 1670 to 1675, there were reports that Philip was meditating a war. Many things occurred to lead him on. Quite likely, Philip saw that he had made foolish trades and was angry with himself. The white men had hung one of his men for murder. They had demanded that the Indians should give up all their guns. His warriors were urging him to fight. If he did not, would they not call him a coward and depose him from being chief? All the Indian tribes from Narragansett Bay to Merrimack River had recognized his father as their great chief. Would they not look with contempt upon him if he remained at home in his wigwam and allowed the white men to overrun the country? Is it any wonder that he sent messengers to the Nipmuc, Narragansett, Nashua, and other tribes to see what they thought about matters? It is not quite certain that Philip wanted to go to war. He is represented as having been wily and bloodthirsty, but that does not appear to have been his character. He was proud and haughty. He had influence over other tribes and exercised it, but it is not clear that he delighted in brutality. "I am sorry," he said when he heard that the war had begun, and this was the way it began. John Sassamon, who had been taught to read and write by John Eliot at Natick, and who sometimes wrote letters for Philip, informed the white men that the Indians were planning war. For giving this information, 3 of Philip's men killed him and put his body under the ice at Middleborough Pond, whereupon they were arrested by the Boston men and one of them hung, which greatly angered Philip's men, who killed the cattle of the Swansea people. They did not fire upon the settlers. They waited for the white men to shed the first blood, believing what their medicine men told them, that the party that drew the first blood would be beaten. It was on June 19th, 1675, that a Swansea man fired upon an Indian for shooting his oxen and wounded him. This was the signal. Blood had been shed by the white man, who would be vanquished in the struggle. Thursday, June 24th, was fast day. The settlers of Swansea were going home from meeting in the afternoon when there was a sudden rattle of guns from the unseen foe. One fell dead and several were wounded. 2 men who went for the doctor to dress the wounds were killed. When night closed, 6 had been killed and many wounded. Messengers rode in haste over the country. The next afternoon, drums were beating in Boston, and the beacon was blazing on the hill. In a few hours, men from Boston, Plymouth, and other towns were on the march. The war which they had feared had come at last. Instead of peace and security, there were alarm and terror. It was on the afternoon of Saturday that the Dedham men started for Swansea. That night there was an eclipse of the moon. The soldiers knew very little about eclipses. The moon was of the color of blood, and there was one dark spot which looked like a scalp. As the eclipse came on, the shape of the moon was like a bow when the arrow was about to fly. Such the superstition and imagination as they marched through the gloomy forest. Philip was not at Swansea when his men began the war, but at Mount Hope. Captain Thomas Savage, with 60 men on horses and 60 on foot, marched directly to Mount Hope, and came so suddenly upon Philip, who was at dinner in his wigwam, that he barely escaped capture. Captain Savage killed 15 Indians, took all of Philip's cattle and hogs, and destroyed his cornfield. In front of his wigwam there were the heads of 8 white men on poles. But in Boston, on the cross beams of the gibbet, were the skulls of Indians and murderers bleaching in the summer sun. Philip was no more brutal in that respect than the people in Boston, London, and Paris. It was the custom of the time. Captain Moseley of Boston, with 110 men, had a fight near Swansea, in which several Indians were killed. Lieutenant Oakes, in command of a party, killed 3 Indians, whose scalps were sent to Boston. Captain Church went to Pocasset, now Tiverton, Rhode Island, across the narrow arm of Narragansett Bay, east of Mount Hope. He had 36 men and found himself suddenly attacked by 300 Indians. He retreated to the waterside, piled flat stones one upon another, and built a barricade, and fought till Captain Golding came to his relief in a sloop. The sloop could not come to shore, and the canoe that plied between the shore and the vessel could only carry 2 at a time. Church was the last to go. A bullet grazed his hair. Another struck a stake in front of him. 2 passed through the canoe. They riddled the sail of the sloop, but not a man was killed. Philip, having been driven from Mount Hope, began the war in earnest. On the 14th of July he fell upon Mendon, killed 5 white men, and burnt the houses. There was one tribe that he could not prevail upon to join him, the Mohegans. Uncas was still alive. He was Philip's rival. He had seen Sassacus and the Pequods destroyed, and now in his old age he would renew his alliance with the white men who would soon vanquish the Wampanoags. He sent his 2 sons with a party of warriors to Boston, offering to fight against Philip. They were of great service in piloting the white men through the forests. The Indians attacked Brookfield, Massachusetts. 80 settlers fled to the garrison house, which was built of logs and loopholed. The Indians set the other houses on fire, and then attacked the garrison, sheltering themselves behind trees and fences. They crept through the grass on their bellies, and there were sudden flashes at the loopholes, and Indian after Indian was killed. There were 600 or 700 of them, who howled like wolves, hungry for their prey. Not to be thwarted, they obtained a cart, piled bundles of flax upon it, sheltered themselves behind it, set the flax on fire, and wheeled the cart toward the house. There were flashes at the loopholes. One by one the Indians fell. The building was on fire, but one of the brave settlers ran out and extinguished it, the balls rattling around him like hail. Soon after, the hearts of the settlers were gladdened by the arrival of Major Willard and a party of soldiers who came to their relief. They found 80 dead Indians. The Narragansetts had joined Philip. They built a strong fort in a swamp which had only one entrance over a log across a brook. In the fort were their wives and children, their stores of corn and acorns, which the women had gathered while the warriors were on the war-path. There were 500 wigwams within the enclosure and nearly 3,000 Indians. The colonies united to strike a blow which the Indians would feel. Massachusetts sent 527 men, Plymouth 158, Connecticut 315. Volunteers from Rhode Island joined, which, with 150 Mohegan Indians, made the largest army ever assembled in America at that time, numbering more than 1,100. It is Sabbath morning, December 19th. The troops have slept on the snow, making their beds of hemlock boughs. They eat breakfast before daylight and are on the march before the sun rises. Governor Winslow is commander, and by his side is Captain Church. The fort is 15 miles distant, but they reach it by 1 o'clock. An Indian who has been in the fort pilots them and tells them that it is very strong, that it encloses several acres, that there is a high palisade, and that trees and brush have been laid against the walls, that there is only one entrance across the log, which will be swept by the fire of the Indians. The army forms. The men who are to lead the attack know that death is certain, but there is no flinching. They remember the desolate homes, the murdered men, women, and children all along the frontier. They have come to be avenged, to fight, to die if need be. They rush toward the log. The walls of the fort blaze, and the men upon the log go down. Others take their places. They too fall, men and officers together, 6 captains, one after another. But the white men are so determined, there are so many of them, that the Indians cannot load their guns quick enough to keep them back. They run across the log, gather upon the opposite bank, and rush to the fort, and swarm inside the enclosure, pouring their fire upon the astonished Indians. Now comes the hand-to-hand fight, the white men using their swords and hatchets, the Indians their tomahawks. It is the fight of civilization against barbarism, power against weakness, the future against the past. The past goes down in the terrific struggle. The Indian warriors flee to the other side of the fort, leap over the wall, and disappear in the forest, leaving their wives and children in the wigwams. Nearly 400 of the white men have been killed or wounded. The infuriated soldiers will have their revenge. They set the wigwams on fire. Captain Church protests against it. We can live on their corn and make our wounded comfortable, he says. But the blood of the soldiers is up, and they will not listen to reason. And, as the sun goes down, the flames of the burning wigwams illume the wintry sky, and night closes in upon the ghastly scene of 300 blackened corpses roasting in the flames, and upon the dying and the dead slain in battle. The troops bearing their wounded take up their line of march. A storm has risen, snow is falling, and the chill wind sweeps through the forest. Many of the wounded die, and the snow is their winding sheet. They reach their rendezvous in the morning. Their victory has been dearly bought, but they have accomplished their object, the wiping out of the Narragansett nation. Out in the forest are the Indians. It is a terrible night to them. Their stronghold lost, their wives and children massacred or burnt to death, their provisions gone. Nothing left but eternal hate. The white man shall suffer. The Indian will have his revenge. The war goes on. Canonicus, chief of the Narragansetts, is captured. We will spare your life if you will procure a treaty of peace, said his captors. The Indians will never cease fighting, he replied. You are condemned to death. I like it. I shall die before I speak anything unworthy of myself, is the heroic reply. Lancaster, Medfield, Weymouth, Groton, and Marlborough in Massachusetts were burnt by the Indians. In Rhode Island, Providence and Warwick. From the east, Philip went west to attack the towns on the Connecticut. Springfield, Hadley, Hatfield, Deerfield, and Northampton. It is fast day in Hadley, and the people are attending meeting. They hear the war whoop of the Indians, behold their houses in flames, and their wives and children fleeing along the street, and rally to their defense. Suddenly an old man with long white beard appears among them, directing them. He is brave, cool, collected. He speaks with authority. The Indians are driven off, and the white-haired man disappears. Who is he? None know. They think of him as God's angel sent for their deliverance. Years go by before they learn that it was one of the men who sat in judgment upon King Charles, William Gough, who has been secreted with Edward Whalley in the house of the minister, Reverend Mr. Russell. All through the summer of 1676 the war goes on. Philip sees that his men are being killed, that his power is waning. He tries to enlist the Mohawks, but they will not listen to his proposal. He can only obtain powder from the French in Canada or Acadia. He will not hear of peace and kills one of his followers who makes a suggestion. Revenge! How sweet to gratify it! How many great plans have been upset by it! The Indian, struck down by Philip in his anger, had a brother who, when he saw the tomahawk crash through the skull of the murdered man, determined to have his revenge. No longer would he recognize Philip as chief, no longer be a friend, but a bitter, unrelenting enemy. In the darkness of the night he stole away to give himself up to the English, to lead them on the track of Philip. Captain Church captures Philip's wife and child. This is a sad blow. My heart breaks. I am ready to die, said the chief. His warriors are disheartened. There were only a few left. He had carried desolation to the whites. He had fought bravely, but the struggle was over. Never again could he rally his followers. An archangel's trumpet only could summon them from their graves. Those who remained were plotting against him. He was disheartened. The white men had sold his wife and child into slavery in Bermuda. Broken in spirit, he returns once more to his old home, Mount Hope. The Avenger is on his track. On Saturday morning, August 12th, Captain Church and Captain Golding, with their men, surround a swamp in which Philip has concealed himself. He is awakened by the footsteps of the soldiers, springs to his feet, and dashes through the forest. Caleb Cook and the Avengers stand side by side. Cook's gun misses fire, but the Indian sends a bullet through Philip's heart, and then, with his hatchet, chops off his head and bears it in triumph to Plymouth, where it is set upon the top of the gallows. The Indian is avenged upon his dead brother, and so perishes the son of Massasoit, the last chief of the Wampanoags. The once powerful tribe was extinct. Those who escaped joined other tribes. Quite a number casting in their lot with the Indians in New Hampshire and Maine, who had been committing depredations upon the English, killing settlers at Dover, Exeter, and Berwick. The governor of Massachusetts sent 130 men to Dover to arrest the murderers and make a new treaty of peace. Major Waldron sent word to all the well-disposed Indians to come to the garrison. He was well known to the savages who put faith in him. The dusky warriors assembled, and with them the Pequods. How shall they be seized? Major Waldron proposes to the Indians to have a sham fight. You shall fire first blank cartridges, he says. The parties divide. The Indians fire. Their guns are empty. In an instant a troop closes around them, and they are prisoners. 200 of them are sent to Boston, and from thence to the West Indies to be sold as slaves. It is a perfidious, cruel act. Will the Indian forget it? He will bide his time. One Indian escaped and ran into the house of Elizabeth Hurd, who secreted him till the soldiers were gone. It is an act of kindness which the Indian will never forget. It has been a costly war to the English. 13 towns have been burnt. More than 600 men have been killed in battles. Many have been maimed for life, and the colonies are burdened with a debt of more than $500,000. There is grief in every household and distress everywhere. Starvation stares them in the face. Connecticut has not felt the desolation, and the people of that colony generously contribute 1,000 bushels of corn, which is sent to Massachusetts to be distributed among the needy. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Louis Frontenac in Canada. On a summer day in 1672, Louis Frontenac, 52 years of age, just arrived from France, stepped on shore at Quebec, the first Governor-General of Canada. 60 years had rolled away since Champlain erected the first house in Canada, and so slow had been the emigration that there were not more than 3,000 or 4,000 Frenchmen in the New World. There had been civil war in France, but peace had come. Louis XIV was king. Colbert was his prime minister. He saw that the English were settling along the Atlantic coast, and the Dutch were driving a profitable trade on the Hudson with the Indians, that Spain had colonized the West Indies and Mexico, were masters of South America, and had a foothold in Florida, while France had done very little toward developing the vast empire extending from the Gulf of St. Lawrence to Mexico and westward to the Pacific Ocean. The energetic prime minister selected Count Frontenac to manage matters in New France. We may think of Frontenac as turning over in his mind the work before him, the helps and hindrances. As he spreads out the map which the geographers have made, he sees the St. Lawrence and the lakes, the Ohio, Illinois, and Mississippi rivers, and their tributaries forming natural highways by which the coureurs de bois, the rangers of the woods as they are called, half Indian and half French, reach every section of the vast domain. He sees that the English have no such great natural routes for travel, that all the rivers emptying into the Atlantic have their sources in the great mountain range extending from the White Mountains in New Hampshire to Alabama. The mountain range is a barrier which nature has established between the Atlantic slope and the Mississippi Valley, in the valley of that river, on the banks of the Ohio, and upon the broad prairies of Illinois,
the peasants of New France could rear their homes. The king who came to the throne when he was but 4 years old, Louis XIV, whose armies had won great victories, would give men and money. The Church of Rome would aid. The priests of St. Francis and the Jesuits had been among the Indians of the Great West, enlisting them on the side of France and against the Dutch and English. The Dutch traders had never been beyond Niagara, where the French every year were chaffering with the Indians at Mackinac and on the Mississippi. All the Indians had been won to the side of France except the Iroquois, who had never forgotten that their fathers had been driven from the St. Lawrence, nor that Champlain fought against them many moons before. Jean de Lamberville, a Jesuit missionary, was living with the Onondagas, trying to convert them to Christianity and to call Louis XIV their great father. But the warriors who had carried their victorious arms to Tennessee, who had compelled the Illinois to pay them tribute, would call them brother only, never father. Years before, they had buried a hatchet with the Dutch beneath a great tree at Albany. The Dutch had treated them kindly and would pay them twice as much for beaver-skins as the Canadian traders. Count Frontenac may have given them presents, speak honeyed words, and made large promises of friendship, but he could not make them his allies. The old grudge would always be kept in remembrance, but never would they resign their independence. On what foundation shall the empire of France and the Western world be constructed? On the natural rights of man? No, for neither the king, the Roman Church, nor the Jesuits have any conception of natural rights. "I am the state," shouts Louis XIV, striking his hand upon his breast. "Neither in France nor in Canada can the people have a voice in public affairs. Pope, bishop, and priest alone have the right to say what men shall believe or how they shall worship. There shall be no schools unless taught by priests and nuns." The government which Count Frontenac established consisted of himself, the intendant, the man who had charge of the trade, the bishop, the attorney general, and 5 councillors. These 9 men made the laws. They divided the land into great estates called seigneuries. The owners, who called themselves seigneurs, or noblemen, rented it to the farmers, who had nothing to do with government except to pay the taxes. Count Frontenac does not see that such a system of government will end in failure, but he will learn by and by that in the New World the instinctive love of freedom which exists in every human heart will make itself manifest, that the woods, the vast reaches of the country, the influences of nature will awaken new thoughts and aspirations in the minds of men. The king will be far away. Count Frontenac will have no army to enforce the laws which he and the other 8 men may make. His subordinate officers will grasp all the money they can as it passes through their hands. There will be quarrels between the governor and the intendant, between the governor and the bishop. The Jesuits will attempt to control affairs. These are some of the obstacles to the building up of the new empire which he will encounter. For 10 years Count Frontenac labored. Shipload after shipload of emigrants arrived from France, but the intendant thwarted his plans. The bishop quarreled with him. The Iroquois would not be cajoled, and in 1682 he went back to France. Governor de la Barre succeeded him, but after serving 3 years was succeeded by Denonville. The Iroquois had been at war with other Indians. They had conquered tribes in Virginia, compelling them to become Iroquois. They paddled along the southern shore of Lake Erie, through Lakes Huron and Michigan, to the terror of the Hurons, invaded Illinois, wiped out the war parties of their enemies, returned with hundreds of prisoners and boats filled with beaver-skins which the fur traders of Canada had purchased, and which they had captured. They were ruining the fur trade of Canada. "Capture the Iroquois and send them as slaves to France," was the word which Louis XIV sent to Denonville. The new governor, who read his prayer book a great deal, but who knew very little about the Iroquois, determined to punish the haughty tribes who were carrying things with so high a hand. Near the outlet of Lake Ontario, were some Indians related to the Iroquois. Governor Denonville invited them to come to Fort Frontenac and have a feast. They accepted the invitation, but when they were inside the fort, he seized them all, 30 men, 90 women and children, and sent out a party who returned with 18 more warriors and 60 women and children. He had them baptized, and the men sent as slaves to France. He summoned the tribes from the west, from Lakes Huron, Michigan, and Illinois, to come to be revenged upon their enemies. A few weeks later, a great fleet of canoes came down from the upper lakes filled with dusky warriors. On a bright sunny day, July 1687, the warriors from the St. Lawrence, from the shores of Michigan and the banks of the Mississippi drew their canoes on shore in Irondequoit Bay, Lake Ontario, northeast of Rochester, New York. Never before had there been such an army in the service of Louis XIV. Soldiers in the uniforms of the king, officers who had danced at Versailles, Jesuit priests who had threaded the far western wilds, educated in the seminaries of the Old World, yet becoming savage in their modes of life, that they may win the heathens to the church. Indians in war paint and feathers, wearing skins of the buffalo, the horns branching from their foreheads, the tails trailing upon the earth, wielding their tomahawks, brandishing their scalping knives around the campfires at night, as they rehearse the deeds of daring they will undertake to destroy their haughty enemies. The chief town of the Senecas is only 15 miles away, and a broad path leads to it. Governor Denonville resolves that it shall be a heap of ashes, that the waving fields of corn shall be cut down, and that the haughty tribes will be brought into subjection. The army of 2,000 French and Indians marches southward. The day is hot and sultry. The French officers pant beneath the terrible heat. Scouts, who have been reconnoitering around the village, report that no warriors are to be seen, only a few squaws. The invaders pass through a defile, but no Iroquois are in ambush. They pass a second defile, but no war whoop resounds through the forest. Their enemies must have fled in terror. They reach the third, pass through it in haste, pressing on to surprise the town. Suddenly a yell, fiercer than the howl of 1,000 wolves, breaks the stillness. Guns flash in their faces and upon their flanks. The Iroquois spring from the ground, confronting them with defiant shouts. Some of the French officers fall flat upon the earth, terror-stricken by the sudden apparition. The air is thick with flying arrows. Governor Denonville is brave. He encourages his men, orders the drums to beat, and stops the soldiers who start to run. The Canadian Indians leap from tree to tree and exchange shots with their old enemies. For a few minutes the battle rages, and then the Senecas, who are only 300, disappear, carrying their wounded and some of their dead. 6 French were killed and 30 wounded. The Senecas had 30 or more killed and 60 wounded. In the morning the army marched on to destroy the town, but found only a heap of ashes. The Senecas themselves burnt it several days before, and had retired southward with their wives and children. Governor Denonville could only destroy their corn. Having done that, he went back to the lake, dismissed his allies from the far west, and returned to Montreal, after building a fort near Niagara Falls. In a few days the Senecas were back again building new wigwams. "If you overturn a wasp's nest, you must kill the wasp, or you will get stung," said an Indian to Governor Denonville on his way back to the lake. Denonville discovered after a while that the wasp had stings. Dongan was governor of New York. He invited the Iroquois to meet him in council, and the chiefs came to Albany. "You are subjects of King James," he said. "You must not make treaties with the French without my consent. You ought to drive the French out of the West, so that you can get all the beaver-skins from that section. You ought not to let the Jesuits live among you." "We will fight the French as long as we have a warrior left," replied the Iroquois. They went back to their homes with presents, with the promise of the governor that the King of England would stand by them in their struggle against the French. 1,500 of them stole along Lake Champlain, paddling their canoes by night, secreting themselves in the forest during the day. On the morning of August 5th, 1689, they crawled on their hands and knees into the village of Lachine, 6 miles from Montreal. Just as the robins and swallows were singing their songs in the early summer morning, the terrible war whoop rang through the settlement, and the butchery began. There were 3 forts nearby, from which the soldiers looked out and saw the inhabitants fall before the tomahawk. All the morning the bloody work went on, the street running with blood, the tall column of smoke ascending to heaven, the Iroquois hanging men, women, and children on stakes and drinking themselves drunk on brandy. Colonel Subercos started with 400 men and arrived at the burning village in the afternoon. "The Indians are only 1.5 miles away, dead drunk," said a Frenchman who had escaped. Colonel Subercos started to attack them, when an officer came in hot haste from Montreal. "The governor orders that you stand on the defensive and run no risks." Subercos was brave. He believed that the Indians, in their drunken stupor, could be routed. But at the command of the frightened governor he had to turn about. The next day the Wasps, having recovered from their drunk, attacked a party of 80 soldiers and defeated them. For more than 2 months the Iroquois roamed the country around Montreal, killing, scalping, torturing their prisoners, paralyzing all Canada, wreaking terrible vengeance. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. Governor Berkley and the Virginians. I thank God there are no free schools in Virginia, and I hope we shall not have them these 100 years. So said Sir William Berkley, whom Charles II had appointed governor of Virginia. Sir William lived in a stately house on the banks of the James. He rode in a lumbering old coach and kept a retinue of servants. His table was spread with silver. He ruled pretty much as he pleased, and was king in a small way. He hated schools and printing presses, for he knew that knowledge is power, and if the people were educated he would not be able to keep them so completely under his thumb. He cared so little for their prosperity that no roads were built. The highway was only a path. All travel was by boats on the river. Berkeley was arbitrary, avaricious, and cared more for feathering his own nest than for the interests of the people. There was not a bridge in Virginia. He allowed public interests to take care of themselves. He had a monopoly of trade with the Indians, and he alone possessed the right to sell them gunpowder. The Cavaliers, who had emigrated from England because they could not bear the Puritans' rule, favored aristocracy. They regarded the men who worked for a living with haughty contempt. They little knew how, without schools, the common people of the colony were being educated, how the freedom of the woods, the necessity of caring for themselves, was making them self-reliant, and how, when time came, they would take matters into their own hands. The time came in 1675. The Indians on the upper Potomac killed 3 settlers, and then, growing bolder, came down the James River and killed 36. Governor Berkeley ordered Sir Henry Chaseley to pursue them with troops, but when the troops were all ready, Berkeley ordered them to disband. If he chastised the Indians, of course he would have no more profits from trade. The Indians went on plundering and murdering and laying the country waste. Before the year was out, they killed more than 300 settlers. "We're ready to wipe out the savages," said the settlers to the governor. "No troops shall march without my orders," was the reply. Self-preservation is a greater law than any edict which Governor Berkeley could issue, and with Nathaniel Bacon at their head, 300 settlers took matters into their own hands and wiped out the Indians at a blow. Bacon was only 33 years old. He had been in Virginia only 2 years, but had seen a great deal of the world. He hated tyranny. The people elected him to the Assembly, and through his influence a law was passed which deprived Governor Berkley of some of the fat fees which he had engulfed. Bacon had marched against the Indians without orders. He held no commission. Berkley would not overlook such conduct. "You are a traitor and a rebel," said the governor. But, notwithstanding his hate, he was obliged to yield to the demands of the people and give Bacon a commission, who started once more to drive the Indians out of the colony. When all were ready, Berkley forbade them going, and denounced Bacon and his men once more as rebels and traitors. "We are ready to lay down our lives for our wives and children, and for the colony. We will go and see why he calls us traitors," said Bacon. "Amen!" shouted the troops. The drums beat, and they took up their march to confront the governor. Berkley fled across Chesapeake Bay, and Bacon halted at Williamsburg. "The flight of the governor is to be regarded as abdicating the governorship. The people must take matters into their own hands," said Bacon, and the assembly came together at his call. He disbanded nearly all of his soldiers. The men who adhered to Berkley rallied around him, and he went up to Jamestown. Bacon hastened thither with his handful of men. There was a fight, but Bacon won the victory, and his soldiers, in the exultation over the governor, set the town on fire. The flames licked up every house, leaving nothing but chimneys and the crumbling walls of the church. It was an unhealthy locality, so marrowless the climate that Bacon sickened and died a few days later. The people were without a leader. Berkley set Robert Beverley to hunting down those who had taken part in the rebellion. Thomas Hansford was the first to suffer. "You die as a rebel," said the governor. "I die a loyal subject and a lover of my country," said Hansford as he gazed unflinchingly upon the gibbet. Mr. Cheeseman was condemned to be hung. "Let me die instead of my husband," said Mrs. Cheeseman. "He joined the revolt because I wanted him to." She fell upon her knees before Berkley. "Away!" shouted the hard-hearted governor. "You shall be hanged in half an hour," he said smilingly to William Drummond, whose wife and children were turned out upon the world to beg their living. The implacable man was not satisfied till 32 had been hung. "The old fool!" said Charles II when he heard of it. "He has taken away more lives in that miserable country than I for the murder of my father." "Had we left him alone, he would have hanged half the country," said a member of Parliament. Charles sent over an order to the lieutenant governor to assume the government. "He is under me, and I will not yield," said Berkley, and told the hangman to drive the commissioners who brought the letter out of the country. Charles II would not submit to such an insult, and the next ship summoned Berkley to England. Governor Culpeper arrived in Virginia in 1680. He was cunning and avaricious. Before leaving England, he induced the king to have his salary raised 1,000 pounds, and the prerequisites increased so that it would be equal to 2,000 pounds income additional per annum, which the colonists had to pay. Tobacco was the only thing they cultivated, and the price of the plant was all the time falling. Governor Culpeper thought out a plan to make towns grow. The vessels which went up the river and gathered the hogsheads from the plantations were ordered to call only at certain places. The governor thought that a town would spring up at each landing, but no towns appeared. There were no industries in the colony to make towns grow. The planter, who had been shipping his tobacco from his own plantation under the order, was obliged to drive it many miles to the landing, thus adding to the cost. The price of tobacco was falling. Was it because people were leaving off smoking? On the contrary, it was in greater demand than ever. "The price is low because we raise too much," said some of the ignorant people who could not see that the taxes and the restrictions ate up the profits. "Let us cut up the plants," shouted a mob which went into their neighbors' fields and destroyed many acres. To destroy tobacco was to diminish the governor's salary, and Governor Culpeper let them know that he was master by hanging several of the ringleaders. 5 shillings shall be reckoned as 6 shillings in all trades between yourselves, but in the payment of my salary 5 shillings shall be only 5, said the governor. The assembly protested against such an unrighteous act, but he was master and drove them out of the chamber. Culpeper stayed 4 years, and then was succeeded by Governor Effingham, who taxed the people still worse. If they remonstrated, he became more exacting. While he was in office, shiploads of poor creatures, seized by the king's officers for having been concerned in a rebellion, arrived in Virginia and were sold into servitude for 10 or 20 years. When William and Mary came to the throne, Sir Francis Nicholson was appointed lieutenant governor while Effingham was in England. He saw that the people needed roads, and built one through the most thickly settled section. He encouraged the people to dress skins of cattle and sheep and to cultivate flax. He tried to stop the terrible profanity which the people indulged in by putting them in the stocks. While he was governor, Reverend James Blair, who was the commissary of the Bishop of London and at the head of the Episcopal Church in Virginia, obtained a grant from the King and Queen for a college. It was named William and Mary, and was liberally endowed by them. "What is the use of having a college in Virginia?" asked Seymour, the Attorney General of the Crown, when Mr. Blair called upon him to see about the charter. "The people of Virginia, as well as the people in other parts of the world, have souls to be saved." "Curse your souls! Raise tobacco!" Seymour replied. Nevertheless, the King and Queen having ordered it, he was obliged to make out the charter, which he did in 1692, the second in America. There were none but Episcopal churches in Virginia. The law would not allow the existence of other denominations. Mr. Blair, who had obtained the charter for the college, was a good man, but most of the other ministers were graceless scamps who read prayers for a living, and the planters were obliged to give them many pounds of tobacco per annum. The ministers were illiterate. They spent their time in hunting, fishing, or in getting drunk. On Sundays they read prayers and preached what they called a sermon, a few commonplace words strung together with quotations from the Bible, and when service was through, drank their grog, and were ready for another week of idleness and carousal. Governor Nicholson went to England in 1705, and for 5 years the people ruled themselves, and they did it so peaceably and sensibly that they were the 5 happiest and most prosperous years the colony had ever seen. In 1710 Governor Spotswood came, bringing the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. He ruled 12 years. During that period and through the following years the colony took on new strength. In 1732 Joyce Height went into the valley of Shenandoah with a colony from Pennsylvania and began a settlement at Winchester. John Lewis settled Staunton. Between 1730 and 1740, many Germans, Scotch Presbyterians, and Quakers crossed the upper Potomac and settled that region. They were industrious, hard-working, thrifty, religious, and intense lovers of liberty. They rejected the established church, chose their own ministers, and supported them. So it came about that there were 2 distinct settlements in Virginia, that east of the Blue Ridge and that in the valley of the Shenandoah. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. How the King took away the charters of the colonies. There was too much liberty in America to suit the King of England. The people of Massachusetts, under the charter given them by the grandfather of Charles II, were making their own laws and governing themselves, and Charles II determined to take it from them. The King's Court issued a writ of quo warranto, that is, commanding the people of Massachusetts to appear before the court and show by what authority they held the charter. If they were to say, "It was granted by King James," the court would reply, "If the king had power to grant it, the king has power to take it away." The people of Massachusetts employed a lawyer to defend them, but the judges were ready to do the king's bidding, and the charter was revoked October 23, 1684. For 50 years the people had elected their own officers, but now the king was to appoint the governor, make laws, and levy taxes. There were to be no more general courts. It was to be absolute power on one side and abject humility and serfdom on the other. Charles II laid his plans, or his ministers laid them for him, but death stepped suddenly in, putting an end to a worthless life. His brother, the Duke of York, became King James II. On May 14, 1686, a warship arrived at Boston, bringing Edmund Randolph, whom James had sent out to establish a new government. James appointed Joseph Dudley president, giving him authority to seize one of the meeting houses in Boston. The Bishop of London sent Reverend Robert Ratcliffe to read prayers. "The prayers in the book are nothing but trash. They are like leeks and garlic," said the people, hating the prayer book more than ever. "I want you to have the bell tolled every Wednesday and Friday at 9 in the morning for the people to come to prayers," said the new governor to the owner of one of the meeting houses. "It is against our conscience. Besides, we own the meeting house. We will not do it." Sir Edmund Andros arrived, bringing his commission as governor of all New England. James had determined to carry out his brother's plan. He would see if he could not have prayers in church. "The governor demands the keys to the meeting house," said Edmund Randolph, whom Andros sent to obtain them. "The land and the houses belong to us, and we will not let him have them," said the pew owners. But the sexton, being terribly frightened, gave them up, and Reverend Mr. Radcliffe read prayers on Good Friday. It was the beginning of absolute government in Massachusetts. Governor Andros appointed Joseph Dudley, William Stoughton, John Usher, and Edmund Randolph justices of a court to settle all questions of law. He appointed Edmund Randolph to collect the taxes. A few men had nice positions in government, charging what fees they pleased. The people had bought and sold land under the charter, but Governor Andros said the titles were worthless because the charter had been revoked, and that they must take out new titles for which they were to pay roundly. Andros ordered each town to choose a man to act with the selectmen in levying taxes. Reverend John Wise and John Appleton of Ipswich advised the people to pay no attention to the order, but to do as they always had done. But Governor Andros soon let them know that he would not permit such talk. He had them up before the court. "You have no privileges. You ought to be sold as slaves," said Dudley, who was ready to deprive them of every right. "We send you to prison for 21 days, and you are to pay a fine besides," was the sentence of the judges, and the sheriffs marched them to prison. "We cannot levy any taxes which the Assembly have not voted," said Shadrach Wilbur, town clerk of Taunton, whereupon the judges sent him to jail for 3 months for his impudence. Andros ruled as he pleased, giving to his friends not only fat offices, but the farms which people had bought and paid for. Having established his authority in Massachusetts, he went to Connecticut to take away the charter which Governor Winslow had obtained from Charles II. He rode in state accompanied by 60 gentlemen, with a company of soldiers as his bodyguard. The people of Connecticut received him respectfully, a troop of horsemen escorting him from Wethersfield to Hartford. The governor and council called a meeting in the evening of the last day of October, 1687, to compel a surrender of the charter. There was a crowd in the chamber. The box containing the charter was placed upon the table. 2 or 3 tallow candles threw their dim light upon the document under which they had elected their own officers and made their own laws. Somebody lifted a finger or made a sign, and in an instant the candles went out. There were no matches in those days. They must strike a light with a flint and steel or get a coal from somewhere. We can only imagine what Governor Andros and everybody else was thinking about, sitting there in the darkness while somebody was going to the nearest house for a light. But when the candles were lighted, the charter was nowhere to be seen. No one knew what had become of it. No one but Captain James Wadsworth, who was wise enough to keep his knowledge to himself. It was not in his house or in any other building, but secreted in a hollow oak tree out on the common. Although Governor Andros had not got possession of the charter, he set up his own government, and his secretary wrote this in the records. His Excellency Sir Edmund Andros, Knight, Captain, General, and Governor of His Majesty's Territory and Dominion in New England, by order from His Majesty James II, King of England, Scotland, and Ireland, the 31st of October, 1687, took into his hands the government of the colony of Connecticut, it being by His Majesty annexed to Massachusetts and other colonies under His Excellency's government. Finis. The word was written, but nothing is final in this world that is not based on right, as Governor Andros discovered after a while. New England for the time being was under his heel. The governor returned to Boston, fitted out an expedition, sailed eastward to the Penobscot, and plundered the French at Castine, in Maine. He kept 600 soldiers in arms, compelling the people to pay the taxes. Edmund Randolph, the tax collector, sold out his privilege to John West, who seized the goods of those who did not pay. It was on the 4th of April, 1689, that a vessel entered Boston harbor from Nevis with a sailor named John Winslow on board, which sailed from that island in February. Just before he left there, a vessel sailed in bringing copies of the Prince of Orange's proclamation. The word ran through the streets. "You are wanted at the governor's house," said a messenger. "Why didn't you come here at once?" asked Andros. "It is not customary for a passenger to go to the governor when the master of the ship has the news." "Where is the declaration of the Prince of Orange that you brought? I want it." "I will not give it to you because you are not willing the people shall know what has taken place." "You are a saucy fellow. Sheriff, take him to the justice of the peace. Let him deal with him." "Give us the declaration of the Prince of Orange," said the justice. "I will not. You keep the news from the people. I bought it with my own money." "Away with him to prison." And the sheriff marched him off. The people of Boston did not know what was going on in England, only that William had landed. But their blood was rising. Governor Andros saw it and moved into the fort on Fort Hill. Out in the harbor was the frigate Rose, swinging at anchor. It was election day, April 18th, and people came in from Cambridge, Roxbury, and Dorchester to hear the minister of the First Church preach. They were early. Some of them discovered Captain George on shore and put him under guard. Somebody beat a drum at 9 o'clock. A man climbed up the staff on Beacon Hill and hung out a flag. All Boston saw it, and the people out in Cambridge. Captain Hill's company suddenly made its appearance in King Street, marched to the State House, escorting Simon Bradstreet, Thomas Danforth, and several of the old magistrates who had sympathized with the people. In a very short time, Edmund Randolph, who had done so much to help Andros, Justice Foxcroft, John Sherlock, the sheriff who had marched John Winslow to jail, and many others who had held offices under Andros, found themselves in jail. The jailer himself, who had turned the key on so many good men, found himself in a cell, and Mr. Seats, a bricklayer, turning the key upon him. There were 20 companies under arms in Boston. Drums were beating. Men were running with their muskets. There was a great crowd on the shore at Charlestown. 400 men with guns ready to help. Parties were coming down Charles River from Newton, down the Mystic from Medford. Never before had there been such a crowd in King Street. Somebody read a paper from the balcony of the State House, setting forth the oppression they had suffered and resolving to have justice. The Rose was opening her portholes, running out her guns. The lieutenant was issuing his order, swearing great oaths at the insults to the captain. He sent a boat and soldiers to bring them on board, but the people seized the guns of the sailors and marched them to the townhouse. John Nelson commanded the troops. He marched to the fort and planted his cannon. "Surrender the fort," was the order to Andros. He gave it up, and Captain Fairweather turned the gun upon the frigate. Captain George promised that the frigate should not fire and ordered the sails to be brought on shore. Great crowds poured into town all the afternoon, ready to take their revenge upon Andros, who was marched off to the fort. He tried to escape by putting on women's clothes. He passed 2 sentinels, but the third discovered his thick-soled shoes and marched him back. The people elected Simon Bradstreet governor, and absolute rule was at an end in Massachusetts. On the 29th of May, a vessel sailed into the harbor bringing joyful news. William, Prince of Orange, was King of England, and there was an end forever of absolute rule in England. In commemoration of the event, the people of Boston sat down to a grand dinner in the townhouse, providing an abundance of wine, everybody eating and drinking till the sexton rung the bell at 9 o'clock in the evening, when they made their way home, rejoicing over the downfall of King James, Andros, and all their minions. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of Old Times in the Colonies by Charles Carleton Coffin. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, King William's War. At 3 o'clock Tuesday morning, December 11th, 1688, James II, King of England, rose noiselessly from his bed, passed with stealthy step from his palace, entered a carriage in waiting, was driven rapidly to the bank of the Thames, where he stepped into a boat and was rowed swiftly down the stream. As the boat shot past the old palace of Lambeth, he flung into the river the great seal of England, used in stamping all the royal documents to give them validity. He was fleeing from his palace, his throne, his kingdom, from a people whom he'd outraged in his attempts to set up a personal and absolute government by his tyrannical acts. The people had risen against him. They had invited his son-in-law, William of Orange, to aid them in overthrowing the government. He had landed at Torquay, and had been welcomed by the nation, and James was a fugitive, seeking refuge in France with Louis XIV., whose adopted daughter, Mary of Modena, was James's wife. On the last day of December, James entered the old palace of Saint Germain, on the bank of the Seine near Paris, which Louis XIV. Had placed at his disposal. The Queen of England, with her infant child, arrived 2 days before. Louis went out to meet her with a great retinue of courtiers. "Saint Germain shall be your home," he said. He gave her a key to a casket which contained $20,000 in gold. "You are still King of England, and I will aid you to recover your kingdom," he said to James, and prepared for war against England. It was not simply a generous act on the part of Louis to a fellow sovereign who was in trouble, but there were ideas behind it. Louis XIV. And James II. Believed in the absolute right of kings to rule as they pleased, that the people should have no voice in the government, that kings were appointed of God to govern, and that the people must do their bidding. They had the right to levy taxes, to wage war, and to compel people to fight at their pleasure. "I am the state," said Louis, and that comprehended all. Not another being in France was of any account. William, on the other hand, believed that the people had a right to make their own laws through a parliament of their own choosing, that the parliament should be free to act, and that it was the duty of the king to execute the laws. James and Louis were Roman Catholics. James had done what he could do to crush out the Protestant and establish the Roman religion in England. Louis hated Protestants and drove them from his kingdom. He took pride in calling himself the most Catholic king. He regarded himself as the great defender of the Roman Church. William was a Protestant. His wife Mary, daughter of James, was a Protestant, and he was regarded by the Protestants of all Europe as a defender of their religion. So the war was not waged merely that James might regain his crown, but it was to be a great struggle between the absolute right of kings and the freedom of the people. On the banks of the Rhine, the Danube, the Po, in the meadows of Holland, on the plains of Germany, amidst the vineyards of Italy, in the wilderness of North America, upon the Penobscot, the Piscataqua, Merrimack, and Mohawk, The struggle is to go on, not whether James shall be once more King of England, but whether the people shall have a voice in government, and think for themselves in matters pertaining to religion. Quenchless the ardor of the Jesuits. Through all the years, from the landing of the missionaries sent out by Madame de Guercheville, the black-gowned fathers were making their influence felt among the Indians of the Penobscot and the Kennebec. Gabriel Droulet, bidding farewell to France, obedient to the orders of his superior, crossed the Atlantic and established a mission on the Kennebec, raised a chapel, set up the cross and an image of the Virgin Mary, gave presents to the dusky warriors, and reaped a rich harvest of converts so far as baptism was concerned. When the Iroquois from beyond the Hudson stole through the wilderness and fell upon the tribes in Maine, Father Gabriel visited Boston to ask the Puritans to use their influence in constraining the implacable Iroquois. He was hospitably entertained, and the governor of Massachusetts used his influence to restrain the Mohawks. 3 Jesuits succeeded Father Gabriel, Father Thury, and the 2 brothers Bigot. They stirred up the Indians to make war upon the English. "My children," said Thury, "how long will you suffer your lands to be encroached upon by heretics? By the religion I have taught you, I exhort you to resist them. The hatchet must be cleaned of its rust. Night and day a continual prayer shall ascend to heaven for your success. An unceasing rosary shall be observed until your return, covered with the glory of triumph." During these years the Indians had made themselves at home in Dover, New Hampshire, coming and going as they pleased. There were 5 houses in the town, strongly fortified, in which the settlers slept at night. It was the evening of the 27th of June, 1688, when 2 squaws called at Major Waldron's garrison and asked if they might sleep there. "Indians are coming to trade tomorrow," they said. Major Waldron was pleased to hear it, for trade with the Indians always meant a good bargain to the white man. "Supposing we should want to go out in the night, how shall we open the door?" asked the squaws. They were shown how to undo the fastenings. Major Waldron is 80 years of age, white-haired, wrinkled, but there is force yet left in his arm, and he is as courageous as ever. He has no fear of any Indian that walks the earth, and the vague rumors and whisperings are as idle as the wind to him. He lies down to sleep. The lights in all the houses are extinguished. No sentinel walks the street. In the darkness, dusky forms glide noiselessly through the town. The doors of the houses open. The terrible war-whoop breaks the stillness of the summer night. 6 Indians enter the room where the brave old man is sleeping. He springs from the bed, seizes his sword, and single-handed drives them from the chamber into the large room. In the darkness one steals behind him, strikes a blow, and he falls. It is their hour of triumph. He has been a ruler and a judge. The Indians can be sarcastic. They seat him in his armchair, lift him upon the table. It is his throne. "Get us supper," is their command to the family. They eat and then turn to their bloody work. One by one they slash their knives across his breast. "So I cross out my account," they say. They are settling an account that has been standing 13 long years. An Indian cuts off one hand. "Where are the scales? Let us see if it weighs a pound." Major Waldron brought beaver-skins and was accustomed to put his hand as a weight upon the opposite scale when he weighed them. One cuts off his nose, another his ears. The old man's strength is gone, and as he falls, one holds a sword which pierces his body. In one of the garrisons is a faithful dog, whose barking awakes the inmates. The Indians rush upon the door. Elder Wentworth throws himself upon the floor, holds his feet against it, braces himself with all his might. The bullets whistle over him, but do him no harm, and he holds it fast. Elizabeth Hurd, with her children, on this evening, has come from Portsmouth in a boat. They are belated, and the Indians are at their bloody work when she reaches Major Waldron's home. Her children flee while she sinks in terror upon the ground.
An Indian with a pistol stands over her, but does not fire. "No harm shall come to you," he says. It is the Indian whom she befriended 13 years ago. When the morning dawns, it is upon the smoldering ruins of burning dwellings, upon the mangled bodies of 23 men and women, and upon 29 women and children going into captivity. A long and weary march through the woods to Canada to be sold as slaves to the French or kept in servitude by the savages. Louis XIV saw that France could build up a new empire in America, but to accomplish such a result, a man with a strong hand must be sent out to direct affairs, and Count Louis Frontenac was selected as the one most suitable for the work, with which he was already familiar. He reached Quebec and laid his plans to strike 3 blows at the same time upon the English, one in the valley of the Mohawk, one in New Hampshire, and one in Maine. It was in midwinter that the 3 picked parties of French and Indians started, one from Montreal, the second from 3 Rivers, the third from Quebec. Let us follow them and see how the French and Jesuits carried on this war of ideas in the wilderness of the Western world. In the middle of January 1690, 160 French and 90 Indians who had been baptized by the Jesuits started from Montreal on snowshoes, carrying heavy packs and dragging their provisions on sleds. They toiled day after day through the snow to Lake Champlain, along its entire length on the ice, and then through the woods to the valley of the Mohawk. On a Saturday night they halted 2 miles from Schenectady. The sun went down in a haze, and the night was bitter cold. At 11 o'clock they reached the town. Schenectady is so far from Canada, the snow is so deep, the cold so severe that no enemy would undertake a hostile raid. So thought the easy-going Dutch settlers, who at 9 o'clock raked up their fires, laid aside their pipes, and went to bed, little dreaming of the blow that was about to fall upon them. The party was commanded by d'Aillebout de Montet and Le Moyne de Saint Helene, who had with him his 2 brothers, Le Moyne de Iberville and Le Moyne de Bienville, whom we shall see again. The night was cold. The wind howled through the forest. Snow was falling. The men stamped their feet to warm them. They were impatient of delay. French and Indians alike longed for the moment when the bloody work was to begin. The officers post their men. Then comes the war whoop, the breaking in of doors. The settlers leap from their beds to fall before the tomahawk. Women seize their children and run into the streets, to be shot down alike by French and Indians. Turn which way they will, there is nothing but death. The snow is crimsoned with their blood. The streets are strewn with the dead and dying. The flames of 40 dwellings illume the wintry sky, and in the lurid light the Indians, with strings of bleeding scalps of white-haired men and helpless women and fair-faced girls hanging at their sides, dance in frantic joy. The haze that settled down at night upon the horizon was the precursor of an approaching storm. The wind howls through the forest, sweeping the snow in blinding drifts. Yet out in the storm, barefooted, clad only in their night-dresses, men and women are fleeing with infants in their arms, freezing where they fall. Oh, what a scene it is which Captain Montet and Lieutenant Saint Helene beheld on Sunday morning. The peaceful village in ruins, smoldering ashes instead of houses, every house except 2 burnt, 60 ghastly corpses in the snow, infants with their brains dashed out, men and women and maidens ruthlessly butchered. So those soldiers reared in France have massacred the inhabitants of the village so far away in the wilds of the American continent. At sunrise they are on their way with 27 prisoners and all the horses, making a swift retreat to Canada. Count Frontenac was greatly pleased with the result of the expedition, and wrote these words to Louis XIV.
You cannot believe the joy that this slight success has caused, and how much it contributes to raise the people of Canada from their dejection. The second party sent out by Frontenac consisted of 24 French and 25 Indians, commanded by Francis Hertel of Ronville, whom we shall see again. On the 28th of January, 51 men started from 3 rivers southward, through the wilderness, up the valley of the St. Francis to the highlands between the Atlantic and the St. Lawrence, to the headwaters of the Connecticut across northern New Hampshire to the Saco, and from the Saco to the Piscataqua they made their way through ice and snow, animated by the thought that they could strike terror to every Englishman on the continent. On the 27th of March they reached the English settlement of Salmon Falls on the Piscataqua, 10 miles from the sea. 70 years had passed since Edward and William Hilton had reared their fish houses at Dover, only 5 miles distant, and this settlement of Salmon Falls was the frontier town in New Hampshire. So slow had been the advance of civilization. While Hertel and his men were preparing for their bloody work, the scouts crept in the darkness up to the residence of the settlers. They discovered a sawmill where men had been at work through the day, a fortified house, and 2 stockades and scattered farmhouses. No sentinel challenged them. No one was astir. The water was falling over the dam. No other sound broke the stillness of the night. In the darkness Hertel posted his men, and the work began. 30 persons tomahawked and shot, 54 women and children captured. Morning dawned upon the scene of desolation, mangled corpses and burning dwellings, with Hertel and his prisoners moving away. A few hours later a party of settlers came up with them. He saw them approach and posted his men on the bank of a river. It was nearly night when the fight began. The English lost 2 killed and 7 wounded. Hertel lost several, but he prevented the English from crossing the stream and hurried his captives away, giving some of them to the Indians, Christian Indians who had been baptized by the Jesuits, who tied them to trees and put them to death with horrible tortures. The third party sent by Frontenac started from Quebec, consisting of 50 French and 60 Christian Indians, commanded by a Canadian officer, Captain Portneuf, and Lieutenant Courtemanche. They reached the Kennebec River in May. They traveled slowly, catching fish and killing moose and deer. Upon the Kennebec lived the Anbencas Indians, who joined the expedition. The Jesuit priests had been among them, and had used their influence to stir them up to wage war upon the English. From the Penobscot came St. Castine with some French and Indians. Hertel, in his return to Canada, had taken the route of the Kennebec and joined Portneuf. Altogether they were nearly 500 men. On the shore of Casco Bay in Portland was Fort Loyal and a little village with 4 blockhouses. On the morning of the 20th of May, the people saw their cattle in the pastures running and tossing their heads in fright. The news of what had taken place at Salmon Falls had reached Portland, and the settlers had flocked into the village. There was 100 of them in the fort, commanded by Captain Davis. The men in the garrison heard a gun fired, and then the yells of Indians. Portneuf's Christian Indians had killed a man and could no longer restrain themselves. Their shooting alarmed the garrison, and every man seized his gun. Captain Davis resolved to keep his men in the garrison, but Lieutenant Clark was for going out to find the enemy. There was little discipline, and he went out with 30 men, when suddenly there came a volley from an unseen enemy which killed or wounded every man, and only 4 succeeded in reaching the fort, into which all the settlers with their families fled. The French commander had no cannon, but collecting the shovels of the settlers, he began to dig a trench to undermine the fort. While some of his men were at work, others were lying in secure places, ready to pick off any soldier that attempted to fire. For 3 days and nights the French worked on the trench till it was close to the fort. "Surrender!" shouted the French commander. Will you give me good quarter, with liberty to march to the nearest English town and have a guard for our defence and safety?" Captain Davis asked. "You shall be protected, I swear it," said Portneuf, lifting his hand and taking a solemn oath that everything that was asked for should be granted. The gates were opened, the garrison laid down their arms, and then the work of death began. The tomahawk crashed through the skulls of men and women alike. The scalping knife encircled their brows. Infants were dashed against the stones, and all that were spared were taken into captivity. "You have violated your solemn pledge," protested Captain Davis. "You are rebels against your lawful king, James II," replied Portneuf, who, setting the town on fire, retreated to Canada, having wiped the settlement from the face of the earth. Captain Davis and 4 other men were spared. Upon reaching Quebec, he was brought before Frontenac. "We were promised good quarter. I thought I had to do with Christians that would have been careful of their engagements and not violate their oaths," said Davis fearlessly. "You are rebels against your rightful king," said Frontenac, but he treated Captain Davis courteously and liked him for his outspoken opinions. About 12 miles from the sea, on the Merrimack River in Massachusetts, is the beautiful town of Haverhill. It was a small settlement in 1690, but it was easy for the Indians to descend the river in their canoes and attack it. In the month of August 1692, John Keyser went into his meadow with his scythe to cut grass. He took his gun with him and leaned it against a tree. While mowing, an Indian crept through the woods, reached the tree, and seized the gun. "Me kill you now," he said, bringing the gun to his shoulder. John Keyser was brave, and he was quick to act. He was not the man to flee. That would be certain death. He could yell louder than any Indian. With a screech, he rushed upon the savage with his scythe, who dropped his gun and took to his heels. But Keyser overtook him and gave him a stroke which cut a fearful gash across the half-naked body of the savage, who fell dead at his feet. 2 boys, Isaac Bradley, 15 years old, and Joseph Whitaker, 11, were at work one day in Mr. Bradley's field, when a party of Indians sprang out of the woods and seized them. Isaac was small, but was bright and brave. Joseph, though 4 years younger, was as large as Isaac, but he had less heart and strength. The Indians did not stop to kill any of the settlers, but hastened away, traveling through the woods to the beautiful lake Winnipesaukee, where they had established their camp for the winter. In a very short time, Isaac picked up enough of their language to know what they were saying. "We shall go to Canada in the spring," was what he heard them say. April came, the snow was gone, the flowers were beginning to appear, and in a few days the Indians would be on their march to sell them to the French. But Isaac had no intention of going to Canada. Day after day he thought over the matter. He knew that the English settlements were far away to the south, but there was no path. He had no compass. How could he ever reach them? He would be guided by the sun by day and the stars by night. He would make the attempt. He might perish, but death was better than captivity. "I'm going to try it tomorrow night. I'm afraid you won't wake," he said to Joseph, who always slept soundly and snored in his sleep. "Oh, yes, I will," Joseph replied. The Indians had killed a moose, and Isaac managed to secrete a large piece of the meat in the bushes near the camp. He filled his pockets with bread. Night came. All were asleep except Isaac, who was so stirred by the thought of escaping that his eyes would not close. Every sense was quickened. He rose softly and touched Joseph, who was sound asleep. He did not stir, and Isaac shook him harder. "What do you want?" Joseph asked. In an instant Isaac was stretched out by his side and snoring. The Indians did not wake, and after a little while the boys arose softly and crept out of the wigwam, Isaac with an Indian gun and ammunition. They made their way to the meat, took it in their arms, and started upon the run, guiding their way by the stars. On through the wilderness, amidst all the tall trees, Over fallen trunks, over stones, through thickets and tangled brushwood they traveled till morning, and then crept into a hollow log. Great consternation in the camp of the Indians. Their captives gone, a gun lost. At daybreak the Indians with the dogs were on their track in a swift pursuit. The boys heard the barking of the dogs, which soon came sniffing round the log. What shall the boys do now? Isaac is quick-witted. "Good fellow, Bose, good fellow. Here is some breakfast for you," and he tosses the moose meat to them. The dogs know his voice, devour the meat, and are as happy as dogs can be. The boys are their friends. They cease barking and trot around with no further concern. The Indians come upon the run. The boys hear their voices as they hasten, followed by the dogs. Through the day they lie secreted in the log, and when night comes, strike out once more in a different direction from that taken by the Indians. All night long they traveled, nibbling the bread in their pockets. Morning came, and again they concealed themselves. Once more at night they are on the march. On the third day Isaac shoots a pigeon, but does not dare to kindle a fire, and they eat it raw. They find a turtle, smash its shell, and eat the meat. On day after day they toil, eating roots and the buds of the trees just ready to burst into leaf. The sixth day came, and they suddenly find themselves close to an Indian camp. They peep through the underbrush, and see the warriors sitting around their campfires smoking their pipes. They steal softly away, and then run as fast as their legs can carry them. The morning of the eighth day comes. Joseph's strength is failing. His courage is gone. He cries bitterly. They are in the wilderness, they know not where, with nothing to eat, their clothes in rags, their feet bleeding. "Cheer up, Joseph. Here are some ground nuts. Here, drink some water," says Isaac. No brave words, no act of kindness can quicken the courage of the fainting boy. What shall Isaac do? Stay and die with him, or try and find his way out? Sad the parting, the younger lying down to die upon a mossy bank, the older turning away alone, lost in the wilderness. With faltering step, Isaac pushes on and discovers a house. No inhabitants are there, but he knows that there must be white men not far away. With quickened pulse, he turns back to the dying boy, awakens him from sleep, rubs his legs, and bathes his temples. "Come, Joseph, we are saved. Help is near." He leads him a few steps, takes him on his back, staggers with him through the woods, and strikes a beaten path. Glorious Isaac Bradley! The world's history has many a story of heroic action, but none nobler or braver than this act of yours. Before night they reach a ford upon the Saco River, and astonish the soldiers with the story of their adventures. In March 1697, Thomas Dustin of Haverhill was at work in his field when he heard the terrible whoop of Indians and ran toward his house. He had 8 children, the youngest only a week old. The mother was in bed with her infant, tended by her nurse, Mary Neff. "Run for the garrison!" he shouted to his other children. They fled, the oldest carrying the youngest, while Mr. Dustin rushed into the stable for his horse. The Indians were close upon him. He could not save his wife, but would try and save some of the children. He came up with them. Which should he take? All were equally dear to him, and he would try and save all. The Indians reached the house and seized Mrs. Dustin and Mary Neff. They dashed the infant against a rock, and the mother beholds its bleeding corpse. They rush after the fleeing family. "Run for your lives!" shouts Mr. Dustin to his children, and leaps from his horse, shelters himself behind the animal, rests his gun across the horse's back, taking deliberate aim upon the foremost Indian. He fires, springs into the saddle, and is away, with the bullets flying around him. He loads his gun while on the gallop, reaches his children, dismounts, and is ready for the pursuers, so keeping them at bay. He reaches the garrison, saving all the children. In a few moments, 27 men, women, and children in the settlement are massacred, their houses set on fire, and the Indians are fleeing toward Canada. It was the middle of March. In the woods there was still much snow. The streams were swollen with its melting, and yet, with but one shoe, Mrs. Dustin began her march through the wilderness, driven by her captors. Her feet were torn and chilled. Every step was marked by her blood. Some of her fellow captives grew faint and fell, and then the tomahawk dispatched them. All except Mrs. Dustin and Mary Neff were killed. 3 days brought them to the Indian rendezvous, a little island at the junction of the Merrimack and the Contacook rivers in Boscawen, New Hampshire. It was a place where the Indians could catch fish and where Mrs. Dustin found a little boy, Samuel Leonardson, who had been a captive for more than a year and who had learnt the Indian language. In a few days, all except 12 of the Indians started upon another marauding expedition. Upon their return, the captives would be taken to Canada. The woman who has seen her infant dashed against a stone has a heroic spirit. Death will be preferable to captivity. They who would be free must strike the blow that will give them freedom. She lays her plan. Ask the Indians where they strike with the tomahawk when they want to kill a person quick, she says to Samuel. Strike 'em here, the Indian replies to Samuel's question, placing his finger on Samuel's temples. Little does the savage think that his own hatchet will be buried in his brain by the keen-eyed woman who watches his every movement. The Indian shows Samuel how to take off a scalp, all of which Mrs. Dustin observes. Night comes, and she informs Mary Neff and Samuel of her plan, and stimulates them by her heroic courage. There are 12 Indians in all who lie down to sleep, feeling that their captives cannot escape. No one keeps watch. The wigwam fires burn low. No sound breaks the stillness of the night except the waters of the Contacook sweeping over its rocky bed. Mrs. Dustin rises, seizes a tomahawk, gives one to Mary Neff, another to Samuel. Each selects a victim, a signal, and the hatchets descend, crushing through the skulls of the Indians, blow after blow in quick succession. It is the work of a minute, but in that brief time 10 of the 12 have been killed. The 2 escape in darkness. The prisoners no longer, gather up their provisions, take the guns of the Indians, scuttle the canoes but one, and take their departure down the Merrimack. A thought comes to the woman. Will their friends believe the story they will have to tell? They will have indisputable evidence. A few strokes of the paddle bring them back to the island. Mrs. Dustin runs the scalping knife around the brows of the dead Indians, takes their scalps, and starts once more, guiding the canoe with her paddle, landing and carrying it past dangerous rapids, reaching Haverhill 60 miles distant, with her bloody trophies, to the astonishment of her friends who thought her dead. The government of Massachusetts made her a present of £50, and in these later years the people of the Merrimack Valley, to commemorate her heroism, have reared a monument upon the spot where she achieved her liberty. All along the frontier, from the Penobscot to the Hudson, the Indians murdered, plundered, and carried the settlers into captivity. The people could have no security, only as they huddled into forts. If they worked in the fields, some kept watch, while others plowed, mowed, or reaped. On Sunday every man carried his gun to meeting, and the men always sat nearest the pew door that they might spring out first in case of an attack. Scouts roamed the woods, and sentinels kept watch day and night. The colonists did very little in retaliation except send an expedition under William Phipps to Acadia. He captured Port Royal, Annapolis, and went on to capture Quebec, but failed. Some of his ships were wrecked in a terrible storm, and the men drowned. Several hundred perished in the expedition. The colonies had gathered 400 troops at Albany to invade Canada, but there was a scarcity of provisions. The commanders disagreed, and the troops were disbanded. Captain John Schuyler of Albany was indignant at the failure, and with 29 white men and 120 Mohawk Indians swept down Lake Champlain and the Richelieu to Chambly, and fell upon the French settlement of La Prairie killing and capturing 25 persons, burning houses and killing cattle, giving the French just such warfare as they waged upon the English. Down in Maine, Le Moyne de Iberville took the fort of Pemaquid. So for 8 years, while great battles were being fought in Europe, the bloody, indecisive contest raged in America, of the ideas spoken of at the beginning of this chapter, till peace was declared at Ryswick in 1697, Louis XIV consenting to recognize William and Mary King and Queen of England. End of chapter 22.